icy breath consumes it all. Monsters rise, the weak must call. We fight the blight, we hold the line, with hearts of fire, a strength divine. Oh Fandolin, you will not fall, we'll rise above, we'll stand so tall. The dragon roars, its fury cold. The mountain shakes, its grip takes hold. But faith is stronger than its gold. Oh, hear us sing, our voice is true. We'll push the dark, we'll make it through. We fight the blight, we hold the line, with hearts of fire, a strength divine. Oh Fandolin, you will not fall, we'll rise above, we'll stand so tall. The dragon so tall. The dragon roars, its fury cold. The mountain shakes, its grip takes hold. But faith is stronger than its gold. Oh, hear us sing, our voice is true. We'll push the dark, we'll make it through. We'll make it through. We fight the blight, we hold the line, with hearts of fire, a strength divine. Oh Fandolin, you will not fall, we'll rise above, we'll stand so tall. The tread so tall. The ice may freeze, but hearts ignite. With every prayer, we light the night. The people stand, their spirits fight. Oh, 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 oh. We'll rise above.
Down in the valley where the engines roar, a truck shows brewing, the beer starts to pour. Coors Bank age flowing, gold in the hand, but Sheriff Buford's got a law to demand. Lights in the mirror, red and blue spin. He's coming for the party, but he won't win. Smokey's on the tail, but Bandit won't quit. Freedom's on the line, every mile of it, with a can in the air and the pedal to the floor. We're fighting for Coors and a whole lot more. Flatbed loaded, we're crossing state lines. With every gear shift, we're burning up time. People's buddies yelling, stop that rebel run, but the convoy's laughing, this ain't nearly done. He's got his sirens, we got our pride, and a cooler full of justice on this wild ride. Smokey's on the tail, the bandit won't quit. Freedom's on the line, every mile of it, with the can in the air and the pedal to the floor. We're fighting for Coors and a whole lot more.
What's up? How y'all doing, man? Hope everybody's having a good day today. What day is it? I don't even remember. It's Monday. That's why I don't remember. I hate Mondays. Somebody's got a case of the Mondays. How y'all doing out there? Appreciate you hanging out with me. We are doing a debate tonight. It's Speakeasy's Swords of Reason. And I'm going up against Abe Dinkus on is warrantless surveillance necessary for national security? So, Sodaverse says, I'm going to take the under in EOD on this. Well, you know, I was just sitting here thinking about it. Like, if I lose, I must have done something wrong, because we all know what the truth on this one is. I'm pretty sure. What's up, Teriyaki? Says, good luck in the debate tonight. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. But we got Smoking Spaceman hanging out. You can't trust a spaceman who smokes. It's true. They have controlled environment in their suits or whatever. You can't smoke in there. But look, man, it's cold, so I decided I'd get the fireplace out. And now I'm sitting cozy in the fireplace. See how that works? It's like 30 degrees outside today, and it feels like 20. I was like, no, we can't have that. Thankfully, this weekend it's going to be above freezing, so I don't have to leave my heater on while I'm not here. I am going to DebateCon this weekend, so if you're going to be in Nashville on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to be there. So, you know, look for me. We'll hang out. I don't know, buy you a beer or something. Beer says EOD studied hard. You can tell he has the heavy bags. Yeah, I'm a little tired. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. Most of the studying that I did happened like earlier today. So if I lose, that's part of why. I was grossly unprepared. It's been a hell of a busy week, man. But I think I've put together some halfway decent argumentation here. And I have some reasonable expectations of what Abe is going to do. And I got a litany of examples to draw from to support my position. So hopefully that'll be enough. I don't know. We'll see. Of course, part of this includes the actual text of the Fourth Amendment, which was like the most obvious thing that I would go for. So, for those of you who aren't familiar, it's the right to reasonable search and seizure, essentially. Marin says, "Kick his butt, kick his ass, Seabass." Yeah, I hear you. I'm gonna do my damnedest. I will tell you this though: me and Abe are actually friends, so I'm not gonna be a complete dickhead to him. Yeah, Real Deal Phil McGill says pretty much should kick his ass, but he is good, so I know. He's beat me before on taking a devil's advocate position, so it'll be interesting. See what happens. I will say this, EOD, fucking Abe Dinkus has expressed to me that he does not believe in warrantless surveillance is necessary for national security. So. It's just going to make it that much worse when I lose. But you always go harder against your friends, says Kokomo, but no hard feelings and virtual handshakes afterwards. Indeed. He already wished me luck. I did him too. So, like I say, we'll see how it goes. I believe at the end of the debate there's a poll, but you all hang out over here, because I'm way cooler than Speakeasy. So, like, Speakeasy is a Canadian, okay? That's why you have to hang out with me. Oh, I'm just kidding. Other than the poll, go over there and vote in the poll, and then come back here. Only Mr. Bill says, don't let K2 distract you. I gotta be honest, I'm not gonna be paying much attention to the chat, so don't do anything crazy over there, like post a bunch of ASCII dicks or anything. K2 says ginger wave, K2. There you go. You're gonna get me demonetized on YouTube because I'm flicking the camera off. But Radical Sobriety says you are way cooler than that lotion happy Canadian. Oh my goodness sake. I don't even want to fucking talk about that. That's not why. Although you'd be hard pressed to find any kind of rumor or anything of that sort about me anywhere. So. And there go the ASCII dicks. I fucking knew it. What's up, Gorams? It's good to see you, man. So I guess we could go over a little bit of what the format's going to be tonight. Speakeasy did give me an outline. Yeah. So here's a quick reminder before tonight's show. When you first join, you'll be backstage for a couple of minutes while the intro plays. Once it's finished, we'll go live on screen. I'll introduce everybody. After that, we'll jump straight into opening statements. Opening statements are 10 minutes. Rebuttals are 5 minutes. Open floor debate is an hour. And the closing statements are 5 minutes each. Then there's an audience Q&A, 30 minutes from chat. And then there's a chaos and chill panel afterward, which I don't necessarily have to hang out for, but I probably will, at least for a little while. There's a bunch of rules and stuff. Yeah. None of that's going to be a problem. But we start at 8 o'clock. So that's in about 15 minutes or so. Sodabear says, I'm cheering for you, bud. Well, thank you, man. I do appreciate it. I'm surprised how many people turned out, man. It's good to see y'all. Welcome in. Like I said, you got to hang out with me because I'm way cooler than Speakeasy. Shit. All right. I got everything ready, I think. And since I'm in the negative on this, I think Abe opens first, right? Affirmative goes first, I'm pretty sure. And then I'll get to respond to his opening statement. So that'll be helpful. I hope. But... yeah, that's right. Radical Sobriety. I need to get monetized. I'm pretty close. We're at 395. If I get it over the 500 mark, I'll be able to do raids and like super chats. That'll at least be something. I won't get any advertising revenue, but that doesn't happen until I have 1,000 subs. But the bell ringing ceremony. What is that? I don't even know. For the Edmund Fitzgerald. I think one of my guys was talking about that in the Discord. There was some shipping freighter that sunk in Michigan, I think. Yeah. I didn't know people freaking celebrated that. Like, I don't remember that happening. But that was 50 years ago, apparently. Lamest Real says, as long as people are subscribing, K2 may lessen the trolling. The 50th anniversary. Right. I guess that's a significant milestone. Oh, K2's definitely a boomer, man. He's a boomer if I ever saw one. Boomer ginger alert. We got a boomer in the house. What am I saying? I have my moments too. Yeah, I think I'm about as ready as I'm ever gonna be. I didn't prepare an actual opening statement, so I have like an outline of ideals that I'm just gonna try to run off of, and a lot of it's gonna be like a response. That's what I'm planning anyway. Watch, I'll end up having to go for it first, and all that'll get thrown out of the window. Oh, who knows? Radical Sobriety. Maybe today is my day. I did roll a 96 at the beginning of the stream, which is higher than I've ever rolled on a D100, at least in the chat. So that's a good sign, I think. Anyway, I reckon we ought to head in here and see what's going on. So let me see if I can do that. My Discord window disappeared. Why did that happen? I don't know. Oh, I gotta give it my camera too. Of course I do. Alright, bear with me for just a moment. Oh, I still got this stupid background in here. This isn't cool. There we go. That'll work. All right, I think I'm ready. Well, ignore the words over there. Where it says cam here. Well, that's a bunch of crap. There, my little avatar will be my camera. There we go. That'll work. Guess I can make him bigger. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, right. Kind of like that. Kind of. There we go. That'll work. That's good. We got it worked out. I got it worked out. Tails, indeed. That is a coin. I got this one too, I think, if it'll do it. I don't know if it'll do that one. You're gonna break it. No. It's okay. Oh, I have a 3-inch piece. That's not good. That's not good. Yes, everybody rolled a 1 on a D1. There's only one side. It's a theoretical one-sided coin. Oh, shit. I forget all of what that thing can do. I gave it a bunch of different capabilities, though. Oh, yeah. There's the truth about bourbon right there. The only bourbon in the world comes from Kentucky. Oh, we got fuck Joe Biden. Oh, I put the ginger wave in there. Who put that in there? Hello says, hey, you won't be able to stay, but I just wanted to drop a like and say hi. So hi. I hope you do well. Make sure you have fun. Yep. It's good to see you. Hello. Thanks for dropping by. So let's see if that works or not. There's a way to see the list of commands, but I'm not sure if that's it or not. Excuse me. Yeah, this would be it. There you go. There's the list right there. Some of them won't work because YouTube won't let the bot like say offensive things, but but most of them should work. It's like Ginger Wave, it's supposed to respond with Ginger Wave and then flick everybody off, but it won't let it flick everybody off. Oh, well, hello.
Well, hello. Is my mic okay?
Yes.
Okay, good.
What up? What up?
How's it going, man?
Good.
Good. I just Felt a little under the weather today, so I slept the day away.
Man, it's been snowing down here. I can't imagine what it's doing up here in fucking Canada.
It's fucking freezing now. It hit like fucking out of nowhere too. Like it was like, it looked like it was slowly getting colder, then just boom, freezing.
It's the way it
Damn.
was for us
White.
in Montana too. It went from like 60s to 30 and snowing, and I'm like, what the shit happened?
Oh wait, your mic's doing that thing. Let me see. Let me see if I hit auto. Talk again?
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
No, this has been going on. There's something wrong with your mic, Abe. I don't know. It's like you're good for a minute, and then it starts. That's
Mhm.
weird.
I think it's
I don't know.
partially because I'm running through a laptop, and it's a
Oh, okay.
heavier setup than the laptop likes, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's possible. Like before I got the actual hook in and the audio interface and everything, my audio always dropped. Like it would always drop. It was like once it was too high or something, it would clip it and drop it down so that it won't get that high.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Some of them USB mics, they have all kinds of bells and whistles mixed in to make it better, but it just ends up being a bigger pain in the ass.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's what I found was that I was having so many issues with the USB mics, and then this one finally. But this one has a USB version as well, and like I noticed JS uses it, and it seems really good while he's using it. So I think they've done better with the Shure USB, but it's still nothing like the actual hookup.
Oh, I'd like to have a Shure eventually, for sure.
Yeah, I figured it was time to do it. I went so long with my my blue mics.
Yeah. I've had this for a long time for music production. It gets the job done, going through an audio interface.
That's it.
Yeah, if I scramble out vocally, just let me know, and I'll
Yeah.
unplug, plug back in, unmute. But it seems to fix it usually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even a huge thing. You'll notice it when EOD says you sound like a robot.
Pretty much. It's okay. Half my chat always making fun of me. They're like, Robot Abe. I'm like, okay, unplug it, plug it back in.
What happened here? Did there was there an update on StreamYard
Yep.
or something? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
They're doing like the dual format streaming now, so you can do vertical and normal at the same time, and a bunch of stuff changed.
Interesting.
Okay. That makes sense then. I was like, why is all my shit it's not normal? That makes sense though. All right.
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom really quick.
Okay, yeah, you got time. You got time.
Good stuff. Should be for fun.
Oh yeah. I think
I
think this one will be a good one.
I know I picked the hated stance, but sometimes you just gotta.
Yeah. I've ran through like the arguments of this one before where like I find both sides of this can have a really really strong stance.
Well, and it's hard, right? Because human nature, you don't want them in your business, but at the
Right.
same time, you want them to protect your ass. So
Exactly, yeah. But you're right about that. Your first gut instinct is no, fuck that.
Stay out of my shit.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was gonna link into yours at first, but if I want to keep going after this, I decided not to. So I'll restream,
Yeah.
but I'm not gonna link.
Yeah. I always do that. I always do that too when I go on other panels. Like like Sarah used to tell me, "Oh, you can stream through here," but I always thought like that. Then when you end, I have to end. So I was like,
I learned that pretty quick. I was like, shoot, every time I link in, mine auto ends and I can't do
Yeah.
shit about it. So
right, yep. That's why I've always liked just presenting it while I'm streaming, so that because like what I do is I just share the screen like you would a normal Chrome tab, and then I maximize it, and it just fills the screen. So it's like,
Right on.
works perfect.
yeah, exactly. But so you guys both good with like how the format goes, everything's looks good. 10-minute statements or opening statements each, 5-minute rebuttal, hour open floor, 5-minute closing, and then 30-minute Q&A from the chat, and then it's optional if you want to stay for the open panel after.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's fine. Which one of us goes first?
So for this first opening statement, yeah, Abe will go first because he's on the affirmative.
Right on.
And then
Okay.
at the end, you'll get the last word. So he'll go first at the closing statement so that you get the last word.
Right on.
Yeah, so because like I've noticed some people will do like whoever opens also is the last closing, but then I find that's kind of like you're giving that person the first word and the last word, right?
Right.
And it seemed a little unfair when I thought about it that way. So I just like doing it this way.
That makes sense to me.
Alrighty, so when I start it up, it'll just do my little warning disclaimer, the intro song. It's like 3 minutes, and then I'll introduce the show, the prompt. I'll introduce you guys, and then we'll get right into opening.
Sweet.
Alrighty, good luck to you both. I expect this will be a fun one.
Oh yeah. Dun dun dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered.
Jason Edgar says, "Good luck, but thanks, man."
Additionally,
Cheers.
any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in
I don't know
these
anything about that
in this
lesson 3.
conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any
I really
official
don't.
stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words.
I hope so, man.
This language is used for artistic expression.
It's not speakeasy that I gotta worry about. I'm debating Abe Dinkus.
Note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107.
Why we got
Copyright
so
Act
many
1976.
disclaimers, man?
Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research.
The actual Lincoln was a tyrant. I think Abe realizes that.
Allowing individuals to use materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work.
Don't worry, I'm gonna bring up habeas corpus during the Civil War.
Provisions for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review.
Abe is good though. He's a skilled debater.
Step up,
This will be a challenge.
we clash. We clash. We clash. We clash. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow.
Race Car says you have to have the disclaimer of the disclaimer of the disclaimer of the disclaimer. I mean, yeah, apparently. Jason Edgar says, great D&D stream the other night. Thanks, man. I appreciate you stopping by. That's not everybody's bag, but I appreciate when people do come by.
We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Whoa. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through loud, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through loud, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge
message of truth. But chaos takes form, I designite. Like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. No fear, no chain.
Well, thank you, Sparky. I appreciate that, man. He says, I'm here to support EOD. Woo, woo, let's do it. Like I say, I did about a day's worth of research. I think I have a pretty well-formulated argument, but we'll see.
Alrighty, welcome everybody to Swords of Reason right here on Speakeasy Show. This is where the logic meets passion. Okay, if you're new here, the format is real simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we open the floor for a full hour of raw, unfiltered debate before wrapping it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. After that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering your questions from the chat. I'll have a live Q&A up during the debate. Excuse me, sorry. I'll have a live Q&A during the debate in the chat. You guys can put your questions for the debaters there. But the super chats will get priority, and there's only a 30-minute window. So if you want to make sure your question gets answered, go ahead and put it through a super chat. And once the formal debate is done, we open the doors to the community for a chaos and chill panel. Where anyone can hop in, challenge, or question anything they've heard tonight. This is optional for the debaters, so the debaters may not stay for this part, but they're open to stay, of course. And then, so today's debate prompt, warrantless security is justified in the name of national security. Or, sorry, warrantless surveillance. I'm sorry. A little under the weather today, guys. Bear with me. Warrantless surveillance is justified in the name of national security. So let's meet today's debaters. For the affirmative, we have Abe Dinkus, who has a channel right here on YouTube where he focuses on politics, hot topic discussions, and debates. And for the negative, we have EOD696, who also has a channel here on YouTube, where he also focuses on politics, hot topic discussions, and the occasional gaming. Debaters, you know the rules. Let's keep it sharp. The clock will be ticking. All right, so we're going to start with the 10-minute opening statements. The affirmative, you're going to go first. So Abe Dinkus, you're going to start out. Let me make sure I have the timer up here for you. And whenever you are ready, I'll start the timer with your voice. Quick reminder for the chat, though. Again, I'm going to have the Q&A up in there, and you can find both debaters in the description. So make sure, I'm pretty sure they're both streaming right now. So make sure you guys go over, go show some love on their streams, send them some support. For coming and giving you a great show tonight, okay? So with that, whenever you're ready, Abe, I will start the timer up with your time. And thank you both for being here.
Is my mic still good? Okay, awesome. Imagine a world where a single encrypted message slips through the cracks, unseen, unmonitored, and detonates in the heart of a crowded city, claiming hundreds of innocent lives. This is not fiction. It is a stark reality we face in an era of global terrorism, cyber threats, and rogue actors who exploit our freedoms to plot our own destruction. Today, I stand affirmatively to defend the resolution. Warrantless surveillance is justified in the interest of national security. At its core, national security is the bedrock of any sovereign nation's survival. Without it, rights to privacy become hollow luxuries afforded only to the dead. The Constitution was never intended as a suicide pact. Justice Robert Jackson warned in his 1949 case, reminding us that even our most sacred amendments bend under existential pressure. History bears witness. The NSA's PRISM program, revealed in 2013, disrupted over 50 terrorist plots worldwide, including attempts on U.S. soil, by intercepting communications without traditional warrants in real-time threat environments. In 2023 alone, the FBI use of Section 702 of the FISA Amendments Act offered often warrantless for foreign targets, thwarted cyber attacks from state actors like China and Russia, protecting critical infrastructure that powers our hospitals, power grids, and economies. Critics cry invasion of privacy, but this is a false dichotomy. Warrantless surveillance targets metadata and foreign communications, not the casual emails of law-abiding citizens. The Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable searches. In the face of imminent danger, where a warrant could mean the difference between prevention and catastrophe, speed trumps bureaucracy. Let's examine the Fourth Amendment's own limitations, precedents that prove flexibility in crisis. Number 1, the border search exception. United States v. Ramsey, 1977. The Supreme Court upheld warrantless searches of international mail at the border, citing national security and sovereignty. No probable cause needed, because threats enter from outside. Number 2, the exigent circumstance doctrine. Warden versus Hayden, 1967. Police may enter homes without warrants to prevent imminent harm, like a terrorist fleeing with a bomb. The court ruled the Fourth Amendment does not require police to delay in the face of danger. Number 3, the special needs exception. Veronica School District versus Acton, 1995. Random drug testing of students, athletes, was upheld without individualized suspicion. Why? Public safety outweighed privacy. National security is the ultimate special need. Now, the Fifth Amendment, invoked with cries of self-incrimination, also yields to necessity. Number 1, the required records doctrine. Shapiro versus United States, 1948. Businesses must surrender records to regulators without invoking the Fifth, even if incriminating. National security demands similar compelled disclosures. Think financial metadata flagging terrorist funding. Number 2, the public safety exception. New York versus Quarles, 1984. Police may question suspects without Miranda warnings if public safety is at stake, like asking a bomber where the device is hidden. Warrantless surveillance is the digital equivalent, preemptive questioning of data streams. Number 3, immunity and national security letters, NSLs. Under the Patriot Act, the FBI issued NSLs demanding records without judicial review, upheld in Doe versus Ashcroft, 2004. The Fifth Amendment does not block compelled production when national survival is on the line. These are not anomalies. They are judicially recognized exceptions, proving that neither the Fourth nor the Fifth Amendment is absolute. The Constitution adapts. It must. We do not advocate unchecked power. Robust oversight exists. Congressional review via the intelligence committees, FISA courts approving bulk collection frameworks, independent inspectors general auditing compliance, and minimalization procedures scrubbing U.S. personal data. In 2022, the FISA court reported 0 international violations in Section 702 queries. A record of discipline, not abuse. The affirmative case rests on 3 pillars. 1, proven efficiency. PRISM stopped the 2012 plot to bomb the New York Stock Exchange. Section 702 exposed the 2021 SolarWinds New York stock hack. SolarWinds hacked by Russia, preventing a digital.
Oh, your mic is getting fucked up.
One sec. Am I back?
Yeah.
Is it good? Okay.
Yeah, let's give him an additional 20 seconds for that.
Number 2, proportionality. The risk is existential. 1 unmonitored call, 1 untracked transfer, 1 undetected login, and thousands die. Privacy yields to survival. Number 3, safeguards. Sunset clauses, declassification mandates, and whistleblower protections, like Snowden's own channel, ignored, ensure accountability. Denying these tools handcuffs our defenders while empowering our enemies. The negative may romanticize privacy, but they offer no alternative when seconds matter. Encryption apps like Signal shield terrorists as effectively as citizens. End-to-end encryption without backdoors? That's a death sentence for intelligence. I urge you, prioritize survival over suspicion. The Constitution bends so the nation does not break. Affirm the resolution. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you for that opening statement, Abe. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to EOD for your 10-minute opening statement. And reminder for the chat, if you want to find the debaters, they're both in the description of this live, and they're both live right now. So make sure you all go show them both some love, send them some money. They're coming out to give you guys a debate tonight. Show them some support. And with that, EOD, whenever you are ready, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
All right, yeah, thanks for having us. I guess I'll start by saying, first of all, happy birthday to the Marine Corps. Happy birthday to all the Marines out there. It is Marine Corps birthday and Veterans Day tomorrow, so cheers to that. But I want to start my opening statement by saying that what the text of the Fourth Amendment actually is. Okay, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Just like number 2 in that way, right? It's very succinct and to the point. No warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, the persons or things to be seized. Now, what my opponent is advocating for is that in the interest of national security, based on these irrelevant precedents in many cases, a drug testing of an athlete, this is something that doesn't really pertain or relate to national security, right? Police may enter homes without a warrant, does not necessarily pertain to national security. Again, the prompt is really about how do we keep our country and our borders safe. And my opponent will say that there is some exception within the text of the Fourth Amendment that I just read to you that says when it comes to foreign actors or United States citizens who are being affiliated with foreign actors, there's some sort of exception there. I don't see one. I'm not reading one there. It is pretty well descript and open and straight and to the point, without a judge, without probable cause, without describing what should be searched or persons or things to be seized. There is no warrant, and there is no proper due process being involved here. It violates fundamental constitutional protections without due process, right? And this all starts as far back as 1956, where the FBI was issuing warrantless surveillance on activists such as Martin Luther King Jr., such as Malcolm X, such as the Black Panthers, simply because they were speaking up and having a rile with the state in general. Because these people were dissenting, they had their Fourth Amendment rights retracted and rescinded and simply ignored. And since then, such practices have been, chastised and ridiculed by members of Congress, members of the government, but they go back and they reinvent new ways to do it again and again and again. They say, oops, our bad, let's fix that, and meanwhile, we're going to implement this new thing that actually does exactly the same thing, such as the Patriot Act, followed up by the Freedom Act. The Freedom Act supposedly repealed the ability of the federal government to mass surveil or collect data on a mass of Americans simply because they might catch something in the fishnet of billions and billions and billions of records of people's social media profiles, their direct messages, your text messages, your phone conversations. All of these things are being collected, your location data. facial recognition when you're walking the streets. All of these things are being collected in this huge sweep and being pooled in one gigantic intelligence pool in order to hopefully at some point maybe we might actually catch a terrorist one time. And yet in 2013, a White House report going back over to the Patriot Act realized it resulted in zero. That's right, a total of zero terrorist stoppages or events of any kind. When the Freedom Act, the United States Freedom Act, actually got passed and forced the Gestapos, the NSA, and the FBI to actually go through the courts, go through FISA courts in order to obtain warrants on an expedited basis, those numbers actually went up. They actually started making more arrests when warranted surveillance was involved, because the data analysts who were looking over everything weren't completely overwhelmed by tons and tons and tons of innocent people's completely irrelevant data. So in reality, not only is it a violation of the premise, right? The ideal being that we're prioritizing security over liberty in order to maintain the security of the United States. In fact, it results in less security for the United States when we don't have warrants, when we don't target our investigations or our resources on what is actually the problem. And instead, we just cast wide dragnets out to gather up as much data as we possibly can in order to catch one or two potential criminals. In reality, what we end up doing is sending ATF agents and FBI agents to raid the homes of innocent people at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, only to find out weeks later, after millions of dollars of resources have already been wasted, that this person had absolutely nothing to do with what we were trying to prove in the first place. And now the State Department is at risk of a civil suit for wrongful prosecution. So this enables government overreach and abuse, not security. Snowden, if he taught us anything, it was that the NSA was absolutely overreaching its mandate. They weren't necessarily investigating terrorists as much as they were investigating United States citizens that had any sort of relationship overseas. There's a government program that was conducted by the UK called the GHCQ, the Government Communications monitoring system of in the UK. And what they ended up doing was tapping the transatlantic phone lines and communication lines that tie the United States to Europe. Every piece of communication going between the United States and Europe was actually picked up and gathered by this. It was ruled inhumane by the United Nations, and much of their data got shared with the NSA for unwarranted surveillance against United States citizens and against British citizens and against French citizens and German citizens and people all over the world. And all of this has been completely ineffective. My opponent's going to be able to list a handful of cases where horrific events may have been prevented. And that the problem with that is it absolutely pales in comparison to the vast quantities of individuals across the world, not just in the United States, but all across the world, whose privacy and rights have been absolutely impeded and intruded upon for the sake of what? A handful of criminals, where a warranted targeted surveillance program probably would have been more effective in the first place. Then at the end of the day, the worst part of it is that all of this erodes public trust in government and international trade institutions. You have people, over 16% of people on the internet actually stop and think about what they're trying to say instead of speaking their mind freely and completely, as every American citizen should feel completely entitled to do. Instead, I have to be up here and say things like schmurder and grape and this, that, and the other thing, simply because of the surveillance that's going on within the umbrella of YouTube. Then you have to take a step back and say, okay, well, if my local police department suspects me of any sort of crime or anything like that, they can petition YouTube for all the data that I've spoken or said or uploaded or commented at any point anywhere on this entire platform. Then beyond that, the NSA might just go through a big sweeping motion to purchase tons and tons of data from all over the world from these social media companies, because they get to sell it. They sell it all the time. Why do you think apps are free? They're selling your data on the back end, and there's nothing stopping law enforcement agencies from participating in that market and buying up all of the data and all of the little tidbits of your life, in every place you've ever been, in every place you've looked at the weather, every place you've received a text message or a phone call, and the contents therein. And programs like the Patriot Act, like the United States Freedom Act, simply perpetuate this arena where the federal law enforcement and global law enforcement agencies can operate without impunity and without being checked and without being oversighted, and simply just gather up as much data as possible about as many citizens as they can for Lord knows what types of purposes. When they detect a crime, they're obligated to report it regardless of whether or not they were looking for that crime in the first place. This is the point of warrants. A law is only as good as its enforceability, and when you surveil every single aspect of everybody's lives and every word that's spoken in somebody's house because they happen to have an Alexa, because they happen to be sitting next to a smartphone, now it has gone completely and utterly off the hinges. It's off the rails. We're getting into Orwellian territory at this point. I'm just waiting for Big Brother to come up on my phone and tell me, bend over and touch your toes. That's a scene from 1984, if you didn't know. All right, so in summation, warrantless surveillance isn't a justified necessity. It's a counterproductive overreach that trades real liberties for illusory security. True national security stems from rule of law, targeted intelligence, and public buy-in, not blanket suspicion. As Benjamin Franklin warned, those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. Evidence from decades of programs proves this trade-off fails on its own terms. And I'll yield my time.
Alrighty, thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. And I just want to give a reminder to the chat. Find both the debaters in the description. Put your questions in the Q&A, because we're going to have a 30-minute Q&A after the debate. And also, if you want to make sure it does get read, send it in via Super Chat, okay? So that you get yourself bumped up to the front of the line. With that, we're going to give the mic back to Abe for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. So, Abe, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, I find it funny, and I noticed that my opponent brought up only a few actual cases of overstepping, and that's bound to happen. It doesn't mean that it's unuseful. It seems funny that he turned almost exclusively to emotional states and some semblance of an expectation of privacy in public places and with public means. So you have data that can be collected legally without a warrant at any time. All of your data is going through some central hub of some kind, which gives that company access to all of that information. And he says some little safety for security, but in reality, we're talking about tens of thousands of lives.
I paused it for you.
Good? Okay. He says some little security or some little safety instead of liberty, but the truth of the matter is we're talking about thousands to tens of thousands of lives, as we've seen in the modern era, that we have many programs that do not utilize warrants, and it is better that they do not have to do so in order to stop the loss of tens of thousands of lives. We've seen at the very least 50 cases with Section 702, and I would say that the courts have agreed that they have the right to take that information without a warrant, and it's already happening now. So you could argue the ought in this, but the is has shown that it's effective and it works at stopping these attacks. And I would also inform you that on the other end of this, we have plenty of cases where information was already gathered and held and not utilized due to a need for a warrant, where lives have been lost. Multiple times over the last decade, we have seen mass events that could have been stopped had we utilized the information we had, even though we couldn't obtain a warrant to stop the criminal from doing the act. We wouldn't have to arrest. We could literally detain and gather more intelligence, and it would have stopped these events from happening. We didn't do so because of the exact thing he's saying. The emotional appeal for privacy some semblance of privacy outside of your home through digital means. I would say if you're putting it out into the ether, then it's out in the ether. It's no longer in your home. That's not unreasonable search and seizure. That signal, that message, that digital information has left you and traveled through the lines. And at that point, you have no reasonable expectation of privacy on that information. I think that's all I've got to say.
So you want to yield the rest of your
Yep.
rebuttal?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that, Abe. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back to EOD for a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And whenever you're ready, EOD, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right, yeah. Well, I have a litany of examples. Actually, I was kind of holding on to that. I wanted to get the general idea out in the ether first, but my opponent has said that there's proven efficiency. In reality, exposed by the New York Times 2005 ACLU lawsuit. Realized that the NSA collected bulk phone metadata and internet communications of nearly all Americans without FISA warrants at all. Parts of it were shut down in 2007. The courts do not agree with this. The courts continually shut these things down, and then Congress continually reinvents the wheel to try and bring the ability for the NSA and for the FBI to do warrantless surveillance back again. Over and over again. This has happened. It started back all the way back in 1956 with the counterintelligence program, which I did mention, where they went after civil rights leaders. Then in 1967, the CIA illegally surveilled 300,000 Americans opposing the Vietnam War, compiling 72,000 files without warrants. Has violated the CIA charter, and an oversight committee called it clearly illegal. It shut it down. You say that it saved tens of thousands of lives, and yet you presented no evidence in order to support this. In reality, the vast majority of what happens by these warrantless surveillance programs is that people's rights get violated. They get accused of being a criminal, and the investigation goes nowhere. It ends up leading to a dead end, or they arrest someone wrongfully and face civil action as a result. Yeah. What else have we got in here? The courts have agreed. They have not agreed. I've already demonstrated that. There's instances, you said, where information was not used, and yet an attack still happened. With the FISA courts, that's what the FISA courts were designed to do. Within a couple of hours, they can grant a warrant. In order for someone to be detained, you do not need a warrant. We don't need that right now. The federal agents can detain someone without a warrant on a lickety-split little dilly-bop. All they need is a reasonable cause, right? And a lot of this that we're talking about doesn't necessarily apply to foreign actors who are outside the United States or outside the jurisdiction of the United States. Where and how we can make a difference is with citizens of the United States, and under which the Fourth Amendment does holistically apply. And that's where the wrongdoing is happening, which I'm concerned about. And you don't seem to be the least bit concerned about. Yeah. With government actors being able to purchase social media data from agencies such as Amazon, such as Google, such as Facebook, this simply breeds a whole litany of issues and problems with how law gets enforced, how people are prosecuted or not prosecuted based upon information that government agencies can pull out of the ether simply by signing a check over to Google or whoever. And increasingly in the past several years, since the Patriot Act was formed, Google has seen increasing amounts of requests from government agencies year after year after year after year, and it's gotten into to the tune of tens of millions of Americans every single year are being probed and interned by the government without even their knowledge in a lot of cases, and being impugned, and their freaking phones are being searched. Yeah, in the 2000s, there was this program called Stingray, the MC Catcher, where they're actually latching on to the SIM cards in people's phones and tracking everything that phone does and everywhere that phone goes. The Cloud Act that was just approved by the Trump administration, not even that long ago, enables companies to go out and purchase data from data brokers from all over the world. And then the freaking Europeans are all complicit in this too. We have these intelligence networks that communicate with each other through international borders. They're all sharing notes, and it in every step of the way brings us closer to the social credit system from George Orwell's fucking horror story and contemporary People's Republic of China, if you can even call it that. But with that, I'll yield whatever's left on the clock there.
Alrighty, thank you for that rebuttal, EOD. With that chat, we're gonna get into the 1 hour of open floor. This is where the debaters can give a cross-examine back and forth to each other. Okay, and just a last reminder before we get into this chat. If you want to get a question in for the Q&A at the end, we'll have a 30-minute Q&A at the very end. We have a Q&A. You can put your questions in there, but there'll only be 30 minutes. So if we get super chatted questions, those go first. And if it goes through the 30 minutes, we won't get to yours. So make sure, if you want to make sure it gets in, send it via super chat. Another reminder, you can find both debaters in the description. Okay, so make sure you go over to both of them. They're both live right now. Go show them some support, send them some money, thank them for being here for you guys tonight. Okay, and then at the end of the debate and the Q&A, we're gonna have a open panel, chaos and chill, where you guys can come up as well. That'll be optional for the debaters, but so stick around for that too. I'm expecting this to be a great debate. Obviously, with you guys know how I do things, I'll only be stepping in if there's like too much over talking, or if we go like way left field, start talking about flat Earth or something. But other than that, you guys aren't going to hear from me. Both of you, thank you so much for joining tonight. And whoever wants to open up the open floor, I will start the timer with your voice.
Yeah, well, one thing I didn't address that I intended to was, Abe, you mentioned that once you put it out there, it's out in the ether and is no longer your personal property. But when I put something in the mail and I put it into the stewardship of the federal government, they have an obligation to not unseal that package. Isn't that so? That's still my private property in a package that I sent, right? Through a mail or a postal service or parcel service like UPS.
Is it your private property once it's left your hands?
Yes. It's still my property inside that box. I intend for it to get to wherever it's going.
Okay, that's fine. But when you look at these things, is there some reason that somebody seeing what's inside of that box would jeopardize your rights?
Yeah. It's definitely an invasion of privacy. First of all, one of the two things that you talked about was the Fifth Amendment. It could be self-incriminating. It might be a letter to my wife to tell her not to pay our taxes this year or whatever.
Okay.
The government shouldn't be snooping around in my damn mail. That's bullshit.
Well, first of all, it's not physical mail, right? This is digital information being sent through.
Well, I mean, I was speaking to the hypothetical, but if you want to go back to the reality of the situation, yeah, people sending messages on something like an encrypted messaging service should not be subject to warrant.
See,
unless they're suspected of a crime, unless they're reasonably suspected of a crime, or there's a warrant that points to their involvement in some sort of criminal or terroristic activity.
Generally speaking, that's exactly when they're going to utilize warrantless surveillance of some kind. In the first place,
that's not true.
Some level of
I've already demonstrated on several occasions where warrantless surveillance has just been a huge dragnet where they just suck in as much data as they possibly can.
So you think if they, during the San Bernardino shooting, if they had access to like Apple's encryption, you don't think they could have stopped that mass event?
I don't think that they required that.
They had already listed the fellow as a threat. They already knew there was something.
If they knew that he was a threat, then they should have detained him. What's stopping them from detaining him? That's bullshit. They can detain somebody without a warrant. They can detain somebody based on reasonable suspicion. So I don't believe that. If they had enough of a suspicion to know that he was going to commit a crime, they should have detained him. If they didn't, that's a failure on the people operating the agency. That's not a failure on the Fourth Amendment protections offered by the Constitution.
What do you even mean? Like, I don't. You're saying that it's an arrest for things prior to them happening should have just happened.
I'm saying that if they knew that he was going to do what he did at the time and place where he did it, then they should have detained him and then gotten the warrant while he was detained.
I didn't say they knew he was going to do it in the time and place. However, if they had had access to the information, because he was already on the list of people being watched because of prior statements, they would have known about the event. This is true with multiple cases across time in the United States since the advent of...
Wait, hold on. I don't understand your argument. Let me make sure that I understand. So you're saying that what are you saying that they knew about San Bernardino where they didn't have what they needed to get a warrant?
I'm saying the FBI already had him on a watch list as a potential threat, as a terror-based actor. And
is it possible for someone to be listed?
Intelligence.
Is it possible for someone to be listed on a watch list that isn't necessarily a threat? Is it possible for that to be like a case of mistaken identity?
Sure. And in which at what point? Why would it hurt for them to check to make sure they're not actually going to take the lives of tens or more?
Well, again, it becomes an argument of time and place. Are the investigators aware of something imminent about to happen or not? Right? That becomes the question. And it's exactly why FISA warrants were created in the first place, is to expedite the warrant process, to get it within hours rather than days or weeks or months or whatever. That's what FISA courts were built for. And I don't necessarily agree with the FISA court system. It's a less than ideal system, but at least there is some judicial oversight in what's going on here, instead of the NSA or the FBI just going out and dragnetting every piece of information that they possibly can about every single human being in the United States. That's what I'm mainly concerned about. I don't want to stop the FBI from looking at somebody and saying, this dude's about to do something in the next week. How come we can't do anything about it? That they should be able to at least, detain that person, in my opinion. But
willy-nilly,
if they know if they know that he's going to do something in the next week or two.
Okay, so think about this.
Right?
A private business, which is Apple, had the information that this attack was going to happen. This person was already on a watch list because they were a suspected actor.
I don't believe that Apple
do nothing.
So you're making an assertion there that I don't think is true. If Apple had knowledge of a crime was about to be committed, then they had an obligation to report that.
False. They would not open the encryption system to the federal.
That's not reporting on something that they are aware of. So you're describing two different things. You're comparing apples to oranges. I'm saying that they say, okay, we know something's going to happen here on this day. Here's a tip to the FBI. That's one thing. You're saying they just need to have a back door open willy-nilly for the NSA to poke their head in anytime they want to. That's completely different. That is not acceptable.
Okay, do you believe that there should either the private companies have to report every form of stepping outside of the bounds of a threat or an action, or the government has to have access to the information in order to stop these events?
That's a false dichotomy. There are things that are actionable. There are things that are not, right? Like it's reasonable to assume that if I make a joke that I'm going to come over to your house and kick you in the nuts, that I'm not actually going to come over to your house and kick you in the nuts. That's not actionable. But if I say I'm going to show up at this bank on this day at this time, and then I'm going to walk out of there with all the money that they have, that's something else.
Okay, so here's the issue with what you're saying. You say this, and sure, it sounds good coming out of your mouth, but the problem is when you look at things like 9/11, you look at the Fort Hood shooting, you look at all these instances where we could have taken action had we gathered more intelligence, and were unable to gather that intelligence due to...
You're making an assertion that I don't think necessarily applies. In the Fort Hood shooting, okay, how would warrantless surveillance have prevented that? Let's just start with that, okay?
Well, I wrote it down in my notes. The FBI monitored Hassan's emails. Radical cleric Anwar al-Awlaki, known Al-Qaeda, for months joined terrorism task force review, joint terrorism task force reviewed, but deemed them consistent with research. The information was never shared because there was no warrant for the access to the information. So, like, they knew FBI had all this information, and no action was taken on this.
So okay.
But
You're saying that they had emails.
Do something.
You had
So-
you're saying that
more.
you're saying that they had emails that mildly associated this guy with a terrorist group, and then so then what? They're supposed to arrest him simply for having emails about a terrorist group?
I didn't say that. They could have done further digging into this person because of these.
Was this the other part of this? Is this person a United States citizen or not? This is the other aspect of my concern. The Fourth Amendment should only apply to American citizens. If he's what do you mean?
He's a sergeant in the military. So
okay, well,
again,
how does how do you, I don't know. Okay, wait. In any case, there apparently. So you're saying that they had some emails which were consistent with research that mildly associated him with a terrorist group. That doesn't sound like any sort of evidence that would have prevented the attack on Fort Hood. That doesn't.
They started a full investigation, and then the case was closed due to insufficient evidence because they could not obtain warrants to access greater amounts of information from the person. Even though they knew that there was communication going on between this individual and radical clerics who were Al-Qaeda at the time. No action taken because there was no warrants issued so that they could gather more intelligence on the communications. So we'll just let that happen. The same is true for my notes are full of events that could have been stopped. We had prior information. We could not obtain warrants because what? Because we're overstepping the person's expectation of privacy, and then the end result is the loss of tens or dozens or hundreds of lives. Pulse nightclub's the same story. We have prior information but no warrant obtained, so then the event goes on and happens. At what point do you say maybe we have to give a little bit further access to stop the loss of life and the security of the American people? Because I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but what are the tenets that the government is our federal government is responsible for? The defense of the American people?
I'll say this. I think you're making a lot of assumptions based on not a lot of information. Okay, it's like, what could we have learned about the Pulse night shooting guy with a warrantless surveillance that we didn't already know? You're saying that we already knew that these people were associated with radical ideals or radical groups, and yet we couldn't get a judge to accept the ideal for a warrant. Are these going through FISA courts, or are they not going through FISA courts? That's another question I have. The whole FISA system was intended to stop terrorist activities like this. If it's not going through that system, then it's not leveraging the totality of what the justice system provides as mechanisms in order to try and act on these things. A lot of this can boil down to just poor leadership on the part of the FBI. It doesn't have to be, oh, let's get rid of the Fourth Amendment, let's get rid of reasonable search and seizure simply because the FBI won't shit or get off the pot.
Nobody said that. The difference is you're saying unreasonable, as if the government doesn't have reason to actually do these searches.
It doesn't. Okay, and again, I'll go over the Stingray misuse by local police from the 2000s until present. Okay, they've collected data on thousands of innocent people. The ACLU has documented thousands of cases where police departments are surveilling and monitoring people's actions and people's movements throughout the city without a warrant, without any reason, without any cause, simply because they can, simply because there's nobody stopping them from doing it, and it's not actually producing any results. It's simply an incrimination of innocent people for no reason whatsoever.
Is there a chance that lives will be saved through that access to information?
So far, no. None of it has actually resulted in any anti-terroristic activities. Instead, what it's doing is it's enabling the police to overstep their boundaries as created and defined by the Constitution of these United States, Mr. President.
You expect us to believe that there's no chance that level of surveillance could save lives, could prevent the death of American citizens. on American soil.
I don't think that level of surveillance is necessary in order to save lives. In 2009, a subway bombing was stopped by warrants given by FISA courts. In 2001, unwarranted surveillance programs have been shut down across the world by UN diplomats. In 2002 to 2014, the New York Police Department, actually put thousands upon thousands of Muslim people on and Musks under targeted surveillance, and ended up producing no terroristic leads in 12 years. They violated all of these people's rights, all of these people who had nothing to do with any sort of radical imams or radical counselors or anything like that, under the fucking microscope of the NYPD, lurking around every corner, and them being paranoid about what they were going to do. Half of them ended up in court for nothing, and it gets settled out of court because the DA can't fucking prosecute it. In 12 years, not one turn up from this NYPD fucking program that targeted Muslims for no good fucking reason.
Oh man,
okay.
Maybe if they didn't need to get a warrant for every piece of information, they could have found more.
That was warrantless. That was warrantless surveillance where they produced no results. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Do American citizens have a reasonable expectation to be protected by the government?
In 2000s to 2010, the fusion centers, they're trying to coalesce and coagulate all of these different intelligence sources.
Dodge my question.
It's a rhetorical question. You can answer it.
No, it's not. Does the American government have do you have a reasonable expectation as a citizen of the United States to be protected by the federal?
Yes, but I also have a reasonable expectation that the government is not going to look up my ass with a microscope every time I fucking cough. That's also a reasonable expectation that I have. I have a reasonable expectation that cops are not going to burst through my door and say, "Oh no, we thought there might be a fire in here because you're smoking."
This is an appeal to emotion. This is an appeal to emotion you're doing right now.
So is what you're doing. What you're doing is an appeal to emotion. Does the government have a reasonable expectation to keep its citizens safe? Of course it does. Every government does. That's part of sovereignness.
It's not kicking in your door and arresting you. Surveillance is information gathering. It is not kicking in your door and...
I didn't say arresting me. I said kicking in the door and saying, "Oh, we thought there was a fire in here because you're smoking."
Again, that's not surveillance.
It is surveillance.
Kicking...
Yes, it is. Looking and seeing smoke come out of a window and then kicking the door down because they think it's a fire is surveillance, right? Or at least kicking the door down is the result of the surveillance.
The same thing without a warrant, so...
Kicking down the door is the result.
That's an appeal to emotion that you're making.
Kicking.
You're saying this could happen, so I'm not okay with it, even though it's not happened, hasn't happened.
It has happened.
Just making up a scenario.
It has happened.
No, you just used like an anecdotal possibility that it could happen to you as your argumentation against unwarranted surveillance, which has nothing to do with them kicking in your door, and you've now linked a feeling that you would feel if something happened to surveillance somehow. Like, that doesn't even make sense. That didn't even track.
Okay, yes. What is the result of surveillance? Is they kick in the door and then they arrest you. They accuse you of doing something that you have never done or have never even been remotely associated with. The ACLU has prosecuted thousands of cases like this over the years since the Patriot Act was instituted by George Bush back in 2001. They've been fighting against 702 since it was passed. So this shit does happen. Okay, when when the government casts a dragnet in order to look for any sort of tie to any sort of terroristic activity, you pick up people that just happen to live within a few blocks of one another or happen to frequent the same coffee shop, and it's guilt by association. Those people ended up being wrongly prosecuted. It gets thrown out of court. The government settles out of court, and it's a whole rigmarole and a whole waste of resources. It's a waste of intelligence. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. We can do so much better if we just focus our intelligence efforts and use FISA courts and FISA warrants in order to do that, in order to bring the scope down and actually focus on the problem instead of trying to gather everybody's data all together all the time.
So what do you do if EOD, there isn't time for the filing of a FISA warrant and loss of life is going to happen? What do you do then?
I don't know. You tell me.
What if you have reasonable suspicion of something, EOD,
Mm-hmm.
but no warrant? What do you do? Reasonable suspicion that say there is a terrorist threat in a city. What do? You just wait.
Well, if I have a reason,
Wait for the warrant.
if I have a reasonable suspicion, I detain that person. That's what they should do. That's what I've been saying since opening statements. They don't need a warrant to detain somebody.
Black bags are better than surveillance. Just
If you have a reasonable suspicion, if we have a time and a date where this thing is going to go down, yeah, absolutely. Because widespread surveillance results in more innocent people being caught up in the system and more resources being wasted. Not to mention the fact that you're providing a ripe opportunity for overreach for the government to prosecute. For the government to prosecute its political opponents, as has happened in the past. As has happened historically, repeatedly throughout the United States history.
Listen to my opening statement, Yodi.
Of course I did. And I made all kinds of notes. Here are some of them. Let me share them with you. Okay, first of all, you said that there's a proven efficiency to it. I proved that false. They drag a dragnet and involve millions of people in order to catch, how many did you say? 50? That sounds like a complete imbalance of power and imbalance of justice to me. You say it saved tens of thousands of lives, but you haven't actually provided examples of how it saved tens of thousands of lives. You provided an example of how it saved a dozen lives here, maybe 5 lives there. Like, okay, or it might have. Whereas at the end of the day, even having the intelligence that they needed to appropriately detain these people didn't convince them to do it. Again, you're pointing at mismanagement of the FBI, execution of the FBI as an excuse to erode Fourth Amendment rights for all of the country. I think this is insanity. You said that the courts have agreed. I gave you example after example of how the courts have thrown out each of these warrantless surveillance programs that the government has engaged in time and time again, and Congress or the president will just go back and reinvent it so that they can continue to do it and continue to erode our Fourth Amendment rights. You said that it's an argument over ought versus is. And here I am. I'm telling you that the courts don't agree, that it doesn't exactly save tens of thousands of lives, and that it doesn't have a proven efficiency.
Section 702. Then why did they upheld Section 702 in federal, in appellate, in every court? They've upheld Section 702. Explain that to me. If you're saying that it erodes trust and no one stands for it and it isn't good, then why is the judicial system holding all the way through from the top down to it?
Okay, in the instance of 702, you're talking about an exception for foreign actors who are not U.S. citizens. Again, the Fourth Amendment should apply, and the limits on the federal government should apply to U.S. citizens, in my opinion. That's not exactly within the purview. What's alarming is when 702 tends to, again, give guilt by association to people simply because they're in the same area as these people who are involved in terroristic activities. And again, the ACLU has prosecuted thousands of cases where that's the case. They get guilt by association, and it has to be thrown out because the DOJ can't prosecute people who didn't do anything fucking wrong.
EOD, do you think that there's a chance that an attack can happen faster than a warrant can be obtained? Do you think information and messaging can happen via text, via whatever mode you prefer, that could have been intercepted and stops a bombing or a shooting of hundreds or more, can be sent before there's a chance to get a warrant, but could have been stopped if information had been gathered during that time?
Yes. And again, I'll say that an appropriate response to that would have been to either detain them or go through the FISA courts to get a warrant within a small window of a few hours, instead of going through the regular thing where you have to spend days or weeks or whatever to try to get a hold of a freaking judge. There are other ways to obtain warrants and to have judicial oversight and overview in order to scope this thing down rather than casting dragnets over the entire country, which is what the Cloud Act that Trump just passed is trying to do. So let me ask you a question, Abe. Do you think that spending billions of dollars every single year in order to surveil and warrantlessly spy on American citizens is worth it to stop some illegal immigrant from crossing the border in Mexico?
I don't think I ever made that claim.
Well, you did mention the border test, that someone coming across the border can be stopped and detained and arrested simply because of suspicion of being involved in some sort of terror plot.
True.
So
if there's reasonable suspicion of any kind of plot, then they should be able to look into it. Yes?
Yes. But the 9/11 Commission report in 2004 blamed intelligence silos and poor analysis, not a lack of data. It's not the fact that they don't have enough data. Warrantless programs like Section 215 of the Patriot Act collected billions of records, but per a 2013 White House review, stopped zero attacks. Zero attacks. Warrantless surveillance simply does not work. Casting the dragnet over everyone isn't what gets it done. You gotta have a focused perspective and focus on the problem, not just cast a wide dragnet on it. And the only way you do that is with some sort of warrant, some sort of judicial review that scopes it down. You can't just have the NSA willy-nilly have back doors into everybody's phone across the entire world. That's insane.
Again, that's just an appeal to emotion.
That's what you propose. This is literally what you proposed. Is that the NSA should have the back door into the iPhone that would have prevented Fort Bragg. That's what you just said.
I did not say that. I said
my
they
God.
should have been given access to
That's
the files
exactly
of
what
a
you just
person
said.
that was suspected. I didn't say that they need to have full access to every person in the system. It would still be targeted. Everything we do is targeted, just like you've already stated. FISA is a targeted application response system.
How can you expect?
Section 702, the same is true for every program that we utilize, and there's oversight metrics for every single one of them that have been refined over time to stop the fast-paced attacks that have been seen and happened.
These oversight metrics did not exist prior to the USA Freedom Act, or whatever the hell they called it, which was supposed to be a revision of the Patriot Act. And ultimately what it ended up doing is it just gave them a workaround so that they can keep doing what they've been doing, and it's still going on. It's still going on.
Isn't perfect. We should just not do anything and let
I'm saying that the time for warrantless surveillance is long gone, and the arena where we live, we really need to start thinking about restrictions on how social media deals with our information at large for everybody's safety, for everybody's privacy. Everything should be encrypted end to end, and nothing should be touched without a warrant. Yes, I completely fucking agree with that. At the end of the day, okay, how many terror attacks actually got stopped? How many did you say? It was 50, at least 50. But you violated the civil rights of millions of Americans in order to catch 50 bad rogue actors.
50 killing 100 each or 10,000 each. It doesn't even, like, the way that you put this is like, oh, one guy, oh man, oh, nothing.
No terror attack has resulted in 10,000 deaths since September 11th, 2001, and that was more than one actor. That was a lot more than just one actor.
Great. One person can still do a multitude of damage, even if it's 50 person for every one person, 50 people times 50 people. Like you're saying that if there's a chance to save life through gathering of intelligence that needed to be done quickly and without a warrant, it should not be done, and those people should die because their privacy is more important than the lives of the peoples that are on the line.
Let me ask you this. Is there a chance? Okay, am I saying that? Yes. But let me ask you this. Is there a chance that I could stop one person from getting lung cancer by not smoking in public?
I can't know that.
There's been, then take it for granted, there's been studies that say secondhand smoke causes cancer, yada, yada, that's a bunch of bullshit. But there is a slim possibility, given the remote nature of science and probability and statistics and everything, that me not smoking this cigarette might save one life. Should my liberty be impugned simply because of that meager, slim possibility? Or, Abe, is this country founded on the ideal that people's liberty should come first, and that law enforcement ought to be more reactionary, less proactive? We haven't got to the pre-crime shit yet with our sci-fi universe that we live in.
I'm not saying we need to be pre-crime, but if you know that this person is a threat, then further research into that person should be committed.
Then you should have no problem obtaining a FISA warrant within a few hours in order to dig deeper. In my opinion.
That's, and you say that because there's mistakes that happen in the system, that we should scrap it all and just let it all happen. That's basically what you're saying.
Let it all happen. This is such an argument of absolutes. It's unreal. Only the Sith deal in absolutes, Abe. Are you a Sith Lord? Are you secretly Darth Vader over there? Okay.
It blows my mind because we brought up the Pulse nightclub, for instance. The probe was closed due to unsubstantiated, closed as unsubstantial. The post-attack review found no derogatory information to justify continued surveillance. However, if continued surveillance had been done, they would have seen the plotting ahead of time.
Would they? Do you know that? Do you know that? Because I don't know that. I don't know that warrantless surveillance would have fixed that problem. That's what I keep trying to tell you. You bring these issues up, and it does not seem like a warrantless dragnet over all of the American people would have solved that problem. Okay, and again, when it comes to someone you know is going to be an issue, someone who's on a watch list, you shouldn't have a problem obtaining a FISA warrant. That's what those are there for. So I've addressed this. I'm not sure how to further address that.
In seconds. In seconds.
In seconds? Are you fucking joking? I mean, what are you?
If you don't know, then why would you not be watching that person?
Where in history would seconds have mattered? Help me understand that. Okay, because
now, at any time, because you could send a text message and detonate an explosive device, like.
So in the time that I text the bomb and the bomb blows up, the NSA is supposed to be able to swoop in and save the day.
If they knew that you had preparatory, right? If they had known that you had already placed the bomb because you had already left some kind of message trail or some kind of data trail
okay,
that says this is here, and now you have seconds like this, you act like it's an impossibility because you can't imagine it, which is false.
It's not true. What's an impossibility? Okay, is for FISA warrants to not serve this role. That's exactly what they were built for. When somebody shows up on a watch list, it's because that they've tripped a flag or they've caught somebody's attention, or they've been associated with somebody who is part of some sort of terror watch list or something like this, and now they're on the radar. So they've already, been surveilled to some extent, probably without a warrant. And where this information would normally get thrown out is when it's determined to be irrelevant or insubstantial. Okay, with FISA warrants, it's exactly supposed to avoid that precise case. That's all I can tell you.
Explain to me why there's a list of events that have happened.
Because of mismanagement and poor execution of the law. Again, like not all things have to be absolute. You're sitting here accusing me of saying we need to throw it all out and just let everything happen. That's complete bullshit. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are provisions in place that provide judicial scope and reasonable restrictions on what NSA investigations can do and how far they can dig and how deep they can go. And that's how it ought to be.
You made the claim that everything should be end-to-end encryption and that they should have no access to any of it. So yes, you did say it should all
not without a warrant. Yes, that's correct. They need a reasonable suspicion that someone is in progress of committing or planning to commit a crime. And you're saying that they're on a watch list, so they're already in that position. They're already where they're of reasonable suspicion.
Exactly. And why is there a list of people that were where there was reasonable suspicion?
I think you're misinterpreting the facts. I don't know that there was reasonable suspicion. I don't know what kind of evidence they had prior to the attack.
If they're known to the FBI or other government agencies.
At this point, everyone is known to the FBI.
Okay. That's a silly comment to make.
It's just the truth.
Shooting, we had information already monitored, knowing that he was part of Al Qaeda. We have the Boston Marathon bombing, which we had emails and information. We did not have. They were not granted information gathering warrants from information gained from Russia. That they gave the FBI information prior to that bombing. We did not go further because we did not obtain the warrants. The investigation again was closed. For no derogatory information. Further information could have been obtained. It did not get obtained. It was closed. They did not get the warrant.
That's because the information they had was too shaky in the first place.
The FBI investigated Mateen twice.
So what this proves is that surveillance produces no results. It doesn't produce the desired outcome. You're saying that these people. Hold on. Let's just be clear about what you're saying. You're saying that these people were already under surveillance. They were already being watched, and they didn't have enough information to arrest. They didn't have enough information to detain. They didn't have enough information to get a warrant. So the surveillance that they were doing was ineffective. So why are we wasting billions of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money on warrantless surveillance programs that don't even work in the first place? They don't work in the first place, and all they do is erode our Fourth Amendment constitutional rights and our Fifth Amendment constitutional rights.
I don't know how you can say that when the list basically states right in front of me that I've gathered that the FBI knew that the cases were closed because there wasn't enough to justify a warrant, and then the event happens, and it happened repeatedly. And I only started with a few. So the Boston bombing, the Pulse nightclub, the Sutherland Springs church shooting, the Parkland shooting, all of them had information gathered, no further warrants were granted because there wasn't enough information, and then the event comes and happens. And then you're going to say, oh, it wouldn't have changed anything. Even if they could have seen more, it wouldn't have changed anything. Like,
I don't think it would.
According to their own metrics, they would have gathered enough intelligence to make choices and stop things. But you're saying that
I'm not saying you prevent the. You're just saying that you're just making a claim. What they would have saw couldn't have.
When you find information after the fact that was already there that you could have utilized to stop an event, and you didn't gather that intelligence because you could not secure a warrant, you have to ask yourself, if we had had access to that information prior to the event, would we have been able to stop it? In these cases, it seems like they could have, but we didn't have that information because no warrant was granted.
Then,
had they been able to dig a little further, they would have been able to gather that intelligence and stop the event prior. I don't. If you vote people into office and it's the government's responsibility to protect you as an American citizen, and then it fails in that duty to protect you as an American citizen because it did not utilize the tools that it has to protect you, then I have to ask you: is our government just
what?
Completely? It's just you're saying that we shouldn't do this thing, right? That could have saved lives.
No, I'm saying that it couldn't have saved lives. I don't think it could have saved lives. Again, it's just a vapid claim. At the end of the day, the government's role is to secure liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness for all Americans, as far as I'm concerned. But in the cases of the United States versus Hasbadrami in 2025, a district court found that the FBI's warrantless queries of Americans' communications collected under the FISA Section 702 violated the Fourth Amendment. It's a significant ruling against the government's practice of searching its collected data for information of U.S. citizens without a warrant. And ACLU versus Clapper, this case challenged the NSA's mass collection of Americans' phone records under 215 of the Patriot Act. The Second Circuit of Appeals ruled that the program was illegal. And what did they do? They reinvented it with that USA Freedoms Act. And they just continue to do it and continue to erode away at our rights. And it's excuse after excuse for no results and no actual counterterrorism leads at all. The Patriot Act resulted in zero. The NYPD demographic searching of targeting of Muslims resulted in zero terrorism leads. The NSA's warrantless surveillance has resulted in, what did you say? 50 potential terrorism acts have been stopped by this warrantless surveillance, which impacts millions of people's rights. We need focused engagement with FISA warrants in order to actually address these things. These people that you're talking about, these instances that you're talking about, is failure of investigators to produce sufficient information and sufficient data on these potential suspects in order to obtain the warrant. That is not the fault of the Fourth Amendment. That is not the fault of the Constitution, and it does not warrant surveillance of everybody in the country and everybody who happens to be a United States citizen simply because you want Gestapo to have free reign over people's privacy. It doesn't solve the problem. Warrantless surveillance would not have solved the problem.
I don't know how you can make that claim. Again, you are making a leap of logic without. You're saying because this program here didn't, it can't do it.
Here, let's look at the Boston Marathon bombing. You mentioned that, okay? The Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. This is on my counter argument list right here, and it says after the attack, the NSA used Section 215 bulk telephony metadata to map the foreign contacts retroactively. Review acknowledged that while the program didn't directly prevent the bombing, it demonstrated how bulk data can reconstruct networks quickly post-attack. Now, Be aware of that. It's post-attack. The only way that would have helped is if they had waited until after the attack in the first place. The only thing that warrantless data and mass collection even accomplished for them, which the Supreme Court ruled was illegal after the fact, was to figure out where this guy had been. And at the end of the day, it wouldn't have prevented a damn thing. It wouldn't have prevented nothing.
Again, how do you make that claim? That it would have prevented nothing. No further gathering of intelligence would have stopped anything. How can you make that claim? How can you even justify a claim like that?
Because the intelligence that they're trying to gather under Section 702 and Section 215 of the Patriot Act is stuff like your text messages and your...
communications.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 90% of that, you're not going to get anything from most of these people.
Really? So communications between parties that are privy to an event
this shit
to happen could have stopped.
This shit has been going on since the mob was running alcohol in and out of the city and to moonshineries out in the country. Okay, they just talk in some kind of code or some kind of trash language that investigators aren't able to discern in the first damn place. The whole ideal of this, that somehow warrantless surveillance would have prevented or solved any of it, is laughable, because you already have the surveillance, you already have investigators looking at this stuff, and they're unable to obtain the warrant. So it's not a matter of a time frame being an issue or anything like that. It's a matter of investigators being unable to produce the appropriate evidence to actually go after somebody. That's what you need to fix. You need to fix the way that investigators put these people on these lists and who it is that they're actually trying to focus on and waste resources trying to investigate. They need to go after actual problems, not all American citizens.
Would you say that you would have to be alive to have rights?
You keep going back to this assertion.
I'm just curious. Do you have to be alive?
Of course you do. You have to be alive to have rights, and you have to be somewhat have your privacy intact in order to be able to exercise your rights. Without that, your political opponents are all going to end up in jail. We're all going to end up just like the Jan Sixers, 2 years, 3 years in jail with no prosecution, no court time, no court hearing whatsoever. It's just going to be, you said something bad about the government one time on Facebook, so we're going to lock your ass up. That's the reality you want to live in. It's just like UK, it's not an appeal to emotion. Here's a real world example for you. The United Kingdom of Great Britain has locked people up for things that they say on the fucking internet. And you want to bring that shit down here onto Americans and violate their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights simply because you want to stop a handful of terrorists from potentially committing a crime that they may or may not have actually gone through. The examples that you listed, warrantless surveillance wouldn't have helped, and the examples where it did are minuscule and ineffective at best.
The Fourth Amendment bans unreasonable searches, not all searches. The Supreme Court in United States Verdugo Urquez in 1990 and in redirectives explicitly held that the non-U.S. persons abroad have no Fourth Amendment rights. Okay, we already knew that, right? But
yeah, I conceded that.
Made some other claims just a minute ago. So, it's ineffective. That's false. DNI Clapper in 2014 reported 54 plus plots disrupted.
I would call 54 plots out of 300 million ineffective.
702 and 215 metadata. The 2015 San Bernardino attack was missed because Apple encryption blocked access. Warrantless bulk tools would have caught Farouk's foreign contacts, according to the FBI. It would have caught the foreign contacts. And
if they had, this is what I was trying to describe to you. This is what the FBI wants, is a backdoor into Apple, all of Apple's stuff, all of Apple's firmware. And they're saying bulk data, being able to get that backdoor into every Apple phone in the world would have stopped it. If we could monitor every single Apple phone on Earth, we might have been able to actually prevent this. It's bullshit. They're blowing smoke up your ass. Simply because they want more power and more intelligence and more information about innocent people in order to... Who was it, do you think...
Don't matter to you. Just the government bad, no matter what. Well,
let's put on our tinfoil hat for a little bit and think about who was it that actually perpetuated the lockdowns and the horseshit and the Gestapo shit that we saw during the pandemic, I'll just say. That's the last time I'll say that. During the coof or whatever, okay? Who do you think was actually trying to do that? Who do you think was trying to shut down churches and open up liquor stores? And who was trying to shut down small mom and pop shops and allow big name corporations like Home Depot and Lowe's to continue to operate? Okay, these are the same people that want to own every aspect of your daily digital self. Okay,
Do you have?
and you're giving them the perfect excuse without actually justifying it in any reasonable or meaningful way.
Then it was the will of the people because they voted him in, and then they allowed that to happen. You're making an argument that because people who you don't like could be in government, they shouldn't have the ability to use tools that we could use to save lives against you.
Yes,
That's what you're saying.
that's exactly correct. Yes.
So that's just an appeal to emotion. Because I don't want my enemy to, politically to have tools against me, we should stop the murder of innocents.
That's exactly what the Constitution and what the amendments of the Constitution are designed to do, is to prevent the government from overreaching its mandate and overreaching its capabilities as defined therein in the Constitution. We need this. We need this to stop the country from becoming a tyrannical fucking dystopic nightmare. And like I said, you're providing the perfect excuse for these nefarious actors, whoever they might be, whether it's a particular party or a particular group of individuals who seem to always win election and get appointed over and over and over again, to continue to wield an unholy power over the United States people. And we need less of that, not fucking more of it, in my opinion. I think you're crazy. I mean, again, I still have not seen how you can demonstrate that warrantless surveillance would have prevented any of this stuff. It might have, it might not have. At the end of the day, targeted surveillance would have absolutely done it. Okay, targeted surveillance is actually proven to be more effective, again, because data analysts aren't overwhelmed by a bunch of erroneous data that they don't need to be looking at and they don't need to be wasting their time on anyway, or any of their services or any of their resources on. If they were focused on the people who are actually causing the problems or potentially causing the problems, they might have been able to get these things stopped in the first place. And instead, that watch list is 1 million people long when it ought to be like 15. That's the problem.
54 terrorist plots stopped. And you're saying, oh,
how long have they been doing this? How many years did it take them to stop 50 plots? 25?
Don't have the exact
24, 25 years? That might be
great. And say you keep like using like very loose vagueness to help you, but 54 plots, say they're all 54 plots are
very loose vagueness.
I just 9/11.
I just sat here and went through a litany of examples of overreach with you, as well as cases filed by ACLU and other organizations and other individuals against the federal government for having
possibly be tailored, right? EOD, nothing could possibly be tailored and
having their rights violated. And the government
you're standing against all forms of warrantless.
The government and the Supreme Court of the United States has repeatedly stood against these types of programs in the past and forced Congress to go through and try to redefine them with some sort of judicial restrictions in mind. You're saying that those judicial restrictions are what the problem is. That we can't wait for a FISA warrant. We can't wait the 2 or 3 hours that it takes for a judge to review a case and say, yes, go and investigate further.
If that's the case, then we should also make police officers wait to go into a house where violence is happening. We should wait for a warrant, even if we have reasonable suspicion.
Not at all what I said.
To enter home.
Again, with reasonable suspicion, my suggestion has been since the beginning of the debate, since opening statements, I've been saying they ought to be able to detain that person in the very least. And for whatever reason, they think they're not able to. They don't have the evidence or whatever. They're afraid of being sued in civil court for violating the guy's rights because they don't have the evidence that they need in order to obtain the warrant. That's not because of the warrant.
Black bag people, but
that's not because of the warrant. That's because of bad police work.
So you want indiscriminate black bagging of people absent a warrant, rather than just saying it's okay.
In the cases where there is a reasonable suspicion of wrongdoing or a crime in progress, yes. And that already exists. If a police officer is walking down the street and hears a domestic dispute going on in a house and someone crying for their lives, the police officer is obligated to barge into that house and at least investigate what's going on.
Oh, so almost like the smoke coming out of your house might be an actual reason for them to come into the house without a warrant?
Not if it's just because I'm smoking a cigarette. That's bullshit. Also, nobody better be banging down my damn door. They ought to knock first.
I think you just proved that there are cases.
Again, they ought to knock first.
Needed for action.
There is, occasionally. However, in those cases, the appropriate thing to do is to detain and seek a FISA warrant. Again, you can obtain a FISA warrant within hours. Within hours, you can obtain a FISA warrant. If that timeline is not quick enough, then you are not doing your job as a police officer. That's all there is to it. And in these cases where you're talking, they were on a watch list or something, they knew for months. They've known for months. They had time to go get a traditional warrant rather than a FISA warrant in those particular cases. Also, a FISA warrant should only apply to foreign actors and incidents of foreign terrorism.
EOD,
Not necessarily the Pulse nightclub where the guy was that was a weird one.
What is the greatest?
It was like a gay guy who had like a grudge with somebody or something.
What is the greatest interest of the federal government?
You keep saying this over and over again.
No,
I've answered it already.
Ring home for you.
Okay, so let's talk about this again. Okay, and More Haystack doesn't find the needle. NSA's own audits, declassified in 2010, showed that 90% of the data they collected was completely irrelevant to what they're trying to do. So 90% of the data. Here, I'm answering your question. 90% of the data that the NSA collected has nothing to do with securing your life. Has nothing to do with it. 90% of the data the NSA collects has nothing to do with securing your life.
Regardless, what is the greatest interest of the federal government of the United States of America, EOD?
I don't know.
To protect its citizenry.
Great. So then spending 90% of your resources on collecting data that's irrelevant to that goal is a waste. Not only is it a waste, not only is it a waste of taxpayer resources and federal resources, it's a waste of the Fourth Amendment rights that all Americans are afforded under the Constitution. It's not only that, it's a waste of the Fifth Amendment rights and the First Amendment rights of all Americans under the Constitution. You're sacrificing the principles that this country was founded upon for the sake of a handful of terrorists.
Okay, but not stopping actions that will see the loss of life of tens or hundreds or thousands of American citizens is a failure of the federal government.
Again, that's an appeal to emotion because you have no idea what the impact of any of that is.
The interest of the government,
or if it has any impact at all.
People and defend them, then they should have. And it is, in fact, in their best interest as a federal government to gather the intelligence needed to do its job. Otherwise, it's failing the American people. So it absolutely has to be in the best interest of the federal government to seek warrantless surveillance because what else would it do?
You say that the primary purpose of the United States is to secure
family.
You say that the primary purpose of the United States is to secure the lives of the American people. I say that in securing those lives, it should also guarantee life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are the principles that we were founded upon. Whether or not that is explicitly defined in the Constitution or not is irrelevant to the spirit of what the Founding Fathers intended for this country to accomplish. And in enacting warrantless surveillance programs, you erode the liberty and the ability to pursue happiness in the very lives that you intend to save. It is counterintuitive and counterproductive to the goal of the goals and the interests of the United States and her people.
There's no rights or pursuit of happiness if you're dead. Period. So it is in the best interest.
Again, wasting 90% of your resources on shit you don't need is not in the interest of protecting my life either.
Really,
you need targeted, warranted, scoped investigations that are not big dragnets that violate everybody's civil rights.
Will more or less people be saved with greater information? More
oh my goodness sakes!
Are able to be protected.
I suppose it depends on what you mean by saved. You mean their physical lives? Yes, probably. More people will be saved. However, at the cost of how many people's civil lives or their criminal records or their financial situation because they have to defend themselves in court against the federal fucking government. How many lives will be ruined based on bad arrests, based on bad investigations, simply because somebody was in the wrong place at the wrong time and it happened to be a terrorist on the other side of the coffee shop, along with 300 other people in the room.
You're just going to paint intent on the government. You're going to paint villainy and intent on the government.
Absolutely, I am. I 100% presume that the government will be villainous in the way that it wields its power, which is why I am so vehemently against granting it anymore.
Which is why you should vote and do everything in your power to make the government moral for a moral people rather than taking all of its power away and saying the government is not trustworthy.
Well, rather than cross my fingers and hope.
No. You're the one who's saying the information gathering is a loss of trust in the government while you preach distrust of the government. I wonder which one's worse. Everybody
I'm pretty sure that making sure the government can't pry open your asshole and figure out what you had for lunch today is going to inspire more confidence in the government than allowing them to see every single aspect of every little bit of every single person's life. The whole cope from you is just really insane right now. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I really can't.
You're tying disanalogous connections between a physical search of your home and a surveillance of data and information in the form of
okay, Abe, let's talk about what you have on your phone. Let's talk about what the NSA would gain if they did get that backdoor encryption into your iPhone. They would get your location history. That means every place you've been in the past, however long you've had that phone. It's gonna know everywhere you've been and everywhere you go on a day-to-day basis. It's gonna have all of your emails in it. It's gonna have all of your text messages in it. It's gonna have all of your direct messages in it. It's going to have everything you've ever said to anybody, anywhere on the internet in it, because guess what? How many places do you go, Abe? How many places do you go where they say we need two-factor authentication? We have to associate your online account with your phone in order to maintain security, right? So it's not just being in your home. It's being in your bank. It's being in your weather. It's being in your day-to-day routine. It's being in your direct messages, your private talks with other people.
Right. So it's almost like you would not do bad things because you know you'd get caught. So
if I had Big Brother staring me down, you're right. I would live every single day in morbid fear that the government might retaliate against me simply because of something I said on the internet that might not be favorable to Donald Trump, or might not be favorable to Joe Biden, or might not be favorable to Dianne Feinstein, or Hillary Clinton, or anybody else. The whole concept that this won't be abused, or that it hasn't been abused in the past, is completely asinine. Again, United States versus Hasbah Jarami, ACLU versus Clapper, United States versus Mutarraf, People versus Tafoya, United States versus Hay, case after case after case of civil liberties being violated over and over again by warrantless surveillance programs.
There's also a myriad of cases that could have been stopped prior to the action if they had known the information. The same is true that multiple...
Again, you make that claim, but we still haven't seen you demonstrate it. There's nothing to say that warrantless surveillance would have prevented the Pulse Night shooting. There's nothing to say that warrantless surveillance would have prevented the Fort Hood incident, okay? In reality, what you've demonstrated is that the surveillance that they did perform was insufficient. And so what they knew was insufficient to even detain these people. So that's, in my mind, that's bad police work. That's bad mismanagement on the part of law enforcement. That's Christopher Wray's fault. That's not the Fourth Amendment's fault. And you want to strip away people's rights simply because of bad management and poor policing.
Nobody said strip away rights.
Yes, that's exactly what you're proposing. You're saying that the Fourth Amendment doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't matter. Because again, what I just went over, every aspect of your life ties into this stupid thing. And you're trying to give them a back door into it. That's insane. No, thank you.
Do you send data out of your phone to somewhere else, EOD?
Do I send packages out of my mailbox? Yes. And those packages are protected privacy. That's my private information inside of that letter. That's my private information inside of that DM. That's my private property inside of that box if I ship it to somebody.
Does that thing stay with the shipper and the person after it's delivered, EOD?
It's sealed. The
Does it
shipper
say
doesn't
what the
know
shipper
necessarily know what's
and-
inside of it unless it has some sort of, biohazardous or
So it's a
hazardous nature
disanalogous
to it.
example. So it's a disanalogous example because the people you
No, it's not disanalogous. My information on this phone is my private property. And I have a right to keep it private.
So the phone company doesn't know what's on your phone?
The AT&T? No. There's a case in here somewhere where AT&T got fucking sued to hell and back because they were selling people's data to the federal government. That's another civil liberties violation. Great, thank you for pointing that out. No, right now AT&T does not have a right to my data on my phone. Neither does Apple.
Data from your phone already.
The problem is there's this third party fucking rule is another little loophole where law enforcement and federal law enforcement will try to work with data brokers, which are people that go around to different service providers and gather up all the information about one particular person or another and put that into gigantic databases and sell them for tens of thousands or millions of dollars a pop. And it dumps out, all of the information that I'm talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, all in one fell swoop. All it takes is for, the DOJ to write a check, and suddenly they're not violating your Fourth Amendment rights anymore because they're surveilling you through a third party exception. That's fucking bullshit. That shit needs to stop. That's part of what needs to stop. The federal government needs to get out of my damn phone, and all my shit needs to be private. Go fuck yourself. It's not going to solve anything. I'm not a damn terrorist. Shit.
Okay, so we don't want a moral government, and we don't want oversight by the government.
You got the
and we don't
robot
want
voice, Abe.
defense.
I'll give you a second.
Thinking. Now I forgot what I was freaking thinking. Damn it. Freaking Robo.
You gotta get that shit fixed. It might be just
So-
replacing the cable. I don't know.
It seems crazy to me that the acceptable reasons to not have warrants, even to you, seem out of bounds. Even if there's a possibility that tens of thousands of lives could be spared or saved, you say that privacy supersedes everything, even life.
No, I think you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to tell you. I think that without our liberties, without the restrictions on the federal government that the Bill of Rights actually places, our lives are worthless, and that our government would become authoritarian. I'm not saying that the Fourth Amendment supersedes lives. I'm saying that there are ways to secure life without violating the Fourth Amendment. So it's not an if then that. Both things can be true at once. You can save lives without violating the Fourth Amendment. You can totally do that. They totally have done that. In fact, when they started using FISA warrants, they stopped more global terrorism than when they were trying to do it without FISA warrants. When they were trying to do it under the Patriot Act with the Dragnet.
Okay, so there's a hierarchy of things here. Which one is more important and must first be a precondition for the other to exist, EOD?
Abe, we're not talking about a hypothetical full of absolutes. We're talking about the real world.
Talking about the truth
We're
of the
talking about
matter.
actual law enforcement. We're
If you
talking
have
about
no
actual
reasonable
counterterrorism.
expectation- If you have no reasonable expectation to survive because the government cannot stop threats,
The government,
except for to take the long drawn out way to get each and every warrant to stop every case of fast-paced digital style terrorist actions, then the question would become, does the government have any responsibility to protect you in the first place? If it has the means to protect you and does not do so, has it failed its duty?
yes, obviously it has. However, it does not require the means to violate my Fourth Amendment in order to secure my life. It can do that without violating my Fourth Amendment. It has done that, and it has proven to be more effective when it uses judicially scoped, warranted measures rather than the broad dragnet shit that you want to do. I don't want them having a back into my phone. That's bullshit.
Does government ever have the right to supersede your rights?
What if I'm a convicted felon, I suppose?
Alrighty. So that is the wrap up for the open hour. All right. I want to say thank you to both debaters. Reminder to the chat, you guys can find both debaters in the description of the live, and they are both currently live streaming. So make sure you go to both their live streams, show them some love, send them in some support. All right. We're going to get into the 5-minute closing statements, and chat right after that. We'll do the 30-minute Q&A, and remember, super chats get priority. So if you want to make sure your question gets answered, because there's only that 30 minutes, send it through super chat. And your support helps me keep bringing you these badass debates that we've been having. Okay. With that being said, the way I do with closing statements, it's because I like to give one person the first word and then one person the last word for the formal debate section. So with closing statements, we're going to start again with Abe, and that'll give EOD the last word. So Abe, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, good job to both of you, and thank you both for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
All right. So, firstly, I would say that while I understand the importance of our amendments, they do have to flex to give room in many ways. And we've seen this across the states, in the United States, at any given time. There are some flex that has to happen in order to protect and defend the American people. I would say it seems odd to say that less information may lead to more security when it comes to life lost. I understand that the government has taken in the past actions maybe it should not have, but that doesn't mean as a whole we can have zero trust in the government and the institutions that we put in place to protect us in the first place. The prompt, if you remember, is warrantless surveillance is justified in the interest of national security. I would say that the government, we vote in to protect us and itself. And a government that cannot protect the American citizens or itself as an institution has failed. It's failed us, and we have failed as citizens at that point. And so I do see the dangers that EOD is speaking of, but a tailored approach with oversight and a commitment to the American people, with a need for jumping on things that are the threat to the American people quickly, is a must. We've seen it. That's the only reason these programs even exist. 702, FISA, all of these programs exist specifically because we understand that in the information age, you may have to move swiftly in order to take action. I understand, again, that there's anti-government or the government is dangerous aspect to this, and that may be true. It doesn't mean that we just absolve the government of its responsibility to protect the American people from threats that are faster moving than a warrant process. So, other than that, I guess I'll give back the rest of my time because I don't know what else to say.
All righty. Thank you for that closing statement, Abe. And with that, we'll give the mic over to EOD. And EOD, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the clock up with your voice. And reminder quickly to the chat, if you want to get your questions in, get them in now, chat, because we're going to be doing the Q&A right after this. And go ahead, EOD. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer.
All right. I've been linking everybody to go over to Speakeasies too. Throw in some super chats for us. All right. So what am I saying, man? My argument isn't that less information leads to more effective investigations. What I'm trying to say is that when the NSA is granted sweeping backdoors into cell phones all across the nation and given these huge dragnets, they get overwhelmed by data, and those watch lists end up way too long, and that's why so many actors on those watch lists end up getting ignored, is because there's too many to focus on, and they choose where to put their focus incorrectly. That's part of what I was trying to say. Abe says that amendments have to flex. Well, every time that our amendments flex, our rights get eroded away. Our country is slipping away from our very fingertips as we watch. And the Patriot Act was a huge misstep. The 2008 housing bubble was yet another one. And this most recent thing for the USA Freedom Act or whatever simply just perpetuated the problem and continues to harness more power, more authority, more oversight into the federal government where it absolutely does not belong. Every single one of our founding fathers understood that. That's why we are the United States of America, not the United State of America. Warrant has failed us. That's completely false. Under the Patriot Act for 12 years, the DOJ, the DEA, the ATF, the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA all conducted warrantless surveillance and produced 0 counterterrorism leads. 0 leads that actually stopped anything from happening at all. When they started using FISA warrants is when those 50 cases that you like to reference back over and over again, Abe, actually occurred. Is when they started doing targeted surveillance and actually managing the resources and pointing them at where the problem areas truly exist. Your ethic and your guideline here is expediency over privacy. Okay, it's law enforcement over liberty. It's tyranny over freedom is ultimately what you're talking about. And at the end of the day, it is not worth the cost. It is not worth the violation of millions, of hundreds of millions of Americans' lives and millions of Americans' privacy in order to hunt down and capture a handful of actors, and at no point did we get any definitive evidence or demonstration that any of this warrantless surveillance would have actually stopped anything. There's vapid claims that say, oh, well, if we had seen that Facebook post, then we would have been able to do something. But at the end of the day, these people were already being surveilled. They were already being investigated, and the investigators were unable to produce any evidence in order to support the warrant. So that it had to be dropped. And it's simply a failure on the part of the law enforcement officers who were investigating these things, probably because they were scoped too thin in the first place, given the amount of data that's coming into these agencies and the amount of shit that they have to sift through that means nothing to their investigations whatsoever. They're spending too much time going through too much crap, getting too confused, and getting spread too thin in order to actually accomplish anything. There's a few more examples that I wanted to go over before I actually wrapped it up. You brought up AT&T. The Hemisphere Project in 2007, the DEA paid AT&T to store decades of call records law enforcement queried without warrants, bypass the Fourth Amendment, used in ordinary criminal cases, not those involving terrorism. So again, another appeal that you try to make is that all of this is designed to stop terrorists. Well, how do you stop the DEA from doing things like this, where they pay AT&T to just figure out people's freaking phone calls that has nothing to do with terrorism? They're selling pot. They're selling pot, and you got the DEA looking through their phones with a damn microscope. And the FBI national security letters, you mentioned this in your opening. We never did get around back to it, but the FBI issued hundreds of thousands of NSLs demanding phone, financial, and internet records without judicial review. Gag orders prevented disclosure. And the DOJ IG reports in 2007 and 2008 found widespread misuse and inaccurate exigent letters, affected innocent people, wrong phone numbers, wrongful prosecution, wrongful arrest, and all of these things have been settled since. But these overreaches and oversteps by the government never had to happen in the first place. These people's lives never had to be ruined or pried into in the first place if they had just gotten, a judicial oversight and a warranted scope investigation in the first place. These mistakes and missteps of justice would have never happened. And now, we're tasked with getting rid of this precedent, which has existed for the past 25 years. Past 25 years, the government has been doing this shit. And we're just looking for more and more excuses for them to keep doing it and keep doing more of it. And it's insane. It's a slippery slope, and we're headed towards tyranny, and I don't want to see it happen. So I'll cede the rest of my time, whatever's left.
All righty. Thank you for that closing statement, EOD. And with that, we are going to move it over to the 30-minute Q&A. And before we do the 30-minute Q&A, I always like to ask a question for each side based on some of the things I heard. We'll start with for the affirmative side. If if the government can secretly monitor the citizens, right, without the oversight, like, so, like, say we did allow this, what would be the mechanism that would prevent abuse of that power, like against maybe like a political opponent, or like, like EOD brought up, the average citizen getting their fucking nude that their wife sent them sent to these people? Like, what would be the mechanism to prevent the abuse of that power is what I'm asking.
Well, okay, so first I would say that we already have review and oversight committees that are utilized to govern the way that these tools are used, and those are actually ever evolving. They're getting better with time. We fixed several problems that, like EOD brought up. There's been a lot of issues with these programs over time, but technology is increasing over time. And so our programs have to develop with them, and we have to develop better metrics for overview and review of the system. So I would say there's already government agencies doing this, but I would say, again, this comes back to like us voting in the most moral parties that we can and holding them accountable to the standards that we see fit as the American people.
Can I respond to that?
Do you have something for
Yeah.
that?
The problem with that is that we have these restriction mechanisms in place, and a lot of times overreach and abuse still occurs. And all you're doing by opening this up to a wide dragnet where you're surveilling all of the American people is inviting more opportunities for abuse, more opportunities for overreach, more opportunities for people's rights to be needlessly and heedlessly violated. And the biggest thing for me, even beyond that, is the expenditure of these types of programs is to the tune of billions of dollars a year that we could be saving, that we could be putting towards something that actually helps the American people rather than hurts them. So, and again, there are ways to do this without violating the Fourth Amendment. I just want to see the government do that instead.
All right. And then one more for Abe's side. So like one of the things mentioned was like the main goal, and it was like it was to prevent, like, it's to defend the freedom and privacy from external threats, right?
Yes.
Right. So like I would say, like, so my question would be like, how would a democracy claim to defend it while also doing the unchecked surveillance when that's kind of it's going against the freedom? Like, so like how does that not become a contradiction, or a moral contradiction, I guess it would be?
I think partially we rely heavily on the federal government already for the rights that do exist. And so thus we have to play a game of juggling what is allowed and what is not allowed. But we have to leave room in our rights for us to also be protected. Because yes, as much as those rights should not be eroded, I don't think that we have the reasonable expectation of privacy that people seem to think that we do. And so I think we have to be realistic in how we see the world. Part of it is, yes, I do want to have privacy, but at the same time, I want the federal government to catch people who are intending violence of some kind on a mass scale. And so I have to be willing to say, okay, what am I okay with them seeing in order to make sure that protection is granted? I think the Fourth Amendment was written in a time when we didn't have internet, right? We didn't have all these instantaneous communication devices and things like that. And so I think that we are evolving with time. And yes, there's going to be encroachments and there's going to be pullbacks, and there's going to be encroachments and there's going to be pullbacks. I don't know where that line is yet when it comes to information sent into digital space. So I agree with EOD when it comes to your household, your property, your your space being off limits without a warranted search and seizure order of some kind. I don't know that it's the same when it comes to information being sent out from you to others.
Well, the problem with that is twofold. You almost self-identified the very issue with what you're advocating for, without realizing it. Okay, the world that we live in, it is becoming less and less private. That is part of the problem. And instead of having our government participate in that and make it worse, our government should be taking steps, as the EU does, to ensure, like there's an Internet Bill of Rights in the EU, and things that companies can and cannot do with your information on the internet. We need something very similar. And I don't think what the EU has done is robust enough, to be frank, but it's a step in the right direction. And instead, what's our government doing? Our government is saying, oh no, the government just needs to be able to collect all your data just like Facebook does. We want some of that. Let us in there. And at the end of the day, it results in a minuscule return on a huge swath of people having their rights violated as a result. And okay, so you're talking about, like, okay, back in revolutionary times, or at the founding of the country back in the Wild West days, okay, we had a completely different perspective of what our personal data or our personal belongings were, right? And like I say, this goes into the package analogy, which you said was completely disanalogous, and yet it is in fact exactly analogous. When you send stuff across the internet, we call it a packet. It's literally a little a little digital box filled with information that you sent out. So the same rules should apply, because from a logical perspective, it is a very similar thing. But even more of your life is here inside of this device than was in your home back in the the 1800s. Okay, I had a box filled with gold bullion buried in the backyard back in the 1800s. Today I have a bank which I access through my phone, and all of my bank records are accessible. If you can tap into this phone, you can see everything I've ever spent money on. Potentially. Okay. And it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper the more you get into it. And now we're talking about private communiques between individuals that have no business in the hands of any type of government oversight whatsoever at all, for people who are not suspected of any kind of criminal activity whatsoever at all, being scrutinized, looked over, and collected and compiled by government agencies. This is Orwellian, Gestapo, fucking Stalinistic shit. I don't want to see our government do it. And again, it does not actually solve the problems that you're saying that it does. That is it's just demonstrably false. The fact that warrantless surveillance has actually produced so few results, the most that you can even point out is 50 in the past 20 years. That's maybe 2 a year. Whereas you think there's only 2 terror plots against the United States a year? I don't think so. I think it's a lot more than that. Some of them don't succeed for whatever reason, but the few that do because of investigation, like, okay, great, that's wonderful. But is it worth what you're losing in the long run, which is having the principles of the Bill of Rights actually enforced and upheld in the way that the United States government conducts itself? That is more important in my mind than the NSA collecting 90% of data that it collects as being completely worthless to its investigations. We don't need to be wasting those resources. We don't need the government having that capability. It's too ripe for failure, overreach, and abuse. It's a bad idea all around. So.
Alrighty. And then, so my question for EOD's side, so kind of like what Abe was mentioning here, with in modern age, with like terrorism being able to be done through cyber attacks, and like it's able to operate within these shadows of the internet, would surveillance without the warrants be a necessary evolution with this evolution of terrorism, rather than a violation of rights? Or do you not see that we need to there isn't a need for the evolution to match the terrorism?
Well, there has been an evolution. Part of what Abe was talking about is the judicial restrictions that have been placed on these, on the Patriot Act program in particular, from the USA Freedom Act. Which, again, the way they word these things is so counterintuitive. It's exactly the opposite of what it actually says on the tin, But What that provides is the FISA courts, okay, which are the foreign. And I forget what it is, but it allows federal agencies to get a warrant in a matter of hours, okay, 2 to 3 hours, like tops, in order to get a warrant, in order to dig deeper into these people, and in order to find out what's going on. That is a huge turnaround compared to what it used to be. It would be like a week-long process. You send a letter into the court, and eventually some judge will look at it and sign off on it, or they'll request more information. Then you have to go back and forth and back and forth. The FISA court is designed to be an expedited process in order to accomplish exactly that. And what warrantless surveillance does is it allows these agencies to bypass that system altogether. And they're saying that they need that. They're saying that a couple of hours isn't enough. We need to be able to respond in seconds. I'm like, okay, so like you're saying, like I'm struggling to justify how, you know, someone who's been on a watch list for months, you suddenly need something that you can act on immediately right now without involving any kind of court or judicial overview at all. I think it's just a power grab, and I don't think it actually solves the problem that it's saying it does.
Did you have something for that, Abe?
No, I don't think so. I think I'll.
No problem.
I guess, okay. What I would say that I understand where he's coming from, but like we the people are the government, right? And if we are the government and the government's failing, then we are failing. It is our responsibility as the American people to make, shepherd, and contribute to the system in a fashion that creates the government we want to see and it act the way that we want. So like this surveillance and this, all of these things, if you had a moral government that believed and acted as you wished it to, these things, then what? Would you be more likely to grant them? If you knew that the government stood for everything you stand for and was the moral agent that you yourself are as a person of the United States, would it not be in the best interest of you and the government to then have access to the information needed?
Okay, so the information needed is different than what's being collected. So that's my main problem with that. But I mean, of course, you want the government, you want the federal law enforcement agencies is really who we're talking about. We're not talking about Congress. Congress isn't going out there doing counter global terrorism shit. You want the federal law enforcement agencies to be able to get the information that they need before they move in and try to arrest somebody. And instead, you're saying that without any warrant, without any judicial review, they can just rotoscope everybody's fucking phone. And I don't think they need that. I really don't. I think that's unnecessary. I think targeted surveillance, I think targeted warrants, and targeting our resources at people we know are parts of these terror cells or are associated with these terror cells, instead of anybody who just happens to be in a coffee shop where one of them is going to be more effective at the end of the day. So you're saying just scoop up all the information, and then somehow that's going to make the investigators more effective at their jobs. The opposite is proven to be true. Investigators are overwhelmed by a gross amount of data that's irrelevant to their investigations, and this stops them from effectively pursuing and prosecuting the people that they need to be going after.
But to be fair, I never made the claim that we need mass scraping. We just need the ability, when we know something may be coming, to surveil that thing.
Well, again, one of the things that I conceded was that this does not necessarily apply to foreign nationals or people who are not citizens of the United States. I think the Fourth Amendment should only apply to the way the federal government deals with its own citizens. So if you're talking about foreign terrorists in a foreign country, that's a different thing.
Well, that would still be warrantless surveillance of...
That's correct.
Of people.
But not of all of the people in the United States. Again, I've listed the myriad of things that I'm against, and all of this has to do with warrantlessly surveilling American citizens, which is not what we need to be doing. So,
wouldn't you agree some form of warrantless surveillance has to happen?
Not necessarily. I think we can still arrest those people with FISA warrants, which is what the FISA court was designed to do. Again, foreign actors, foreign intelligence, safety administration, something like, what the fuck does FISA stand for? I don't even remember. It's something foreign. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what those courts were designed to do. Was to provide warrants, okay, for surveilling foreign agents. Yeah. So it's not warrantless surveillance. The warrantless surveillance is when the NSA starts getting encrypted backdoors into our iPhones and collecting everybody's data. That's not what I want.
All right. So like this kind of it's kind of related to the first question there. Because like with the like imminent threats being able to like emerge and vanish within minutes because of the way the internet works. Can the bureaucracy of warrants be justified at times of national lives being on the line?
Mm.
So like if we're just sticking to like in the like there's national lives on the line, any like situation you could kind of think of like and where like the warrant taking hours could cost lives if the cyber attack is about to unfold, say. Do you think the the bureaucracy of warrants is still justified in that moment?
I think in that moment you have gone beyond the point where surveillance is going to accomplish anything, honestly. At that point, if you know something is about to happen, then you need to make an apprehension. You need to set up security checkpoints. You need to set up whatever you need to do in order to secure whatever, whatever's going to be attacked, which I think we do. And that doesn't speak neither here nor there towards the question of warrantless surveillance. Again, the whole premise of where the issue lies is in the NSA dragnetting all of Americans' personal data on the internet. This is not cool. That's the main thing. That's a problem. If the NSA or the CIA or the FBI are vehemently aware of an attack that's about to happen and they know who's gonna do it, or they at least know where it's gonna happen, then there's absolutely nothing unreasonable about them taking measures to attempt to prevent that. That's exactly within the purview of their charter. But that I mean, at that point, if you're moments away, I don't think looking at somebody's Facebook page is going to help you any. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Do you have something for that, Abe?
I could kind of
Oh,
disagree
your
with
robot and
Yeah. That fucking microphone, dude.
I could kind of disagree with that statement. The reason that I say that is, if your warrant's going to take 2 hours, even through FISA, to acquire, and surveillance would allow you to know the movements of the people that you need to stop, then you say you have 10 minutes and it's going to take 2 hours to get the information. You have to go gather that intel without a warrant in order to even know what the movements of the people enacting the terrorist act are. And so that would still be within the purview of a surveillance activity to gather that intelligence and then make the arrest or make the snatch or stop the bomb or whatever it is. And all of those things would still fall under the purview of some surveillance-based organization. And you don't have the time, and you know that the timeline is too short for you to acquire a warrant. I would rather that they stop that, especially if we're talking large numbers of lives lost. So,
Alrighty. All right. So those are my questions, and now we're gonna get into the Q&A from the chat here. So first we'll start. We only got a few super chats in here, so we'll start with these. We got
Get your super chats in, fuckers. Yeah.
Yeah, get those super chats in. We got a new member from Inward. Thank you very much, Inward. Funny name.
It is a funny name.
5 pounds comes in from Shazzy Bear. Hey, Speakeasy, Alicia, mods, and chat. Just listening. We'll see you a few hours. Much love, all. Have a great debate. Thank you very much, Shazzy.
Cheers.
Kokomo sends in 10 Australian dollars just to say nothing. Thank you very much. For
It's funny money anyway. That doesn't count. No, I'm just kidding.
And then another 10 of the funny money came in, says, would either of you be in favor of enacting something like in the movie The Minority Report? Catch people before they offend.
No.
Yeah, absolutely not.
No.
Why not? I mean, that's exactly what fucking warrantless surveillance is for, right? That's supposed to be precog.
No.
That's the first step towards it. Let's just gather everybody's data and then we'll find the criminal.
No. If you think about this more on the level of something like reconnaissance, you are to gather intelligence ahead of time so that you know what the enemy movement is, what the
Sure, Abe.
bad actor is going to do ahead of time.
Not
so that you can go take them out ahead of time.
Then let's relate this to a military intelligence. Okay, are we conducting military surveillance? At every single country all over the world, or are we focused on places where we think there might be a threat? Right? We're focused on places where there might be a threat, right?
Yeah.
Where there's like a warrant to go and surveil those places, right? Otherwise, the military is not going to waste the resources on it. So we just need to apply that rule to federal law enforcement agencies. That's all I'm saying.
If you already know there's an area of contention, then it is in your best interest to be watching everything in that purview.
So you're saying the military should be surveilling every single country in the world.
I didn't say that. I'm saying if you're in the Middle East and you're in a specific country in the Middle East, then yes, you should be watching all the affairs of the country that you're intertwined with. Just like if you know a certain organization has threats against the U.S., you should be tracking and paying attention to everyone associated with that organization. The same should be true, and we would function that way. That's not the same as a warranted program. That would be me watching all of the things that have to do with that thing intensely to make sure nothing ill comes from it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if
the equivalent would be okay. The equivalent would be like if we were interested in stopping radical Muslim terrorism, and we started surveilling with our military assets and our spy planes and all of our intelligence operators on the ground. We started deploying them into every single Muslim country in the world, including Turkey, which is a NATO ally. Right? That doesn't make sense, does it?
EOD, if there was 500 people in the U.S. and they were sworn Al-Qaeda and they had prior communications with Al-Qaeda, but you could not get a warrant to look into them further.
Why couldn't you get a warrant if you know that they're Al-Qaeda? Why wouldn't you be able to get a warrant? You see what I'm saying? There's missing pieces there that need to be secured by law enforcement in order to make that work. Otherwise, okay, again with Turkey, okay, the military would need a good reason. The military would need a good reason to investigate or try to send SR-71s over Turkey in order to surveil their air bases because they're an ally. They're supposed to be like on the up and up and all groovy. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to be wasting resources flying over an ally and trying to surveil their air bases. You see what I'm saying? But when it comes to somebody like Saudi Arabia, like, sure, okay, there's a warrant, there's a cause, a reason to actually observe that country, or at least before the second Gulf War. But
but what you're basically saying is if somebody's clever enough to get away with evil, then we shouldn't do anything.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm telling you that there should be a reason that we're surveilling them in the first place. That's all the warrant is designed to accomplish.
No,
and the fact
different than a reason.
The fact that you're saying that we should be allowing federal agencies to surveil people without a warrant means that they don't need a reason at all.
You could have reasonable suspicion and not be able to obtain a warrant because you don't have enough evidence for the warrant to be pulled, but you could have completely reasonable suspicion that something is coming from that. And that is where the rub is. Because
people have been detained for reasonable suspicion all the time. So, I mean, again, like, especially these instances that you're talking about, like the Pulse nightclub or Fort Bragg.
How do you track down the person?
What?
How do you know where that person is? How do you track that person down to detain them? How do you know where they're doing? How do you, like, you're like disconnecting it as if it's like 2 points on a data sheet and somehow they're intrinsically linked. But there is definitely a way where what you're saying is impossible. We can't even go detain that person because we don't have the intel on where that person is or what that person's doing, but we know something's happening. Like, you have intrinsically linked.
Yeah, but if we know that it's happening, then there's no reason the warrant shouldn't be granted. Do you understand? That's the disconnect. If we know something's going to happen, but we can't get the warrant, then why couldn't we get the warrant? Is it just because of a nefarious judge?
You don't. If you don't have enough evidence, you don't get a warrant.
Yes, that's true. That's all I'm saying is I just want the evidence to be presented and the warrant to be obtained. Like,
so clever people who don't leave evidence to get a warrant against them should get away with their crimes, is what you're saying. So long as you're clever enough to not leave enough evidence to get a warrant against you, you should be able to get away with whatever you want.
it's not possible for you to not leave evidence, but yes, ultimately at the end of the day, liberty comes at a cost. Okay, rights come with responsibilities. What can I tell you? There's a give and a take. What you're describing isn't some genocidal event or some grand humanity-saving thing that actually occurred. You said that there's 50 plots in 25 years that they were able to stop with this warrantless surveillance, and yet they violated millions of Americans' lives, millions of Americans' rights in order to accomplish that small little penance of a return on an investment.
It wasn't in 25 years. It wasn't in 25 years. The report says in 2014.
Why is that even important?
Deemed.
I'm sorry.
You're saying like 2 a year. If it was all in 1 year, then you'd have a bigger issue, wouldn't you?
What was the time frame?
It was 50.
I'm pretty sure it was. You did say it was 21 years during the debate.
No. In 2014 report, 54 plus plots disrupted. In 2014, 54.
No, the report is from 2014.
13 in the U.S. homeland, and 90% relied on 702 and 215 metadata. The 2015 San Bernardino attack missed because Apple encryption blocked access.
Okay, here, I have exactly what you're citing right here. Okay, it says Section 702 collections, Prism and Upstream, have been credited with thwarting over 50 terrorist plots since 2008. Okay, so you're right. It wasn't 21 years. It was 18.
No, the report was made in 2014. So if it's between 2008 and 2014, then you're literally talking about 52 attacks in 6 years. So 52
This says terrorist plots since 2008, according to reports declassified in 2017. So all of that is over 10 years. It's 50 in 10 years, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're talking about a small penance at the behest of removing and ignoring the Fourth Amendment right of millions of Americans in order to accomplish it. You're sacrificing, the forest to save one tree. It's completely counterintuitive to what the United States should stand for. And you have no numbers or no idea of what those terrorist plots even entailed. It could have been exactly what the Night Pulse club shooting was. It was a lover's quarrel. None of that shit actually comes out in the wash. At the end of the day, all you're saying is like, look at all the good stuff we did. We stopped 50 terror plots at the loss of millions of people's rights.
National security.
The math doesn't math, brother. The math doesn't math.
And a national security event is not like a couple people. Generally speaking, that's a national security risk, which means the entire country.
But you listed the Pulse nightclub as a national security risk. Yes?
No, I listed it as something that could have been stopped had they gained access.
Oh, okay. So then that's a disanalogous example to the prompt then. I see.
No, I just had a list in our after, because obviously that wasn't even in my initial stuff. The point was that on many occasions we had prior knowledge that something was happening with this person. There is a cutoff when a warrant wasn't obtained, and then an event happens after the fact. We find out the data later that we could have stopped it had we had the data, and it's like, okay, cool. We just allow these things to happen, even though this person's known, even though they're on a watch list, even though we know there's something going on with them.
Again, that's a failure of the law enforcement to produce that evidence prior to obtaining the warrant. That's not a failure of the fact that the warrant exists. You don't get rid of the warrant because law enforcement can't appropriately investigate somebody that they expect to be capable or in progress of doing a fucking crime.
Right. So detective work without technology is the way we should move forward.
Did I say, is that what you heard me say? Did I just fucking say, am I talking to a wall right now? What I'm trying to tell you is that the investigatory processes that have been executed against these people were insufficient. And it's perfectly feasible that they could have found this evidence that they weren't able to find in order to, serve the warrant. The fact that the warrant exists, that threshold exists, is not the problem. The problem is the inability of the police force to get there. Okay?
All right, so let's go on to this next.
We need
one.
better police, not less warrants. I don't.
We got Wrath of Reason comes in for $5. Thank you very much. Abe sure did not have this much trust in his government on Friday. Just kidding. Great job, guys.
Cheers, Wrath of Reason.
Thank you very much, Wrath of Reason. And that's it for Super Chat. So we're going to move over here to the Q&A. The first one that came in for the Q&A was Fredo Fonzarelli says, was Snowden justified in his actions? Why or why not?
Absolutely, he was. He's one of the few whistleblowers who expose the NSA for their PRISM program and the mass surveillance shit that they've been doing with Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, and several others. It's the sole reason that the USA Freedom Act even came to be, where we started to roll back a little bit of what was going on with the Patriot Act. But ultimately, all that accomplished was Congress blowing a bunch of smoke up your ass so they could continue to mass surveil the American people without warrant. So it unfortunately fell on deaf ears, but what Snowden did needed to happen, and it's an important first step, and we need more people to come out from the NSA and from the CIA in order to spread this wide open and show how these government agencies are absolutely overreaching and overstepping their mandates and their charters.
So we shouldn't utilize the protections for whistleblowers. We should have them all jump outside of the system.
I don't know where you heard that come out of my mouth, but I mean, if you're just gonna sit here and straw man me all night, I guess that's what we're gonna do. So
I'm asking because he went outside of the lanes of whistleblower protection programs and gave the information straight to the people rather than going through the whistleblower programs to highlight these issues. If you jump outside of the system and you break the law to do it, in order to get the information to the people rather than take the legal routes that have been established prior, then is that right or wrong?
Who's to say what would have happened if he had followed those routes in the first place? Perhaps he knows more about what happens within those routes in order to protect whistleblowers than you or I do, and perhaps he thought that the information would have never gotten out if he did do it that way. And perhaps by that reasoning, he determined that it was absolutely necessary in order to avoid that pathway.
Wasn't he a data analyst contractor for a government program?
I'm not sure. But I know that we need more whistleblowers and more light on the subject rather than less. So if stepping outside the boundaries of what a whistleblower, normally would go through is what we need to do in order to accomplish that, then I reckon it is justified.
Viva la revolution.
All right. Our next one comes in from the original vintage, says, EOD, are you a sovereign citizen?
No.
No? And next one actually comes in from the original vintage as well. How do you get evidence without the surveillance?
How do you get on a watch list without the surveillance in the first place? How do you find yourself in a position where you want to request a warrant in order to surveil somebody?
That was a great obfuscation because you didn't answer their question. You just asked more questions about the system itself.
Yeah, well, I mean, people end up on watch lists. How does that happen? Do you care to answer, Abe?
They made public statements of some kind that was threatening in some manner to other people or the government itself.
Sure. Or they were witnessed to be somewhere in proximity to someone who is known to be associated with a crime, or they presented some sort of evidence in a public space where it's obvious that they're involved in some sort of terroristic plot. So this is how you gather evidence on people without, a warrant to surveil them. So there you go.
That's called surveillance.
Oh, is it? Okay. I figured that's what you were going for. So I just wanted to point that out, that prior to obtaining the FISA warrant, a certain amount of surveillance does occur. Yeah.
Oh, unwarranted surveillance?
Mm-hmm.
What? They didn't even have a warrant to do that surveillance?
That's correct. And again, I've repeated this time and ad nauseum throughout this entire debate. Okay? Throughout this entire debate, the problem is whipping out the dragnet and pulling in all of the social media data from every American in the world. That's the problem that I have. Okay, so again, you're going to continue to straw man and redefine my argument because you think it's easier to defend against. But at the end of the day, what I have been saying is that FISA courts, FISA warrants, and judicial review and a warranted scoped investigation is a lot more effective than the big dragnets.
What did our prompt say again?
Speakeasy. Can we move on?
Yes. Next question is your position that it comes in from Original Vintage as well. Original Vintage went on fire 3 in a row here. Is your position that surveillance as a tool that you perceive is a infringement of liberty shouldn't be used to potentially save innocent lives?
Is surveillance a tool that can be used to save lives? Is warrantless surveillance? I don't think warrantless surveillance is a tool that can be used to save lives. Again, let me reiterate this for the millionth fucking time. When I talk about warrantless surveillance, I'm talking about the big dragnet, the NSA and CIA and FBI pull in all of people's personal information in order to try and sift through and eventually find a crime. That's what I'm talking about. So.
Alrighty. Next one comes in from Bin Talk. Says, is privacy important? If so, what would limit officers? If so, what would limit officers invading your privacy? Are warrants effective for this? If so, and how? So I think this might be to Abe. So I think it starts with is privacy important? And then if so, what would limit officers invading your privacy?
So I would say absolutely privacy is important. And obviously, like we said before, the Fourth Amendment does protect you from unreasonable searches and seizures. So on your person, in your home, on your property, those kinds of things where we're talking about, like a police officer, he doesn't have the right to just go through your stuff without reasonable suspicion. He doesn't have
you mean like how the NSA does all the time with the dragnet?
He doesn't. But when it comes to greater things, when we're talking about things like national security, we will see our government toe the line of acceptability to protect the people. We see it in wartime. We see it all kinds of ways. And I'm not saying that they should just stomp out your rights, but I am saying that with a police officer, there's a difference when it's compared to the whole of the federal government protecting itself and the citizenry.
All right. Next one bumped up here with a $2 super chat. Social media is supposed to be private. Good joke.
I mean, okay, so here. First of all, one of the reasons that I stopped using Facebook, okay, back in, it was probably 2016, was Mark Zuckerberg came out and said, we own all of your data. We own every bit of it. You post it to Facebook, we own it. We're going to do whatever the fuck we want with it. It's ours when you post it to our servers. And so I immediately stopped using fucking Facebook. When I went to other platforms that run themselves in other ways, it's a much different philosophy. You don't have to have the philosophy that I'm going to sell all of your data, this, that, and the other thing. I think the government, again, I reiterated this during the debate. I'll do it again. The government should be taking steps to protect your privacy, not not to participate in the gross violation of it. We've seen the government time and time again absolutely waylay people's rights. ATF bursting down people's doors at 4 o'clock in the morning, conducting a no-knock warrant, a no-knock raid on somebody and killing their dog and shooting them in the face before they have a chance to actually get into court, simply because of the way that the government completely oversteps its bounds time and time and time and again. All of the time this happens. And these measly little protections that the government has tried to put on the NSA and the CIA and the data collection that's going on are completely ineffectual, and they result in very little return on investment for the sake of violating millions of people's rights. It's insane. So social media is supposed to be private. Yes, it is. It should be. You should own your data, not some fucking company, not some fucking data broker. The government should be taking steps to ensure that, rather than giving you reasons why you should just give up and say, nope, there's no such thing anymore. Just post your bank records on the town bulletin board. Fuck it.
Wait. I have a couple of questions actually for you on that, because do you believe that you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a public sphere?
Depends on what you mean by privacy. Should my bank records be public? No. Should my personal messages be public? No.
Did you willingly share the information that you've placed on social media?
Not necessarily. I'm talking about like my personal messages, my direct messages. For instance, my DMs to you should not be public. Yes. If I post it publicly, that's a different thing.
Okay.
Right? But what we're talking about when we talk about warrantless surveillance is everything you've ever said, DMs, public or otherwise. That's the problem. That's a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights.
That's such a weird one.
Even to your own examples. Okay, like in the Pulse nightclub or the other thing, it would have taken looking at direct messages or private information in order to actually fucking see any of that shit, right?
Possibly.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, where's the line is what I'm saying, I guess. Because if you send out messages that flat out say you're going to take lives, if there's any method of interception for that, shouldn't that happen?
If it's public,
say, I'm gonna go
if it's public, there's already ways for the law enforcement to get involved. If you're going to threaten the president, for instance, in public, law enforcement do get involved. If you're going to threaten somebody's life with an actionable threat, law enforcement do get involved. There's nothing stopping that from happening right now. And I'm not advocating that it should be stopped. But when it comes to, again, dragnetting all of the American people's information, that's where I draw the line. They should be targeted, warranted investigations. It shouldn't be dragnet. Everybody's shit just gets gobbled up because the government can't.
Okay, but if you could foil an assassination plot that only was transpired through, say, private messages, and nothing was ever reported, and there's no access to that stuff, we should let that continue. Like, I don't, like, if the company knows that these messages are being sent, or has some way of knowing that these messages have been sent, shouldn't there be some reasonable expectation that those companies would stop something like that from happening? Or
sure. Investigators should go to a court and get a warrant, and then they can subpoena those messages in order to figure that out.
They need those messages.
What do you mean? How do they know? How do you know? How does anybody know?
I'm saying, if messages are sent between two individuals and they're plotting the taking of a life, is there some expectation that the company that hosted that conversation in some way, shape, or form should produce that evidence to police so that that does not happen, rather than just let it go forth, even if the company had access to that information?
So
because
access,
no bones about it. All things that you communicate through, they know what you're communicating at all times. And if that is the case,
access and awareness are two different things. Okay, by access, you're suggesting that companies should just turn over all of their records and all of their information to the federal government.
I said with a particular plot, if somebody was plotting something in private messages and the company knew that thing, do they have is there an expectation that that company notifies law enforcement of some kind?
If they're aware that a crime is about to be committed, then yes, they should report it.
Alrighty. Our next one comes in.
That doesn't warrant warrantless surveillance, though. I mean, this is not related to the fucking prompt.
Next one comes in from a random person. Says, "What are your thoughts on the Patriot Act for either of you to answer?"
It's terrible. It's the worst infringement of my rights in the history of my life. It needs to be repealed utterly, and most of it has been, but not most of it. A little bit of it has been. We've taken some steps in the correct direction. We need to take more. And all I'm insinuating is that the government should have to have a reason to surveil you instead of surveilling people willy-nilly without reason and completely throwing the Fourth Amendment out of the goddamn bus. So.
I actually mostly agree with EOD on that statement, actually.
All right. Geo comes in for $5, bumps himself up, says, "Great debate on both fronts. Shout out to the team."
Cheers.
Shout out to you as well, Geo. Thank you for the super chat. We got another one comes in from Original Vintage. Says, "Do you know the Fourth Amendment is protection against unreasonable searches and seizures without probable cause? A tool can be used to get probable cause to stop a terror attack. What's unreasonable in that?"
It's unreasonable because, again, I've laid this out several times already. I'll go over it again. Too many aspects of our lives are tied up into this phone. And casting a dragnet in order to gather everybody's personal data off of these devices is a gross invasion of privacy. My bank records are here. My private messages are here. All of my communiques are here. The games that I play, every location I've been in the past year is readily available right off of this device. We give the government a backdoor into that device as a gross violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. And that's exactly what I've been advocating against since the debate started. A warranted, okay, it is unreasonable for the government to investigate, every aspect of my digital online self for no reason whatsoever other than the fact that I'm an American with a cell phone. They need more of a reason than that in order to do that. That's exactly what the Fourth Amendment is designed to protect. So.
All right. Next one, also from Original Vintage, says, if there's no expectation of privacy in public. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Is there no expectation of privacy in public? And if so, what's your argument against the surveillance?
Okay. I feel like we're getting a lot of repeat questions here, but
Yeah. I mean, you can just say I answered it already if you like.
I'll try. Okay. There is a reasonable expectation of privacy. Again, my genitalia remains private. My private communiques to my friends and my family remain private. My bank records remain private when I'm in public. All of those things should remain private when I'm on the internet too. Okay, that's what I'm saying, I guess. Does that make sense? I hope that answers this question.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it does. Random person. Last one comes in. Those who trade liberty for safety deserve neither safety or liberty.
Ben Franklin, absolutely. 100%.
Anything for that, Abe?
I agree mostly with the statement. I think that there's nuance in it, to be fair, but yeah. It would come down to like individual persons and not like the whole of society type thing. Like obviously we shouldn't all be trading liberty for, I don't know. It's a weird one. I'd have to like really go down rabbit holes for it, I think. I think there are times when liberty is overrated in comparison to, say, like the security of your own family or something, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, there's 30 seconds left. Kyle Rollheiser put into the Q&A real quick. Canada sucks.
He's just fucking with you.
Fair enough. You're not wrong. But that right there, I think, is a good place for us to wrap up the Q&A portion of the debate. Okay. So chat. First off, I want to say huge thank you to everyone who sent in questions and everyone who showed support through super chats. Every bit of that support helps keep this going, helps me bring you the debates, makes it possible, right? And a big respect to both of our debaters tonight for stepping up into the arena. Like I always say, whether you agreed or disagreed, it takes a lot to come up here and test your ideas in front of the live audience. So make sure you guys go to both the debaters in the description of the live and sub up to both of them. Give them some love for coming and giving you guys a show tonight. So are you guys both staying for the after panel?
Yeah, might as well.
I'll stay for a little bit.
Okay, so both the debaters are going to stay for the open panel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll the debate outro. It runs about 3 minutes. That'll give the debaters time to use the washroom, myself as well. And then we're going to open up the Chaos and Chill panel. And during the outro, I'll drop the link in the chat. So anyone who wants to come up, you can just hit the link to come up. Just a heads up, if you're joining the panel for drama, trolling, spurging over everyone, you're just going to get booted, all right? So, like, if you come up doing that shit, don't be mad when you get booted, all right? Just keep it real, all right? Let's keep the energy on the ideas, not fucking nonsense.
Before we break, I want to...
enjoying...
I want to say thanks. I said before we break, I want to say thanks, Abe. It was a good debate. Cheers.
Thank you. It was fun. It's always fun debating with you.
It was a great debate. And if you're enjoying this debate and everything you've seen tonight, make sure you subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well. All right? Don't miss debates just like this one. We're going to be doing them every week here on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. So stick around. Once the outro goes down, the chaos and chill begins. And again, thank you all for joining the Swords of Reason tonight. And with that, I'll see you all in just a few minutes.
Right up. I always feel like it's like right at the end where I fuck up with Abe, but that's okay. I do gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Achilles says he's gonna go check on Rob. That's cool, man. Yeah, there's probably a whole lot more people in there than there are in here, so.
Into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through life with skill, precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thoughts crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll plead my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Oh, I gotta move that VS out of there. Alrighty.
Well, I obviously crushed Abe. I think everybody agrees. If you put a poll in chat right now, we're going to see.
Well, I am actually about to put a poll in chat.
We'll see. Oh, shit.
And Wrath of Reason, welcome up.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good to see you again, Abe. How's it going, man?
So what do you think the debate? What side you on? You have any questions?
I don't know about questions, but just something that I realized throughout the whole debate. So we were looking at the statistics of the failure of those wars trying to go through to the government, right? If you're looking at a 90% fail rate, is that not the point you try to look at? Maybe there's something wrong with the system of trying to obtain that warrant. Because if you're trying to create a warrant off digital, anything off a digital world, off of warrants that may put into procedure before digital world exists, it would be almost impossible to get those warrants.
I mean,
So maybe
when
it's
you
a discourse in the system.
when you say a 90% fail rate, what are you talking about?
That was remember you said that they had a 90% fail rate.
I said that. What I said was that 90% of the data that they collected was irrelevant to their investigations. That's the problem. They're wasting time, money, and resources on collecting data where 90% of it is completely useless to them. There's no reason to do that. It does not help them stop terrorism. All it does is erode our rights. That was my argument.
But what's justifying those as irrelevant, right? Like, so if you have a small hint that somebody's, let's keep this within the U.S., is going to take a truck, they're going to drive it, it's going to go boom and kill a lot of people.
That would be relevant.
So,
that would be part of the 10% where something actually got picked up and like, oh, this is relevant. The irrelevant stuff is, hey, mom, I'm coming over for dinner later, or you know, what do you want from the store at the end of the day, or our bank transaction that has nothing to do with terrorism or crime in any way whatsoever. That's what I mean when I say it's irrelevant.
Okay, I get you. But now, what if there was a way they could, like, so what I'm saying is I think it just needs to be a more nullified and more strict system to where they don't pull from everybody's database, but if they get a hit like that, they can pull it out of certain resources. Like, let's say Discord's been a big one for a lot of terrorist attacks lately. They can pull those Discord messages if they have reasonable suspicion.
Mhm.
Just to pull that one of those certain people and not to pull everybody's information.
I'd be open to a discussion about what it takes to actually obtain a warrant, but the warrant is there for a fucking reason, and law enforcement needs to respect it at a federal level, at a local level, at a state level, all the way through. So.
Oh, absolutely. But I just think it's kind of an outdated system at the same time, so it has to be integrated with the evolution of the internet too, right?
I mean, I can't imagine that it's not. Okay, I can't imagine that it's not. I brought up FISA a few times, probably in an erroneous manner, and Abe was kind enough not to call me on it. But FISA only applies to incidents of foreign terror. When you're talking about something like domestic violence or somebody threatening somebody's life, yeah, there probably should be a little bit more of an expedited process in order to get through that. I don't know what else to say other than that, but the warrant is there for a reason. We need to have the warrant. If we need to think about what it takes to get a warrant, that's a different discussion in my mind. But
yeah, that's kind of what I was hitting at. Maybe there's a disconnect in the way to obtain a warrant through the online world to stop these terrorist attacks.
But again, like I was saying, I can't imagine that they haven't done that. That hasn't been revised in the federal DOJ and in local law enforcement as well. And like I say, one of the things that's been coming up through the Trump administration just recently reaffirmed this was the Cloud Act. And the Cloud Act allows federal agencies to just purchase fucking widespread user data from data brokers. That shit's very alarming to me. That seems like an overreach. That seems like you're overstepping the Fourth Amendment rights. Right? You're not looking for a particular crime. You're just buying up as much data as you can that might include something that could possibly maybe be relevant to some case that you're investigating. And it might not. It might turn out to be a complete bust. You might waste millions of taxpayer dollars on this acquisition that yields zero fucking results.
Isn't that broken from your original reasoning? Like you said, they're collecting so much data they couldn't even go through it all. And now you're saying, why collect all this data? It just gives you too much power. So, like, if they can't even go through it all, then how's that?
I don't understand what your question is. What are you saying? Okay, so what I'm saying is that they shouldn't be collecting the data and that the Cloud Act enables them to collect the data. And that I think the Cloud Act is bad because of that.
Right, but earlier you said they collect all this extra data with wide scraping methods, they can't even go through it all.
During the Patriot Act, yes, they did. And the NSA analysts were overwhelmed by that data. And that actually proved counterintuitive to the goal. They were overwhelmed by too much erroneous data. The 90% that I was just talking about, 90% of that data turned out to be irrelevant to the investigations that they were trying to do. I'm not arguing for the Cloud Act. If I was arguing for the Cloud Act, that would be disjointed from my previous statement. But I'm being very logically consistent here. So, but what I'm saying is that they shouldn't be doing that at all. They shouldn't be doing the Cloud Act. They shouldn't have been doing the Patriot Act, where the NSA collected a bunch of erroneous data. And the USA Freedom Act does not actually give U.S. Americans freedom. It just perpetuates a lot of the shit that was wrong with the Patriot Act, while adding a couple of little, judicial oversights here or there. But it's not good enough. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not good enough. We need to continue down that path. And who's going to do it? I don't know. This is another thing I tried to bring up to you. It's like there's nefarious actors in the government that aren't necessarily elected politicians, and that are, people who get appointed or get elected again and again and again and again and never seem to get unelected, like Mitch McConnell or Nancy Pelosi, right? And these people seem to overview and oversee a lot of these erroneous shits that come out of the federal government, and somehow, they act like they're doing something to correct the issue, and then we find out a year, 2 years later that, oh, well, actually, as it turns out, the same shit's still going on. It's just they named it something else. Do
you think that's a problem of government, or do you think that's a problem of people?
I think it's a problem of government. I think it's a problem of establishment government and cronies being embedded in office and being unable to be voted out. I think that's a root of a lot of this. Another thing is there's this intelligence class, right, of appointed people in the shadows that nobody ever fucking hears about. You hear about Christopher Wray. You don't hear about the fucking, myriad of lieutenants that work for Christopher Wray under the FBI or under the NSA or under the CIA, right? Who the fuck are all those people? We have no idea. They could have been there for fucking 50 years, like J. Edgar Hoover. Hey, J. Edgar Hoover was director of the FBI for 50 fucking years until he died.
And what about all these like school pew-pewns going, yeah, they were on our list, but we didn't act.
Right.
Or we knew about this character or whatever.
My question is where is the disconnect between the law enforcement and the judge trying to grant the warrant? The way that you draw that is not by violating every American's Fourth Amendment rights. There's either a way to get the judge closer or to get the law enforcement closer, or maybe both of them give a little bit, and then eventually you get the result that you want. But taking away the Fourth Amendment right of the American people is not the correct answer.
And I was never arguing for a complete scraping specifically for those individuals, only that we should have tailored a more aggressive approach to those individuals specifically, because there is so many cases where this person is known and documented and like information and reports on them and all these things. And then you go and you look and it's like, oh, it's cut off because there's not enough to do any further. So the investigation's cut off completely. And then a week or two later, there's an attack by that person. It's like, there is a ton of them, like a ton.
Well, that's kind of where I was saying. I think there's a disconnect into that warrant system, right? So if you have even a reasonable bit of suspicion that somebody's going to go do a pew-pew, you should now instantly have that warrant to search their logs. Just those people, not everybody's, but just those people's. That's where I think there's a little disconnect there in the warrant system. Perhaps.
Like I said, I'd be open to a discussion about ways to do warrants better, but warrants are an important protection for the American people, and they should exist and they should be sought, and they should limit, the scope of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unlike what happened with the Patriot Act. With the Patriot Act, they were just getting carte blanche, just grab whatever, dragnet all of it. And it produced absolutely zero results within, over the 12 years that it was how they operated. So that was a complete waste of fucking time for no reason other than to violate people's rights and to give the government more power than, they need, which they, surprise, surprise, refuse to give up. So.
Yeah.
First, I just want to say a big shout out to the Bowies. I think he's both put on a great show tonight. A round of applause for us both. But I think like the way this is kind of like the prompt is phrased, it's kind of like it's kind of open ended away where it's like initially you'd be like, yeah, no, like fuck them, force them to get the warrant on and stuff. But it's like in terms of probable cause, which where I thought I was going to go, like this aspect of like if there's any reasonable suspicion, which again is kind of ambiguous in that language, like if there's any evidence pointing you to a crime, then they're able to just straight up surveil you anyway. You know what I mean? So it's like when they when the law is written in such a way that you can like post hoc kind of justify whatever actions, then like that's a far bigger issue. But I think, like I said, he's both put on a great show in terms of like representing both sides in terms of like you got the main meat out of it as well. But like I said, like that's just kind of like one thing in terms of just like surveillance in general. It's kind of like a hot topic because sometimes it is required. Like there are nefarious characters that you need to keep an eye on because like they like it's like the meme where they're at the shop at the shops, they're at like a supermarket and they're at the till, and they basically give them a cucumber, then a packet of condoms, and then a tub of Vaseline, and then they watch for the cashier's reaction. And it's like, yeah, technically, like we're not saying you're doing nefarious stuff with that cucumber, but it's implied. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I think also within that prompt, there's the certain expectation that, yes, the government will find a reason to justify surveillance even without a warrant, because if it finds it justifiable and there is a reasonable explanation for why they are doing it or intend to do it, they will justify it in some way, shape, or form. So,
can I throw this question at both of you? Do you think that society would act more moral or better if everyone was being surveilled? Every single message you type is going to be seen by everybody, or can be seen by everyone.
Well,
everyone would act right.
we were actually surveilled like that for at least a period of a decade or decade and a half, like I was just saying with the Patriot Act, and everybody knew about it to one extent or another, but it didn't change a damn thing, Terry. It didn't change a fucking thing. I don't think it really would. To the point about the condom and the banana and the lubrication or whatever. I recall a very similar case to your hypothetical there that happened in Waco, Texas. I mean, do you remember this? They had secured a litany of big weapons, and the ATF and the FBI immediately assumed that they were involved in some sort of terrorist some sort of terrorist action or terrorist organization, and they ended up killing those people without giving them a day in court because David Koresh is a fucking dumbass. He probably should have just submitted to that, and he would have won. But he stood on principle, and he had every right to, and they killed him and his whole little commune for it. So that's pretty fucked up.
True.
This is why we put restrictions on the government in the first damn place, is so that shit like that doesn't happen. But I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being romantic and thinking that having these restrictions or trying to hold on to them is somehow going to save us from absolute tyranny. But they're there exactly for that purpose. So I guess that's the argument that I'm coming to make.
But like the counter I would say to that is like I'd point to Mexico, where like it's basically run by the cartels. And it's like if you do limit the government and kind of like take away any teeth that the government can possibly have, there are going to give rise to these more like mafioso kind of like boss types that will just kind of like inflict their will, and then you're kind of in the same problem where they have the monopoly on force and kind of situations like that,
Yeah, we're not Mexico yet, and there are creative tools that prosecutors can leverage within our judicial jurisprudence, right? For instance, RICO charges is how we got rid of the mob out of New York, or at least they're controlled now, and the FISA courts that I keep going back to. So there's definitely a way to leverage a more expedient warrant process in order to get whatever information is necessary to bring prosecution to these folks, or to try to prevent something terrible from happening. But I don't think the warrantless surveillance that we saw from the Patriot Act, or from what Edward Snowden was talking about, or from this USA Freedom Act is the way to do it. I really don't. I think that's a big misstep. So that's mainly what I was trying to get at. Like, I get that there's instances where like people are in the process of fucking doing something, but it's like, what it reminds me of is like Die Hard, or that one movie with Ben Affleck where like a vending machine at a sports stadium was filled with a nuclear bomb. It's shit like that.
The dirty. Yeah.
Like, okay, yes, maybe in those instances, an expedient warrant, like a FISA warrant, is warranted. But you're talking about somebody beating their wife or dealing drugs. It's like, well, wait a minute now. There's a lot of shit that you have to consider there in order to actually make sure that that's even worth looking into. And you have shit like the NYPD and the DEA, right, the Drug Enforcement Agency, leaning on these tools to do mass surveillance without warrants, and it's in my opinion, it's getting out of hand at that point.
Like even another example for like Tommy Robinson, for example, is like the British government like brought the terrorism charges too, where it's like you're forced, like you cannot remain silent. That's what it's like in Britain. You don't have the right to remain silent. As soon as they evoke the Terrorism Act, you have to start talking, and you have to unlock your phone and give them all access. But Tommy was like, no, I'm a journalist. I'm not going to give away my sources. And that was basically the government trying to get access to who's telling Tommy all this information, and they're basically trying to weaponize it that way. Like that, like again, like that to me is kind of, like I said, kind of like fair play in terms of like sticking by the position there. In terms of like to able, like how would you like what would be your way of going around it? Like, because essentially you're kind of saying we don't need warrants, just let them surveil. I mean, what's to stop like nefarious government actors like using that as a tool against them?
So partially what I'm saying is there are, I think, situations where it would be deemed necessary, right? Like when something reaches the level of a national security threat, you have to start pulling out some of the stops in order to stop mass casualty events of some kind. And I'm not saying that they should have carte blanche to do whatever, however, whenever. There has to be oversight. There has to be some level of, there's only certain deemed acceptable situations where this could be used, but they're going to surveil in one way or another, right? Like they don't need a warrant to go check all of your social media right now. So that's surveillance, and they could go and check everything you've said on any version of social media outside of maybe your direct messages or your private text messages, but they could go look through all your information, and that would still be surveillance. So I think that one, we need robust oversight. We need checks and balances in the oversight for these things. But there's definitely situations where I could envision not having access leading to mass casualty events in a method similar to, say, something like 9/11 or worse. And if we didn't allow access, then we'll just let that right on in, especially as time goes further forward, right? We see all these movements happening. We see tons of illegals coming in, including in those illegals, we see people from terrorist organizations from the Middle East also coming over the border at the same time. And if we don't have some way of managing technology-based communication where those things are being planned and plotted, then we just say, okay, well, we can't get a warrant because we don't even know, and we'll just let it all happen.
In those cases, FISA warrants are justified because those are foreign actors and foreign agents acting on behalf of a foreign organization or a foreign country, right? So,
but let's say we add to the warrant that it's like in certain circumstances, like let's say an expedited warrant, where it's like there's like we know for a fact it's going to mass casualties in like the next like X amount of hours, right? If we add that segment into the warrant, would you then be like, okay, yeah, like you'd be against justifying warrantless surveillance?
Well, okay, as like a natural point for me is I am not for warrantless everything. I'm not for that in the first place. What I'm saying is I could see some extraneous circumstances where I could see that it would be needed, basically, is what I'm saying. Because in most cases, I think absolutely a warrant is needed and justified.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, in terms of probable cause, it's like, you know, like there has to be some sort of evidence that you're pointing to that a crime is being committed. But if you're able to do the same thing, like where you can point towards, like, listen, that like we know that there's a bomb, whatever. We know that this guy knows the guy that set the bomb.
it's probably me, real deal, Phil McGill.
And it's like I say, 6 hours.
When my
6 hours. I mean, we need to do it. Like if we added that in terms of like a section into the warrants, would that then meet the criteria? At least not for you personally, but in terms of like your argumentation.
Yeah,
when
probably.
when my heater's on,
If there's no way
it picks
you're
up the
gonna
background really bad.
don't have, like, that's part of the example I use. Like, if you don't have sufficient evidence to garner a warrant in the first place, but this thing is more or less assured, and you can't prove it on paper in some way, shape, or form, there's no way to stop it from happening, even though you know it's coming. So there's got to be some way to overstep that and stop the event.
But how do you know it's coming?
Okay, say it's word of mouth even, or what I'm saying is there's not always evidence that something is going to happen that is sufficient to garner a warrant. And in those cases where there's a near assurance that something is coming and you do nothing, when you could have looked deeper, you could have accessed whatever communications were needed to stop that event, were just like I could see where that is mismanagement or a level of dereliction of duty by the government to protect its people. Because if they have some reasonable expectation that something is coming, but not enough evidence to garner a warrant, and you did nothing, and it does happen, then people die, and you did nothing to stop it. But if you looked deeper into it and find out it's not happening, and then you end the investigation and leave it where it is, then nothing happened in the first place, or in the last place, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
This,
I think I have a kind of a good example of this. So, let's say you're tracking somebody and you know that something's coming, something like a terrorist attack, something is coming. Now let's say 8 o'clock in the morning, they tweet out it's Judgment Day. Now, a judge is not going to see that as enough.
you don't know that. Again, this is what FISA warrants were created for. I think in a FISA court that would probably be viewed in a different light, right?
Yeah. Okay. 1 second, EOD. Trans Day of Revenge or whatever the fuck it was called. Trans Day of whatever the fuck it was called. You know what I mean, that thing pops out. Now again, like there was a lot of people who would have sworn blind. Like there's something going to go down. So in this, and again, like I'm leaving it open for both of you, Abe and thing. Sorry, Rathariza for hijacking it.
No problem.
But in that situation where they tweet out like this is Judgment Day, like all these like trans are going, this is Judgment Day, it's Trans Day of like whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, does that mean that like everybody loses their rights here, or what's going on? Like how do we handle that situation?
No, I would say that you have to be more aware and present at that point. Like at that point, there's some level of alertness that goes up. I don't know that you can be like, oh, now it's all of the people that identify this way. But the people that are posting it repeatedly and are calling for people to get into the streets, then maybe you need to watch those people a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them doing that if they're monitoring public communiques. But when you start digging into personal messages and encrypted messages and shit like that, you're starting to infringe upon what the warrant system was intended to fucking accomplish, or what the Fourth Amendment was intended to accomplish.
Right, but is following and watching somebody count as surveillance?
I mean, in public, no.
But now, like the question I was going to ask, so now that person has tweeted that instance that it's Judgment Day, does that now, in my mind, that would give enough reasonable suspicion to not have to have a warrant to check that one person's DM messages to try and check if there's an attack coming, if they're already previously known for an attack coming at some point?
Well, I don't know. I think there would have to be some kind of, like, okay, one term like that being put out is one thing, but if there's some like expectation that this person is already a rebel rouser, they've already done some things in the past, there's a chance that they may get violent, then I could see them seeking something at that point. But
see, to me, like that's that point of instance that I think should be allocated. You know that something could happen, and it could happen in the next few hours, and you don't have time to get a warrant. Right? You have enough reasonable suspicion to think that it's coming, and now they tweet out it's judgment time. And then you don't, right there, I think should be the one instance you are allowed to surpass that and go into their personal messages without the warrant, still applying for the warrant. But do you try and save the lives at that point?
I mean, is the wording important to you in this? Because it's Judgment Time might be a wrestler's fucking motto or something, you know, or a band name slogan. I mean, this is now we're encroaching upon like freedom of speech kind of shit. So,
no, I was just saying, like it's they know the attack is coming, right?
Beyond any reasonable doubt, then they should have no problem detaining that person or increasing security in the area. Okay, like, that's basically what that boils down to.
They brought this up earlier. You cannot detain that person because how are you going to locate them without a little bit of further due process? So now you should be able to access into maybe their messages, something more information.
Yeah, like how do you know where that person is that is making these statements or these?
You would have to pull in like
CCTV with cops on the street. Okay, security present at the event. Do we have a photograph of this person? Do they not have a photograph?
So there has to be a limit to a point where your amendment rights also have to be thought of, but you also have to think of the amount of people that could die just because you didn't do this one step.
Look, you all are sitting here saying that I'm trying to justify imminent terror attacks at the behest of privacy, and that's not at all what I've been saying. If there's a reasonable suspicion, I've been saying they ought to be apprehended. That's been my argument from the start.
Point: how do you apprehend them without breaking a little bit of their right? Because you are not going to be able to find them.
How am I not going to be able to find them? There's definitely ways. People generally post, incriminating information on the fucking internet. So if you're talking about someone who's a professional actor, they're probably not going to make an announcement like what you just said. You see what I'm saying? So this is an incongruency here where you're like, this person is stupid enough to make a big announcement about it, and everybody knows it's going to happen, but somehow the technicalities of the Fourth Amendment are stopping us from apprehending this person? I don't think so. I think at that point you have a reasonable duty as a police officer to go and find them and apprehend them, you know, by whatever information is available at the time. And like I say, that results in increased security, more cops on the beat, more people, you know, keeping an eye on the place, and looking for nefarious actors, or anybody who's acting in any way suspicious. So.
I get you.
What about specifically in like terror-based situations?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like something deemed a T organization that might be acting in a region. Do you have to you have to go through all the hoops, get the warrants, for each and every it's like
no, you don't need a warrant for each and every individual. In that case, you could pursue some sort of a RICO statute or terrorist organization statutes would probably be helpful in those instances. Okay, like I say, there are mechanisms within jurisprudence that allow law enforcement to accomplish its goals without broad-reaching, mass warrantless surveillance.
You know that I mostly agree with you on like everything we've argued about anyway, but regardless,
it's usually the case, isn't it?
Yeah, true. But I the biggest thing for me is when you break things down, it's like there are instances where crafty groups are going to get away with doing all kinds of things because they understand how the system works enough to avoid any warrants being written, anybody from catching them. Their communiques are well done. They know exactly how to evade, so long as they know the system.
Yeah, well, okay, so let's assume Edward Snowden became a fucking terrorist, okay? Sure. In that rare instance, you might find a reason in order to justify warrantless surveillance of every single American in the United States, in order to gobble up all of their social media accounts and everything else. But at what cost? To what tyranny do we propel ourselves by trying to do that? You see what I'm saying? Like what good is life today if liberty is gone tomorrow? Okay, like let's put it that way.
Well,
so,
and to be fair, I never argued for mass scraping or mass surveillance. I just said warrantless surveillance, and I wasn't talking about like every giant policy that allows for them to scrape everything. I'm talking about some level of surveillance.
To that point, I think counterterrorism task force have methodologies in order to facilitate that, especially when you're talking about FISA and foreign agents, which is normally where this terrorism stuff tends to come from. Like Teriak's example is perfect because it completely blows all of that out of the water. The trans activists are Americans, so that completely changes the nature of the discussion a little bit, and I'm not real sure how to respond to that. But I'm certain that increased security at a public event or some kind of demonstration like that is not violating the Fourth Amendment, and maybe that's the best that I could offer in order to try to deal with that. And maybe that's not sufficient, and maybe we need to think about ways of applying our global terrorism efforts towards domestic terrorism, since it seems to be more of a frequent occurrence these days. This is a discussion I'm willing to have. Make warrants easier to obtain, but the warrant is there for a reason. We got to have the warrant. So,
well, there has to be stringent standards too, right? Because otherwise, warrants will be written for every whim.
Yes.
Or fancy.
Yes, which is that's happened with the FISA courts already. So,
even though it's foreign,
it's supposed to be. They use FISA courts to prosecute Trump and his team. It's fucking ridiculous. To spy on Trump and his team. They use FISA courts to spy on a presidential nominee simply because they were talking to diplomats in Russia. It was complete garbage.
Sheesh.
It's complete abuse of the system.
Matter. Holy crap.
It's a complete abuse of the system in order to surveil the political opposition. I don't know why I didn't bring that up. I should have brought that up. That should have been like one of my headline points. I'm sorry. I got to be honest. Like all my research I did like earlier today. So,
Oh, you guys did awesome though. It was a really good debate to watch.
well, thank you.
So what I'm getting from like a lot of the people that are saying like we're already under surveillance and like you know it's basically are we saying basically that like privacy is already dead and we're all just pretending it still exists at this point?
To some
Just-
extent, yeah.
To some extent. That's very true because there's data brokers and social media companies will sell everything you give them, just like fucking Zuckerfuck. They all do it. It's become the industry fucking standard at this point. So there's some data broker out there that will tie you to everything you've ever posted online. So that shit is scary, and I think, again, I made this argument earlier, the government should be working against that rather than participating in it and trying to justify it. So that's been one of my contentions this night. So, I don't know. What?
Hey.
You ripped it! You ripped the money! We're not rich! We're broke! You gotta fake it to make it! We're broke!
Thank you, Matthew, for the $5 super
was pretty
chat.
funny.
It says, did you research false flags though?
No, I didn't. I probably should have. That would have played into the conspiracy theory argument.
Well, there's a secondary to this, right?
Yeah,
Because-
Matthew's been in the chat saying, "Am I the only conspiracy tard in here? What's going on?"
it makes sense because there's a whole nother avenue to this, and it's like, yes, as much as warrantless surveillance is a bad thing, there's also the stance that false flags could be used to elicit warrants on things that aren't warranted in the first place,
It's fair.
which you would see happens as well.
We already do see that happen. I mean, that's what
So
false flags are
why-
intended to do. It's a spur response from the legislature in order to wield more power in the federal government.
It's almost like they'll get what they want
No matter what you do, yes.
and justify it later.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
He said, What about this? Let me see. Like this is kind of like some like wild card question for this topic for the whole panel here, but obviously other debaters you can answer first. Would either of you give up your completely give up your privacy if it guaranteed zero terrorism? Let's say for the next, because to say forever is just crazy, but let's just say for the next 100 years.
Absolutely not.
No, because it still gives everybody else power over your life.
So wait a minute, Abe. Wait a minute. Are you saying that the Fourth Amendment is more important than people's lives?
No.
What do you mean? How could that be? You're not willing to give up your Fourth Amendment in order to save somebody's life.
No, I'm saying
What
it's
the
my
hell?
preference. I would rather be alive and give my information than dead and not, but you know.
What do Teriak and Wrath of Reason think of that question? Remember, it's zero terrorism. There's going to be none whatsoever for the next 100 years, but your privacy is completely invaded.
Like, I don't.
You go ahead.
I don't have the that much to hide kind of thing. But in just like pure principle, it's like, okay, like we end terrorism, but it's like, what life are we living? Are we living in a situation where it's like we're basically all slaves? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. I'd have to say no, but it would purely be on a principle thing. It wouldn't be yeah, like it would be a principle thing.
And for myself, it's kind of like a principle thing as well. But I'm looking at it. I don't think we're going to have our own privacy within the next 25 years, anyways. So I think I would say yes, just because I think we are going to be losing our privacy within the next 25 to 50 years, anyways. So if I could stop terrorism and all those deaths, anyways, I would absolutely do it.
Oh, humbug. More and more end-to-end encrypted services are popping up all over the place. If you ask me, all that's going to happen is those services are going to end up becoming where actual conversations happen. And all of speech is going to be chilled on these big mainstream platforms like YouTube, as is already happening with TOS and everything else. We only have a few holdouts like Rumble and Signal and Telegraph, who are still trying to preserve and maintain free speech. I don't see those efforts going anywhere. Those companies might come and go, but those types of organizations are going to continue to exist in perpetuity. And we should encourage our government to send the internet in that direction rather than taking part in the absolute raping of the graping of people's personal data.
Part of the issue with information is the more or the less privacy that exists, the more social controls can be enacted. And so long as those social controls are outside of your set of values, that's harmful to you.
Thank you for the $20 Cash App. Says to keeping the chaos rolling. Thank you very much. Absolutely amazing. I don't know if your name is the same name as you have in the chat, so this is why, if anyone's ever wondering why I don't say who I'm thanking about Cash Apps, is because I'm not trying to dox anybody's actual name. You know what I mean? So thank you for the Cash App. I just don't want to assume. Oh, okay, it was okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lauren. Absolutely amazing. Just wanted to make sure. It's happened. It's happened. When I very first started. I assumed the person was the name of the person that had the same first name in the chat. And they were like, yo, they messaged me after, like, yo, you said my first name on there. Don't do that. And I was like, oh, shit, I thought it was the other person that literally has their first name in there. So I know now. I just say thank you. And if they respond, I thank them directly. But yeah, I kind of sorry. I'm trying to remember where I interrupted there.
Abe was finishing up a thought.
Yeah, Abe was,
now. It's all good.
It's all good.
It was around about the privacy and guaranteed zero terrorism.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was saying the lack of privacy allows for greater social controls, and as long as those are outside of the values that you hold, that's a threat to you, right? So if you give up privacy, but the entirety of the system that's above you, governmental structure, say it was morally and value-based exactly as you are, it would be less of a threat to you. But the moment that it steps outside of those boundaries, now your information can be used to socially control you in some way, shape, or form, which I think is the inherent danger with a complete lack of privacy.
So earlier we had brought up Snowden, right? So are whistleblowers like Snowden? Is someone because you had mentioned how he went outside the program, right? That was made available for him to do this. So is people like him, are they heroes or traitors? Does that what do you guys think about that? And I'm gonna be able to hear you, but I'm gonna run and take a piss real quick. But I'm gonna have my phone with me so I can hear you guys. But I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm curious of what you guys think. Like, is it is the fact that he did go outside of the program available to him, does that make him a traitor to the system and like to America, or is he a hero because of the information that was released? I'm kind of curious about what everyone thinks about that.
Well, I kind of hinted to my answer to this when I was talking to Abe about it, and it's that there's things that they will allow to come out and things that they won't when you go through that process, especially if you're going through the CIA or the NSA, that kind of thing. And they'll say it's under the auspices of protecting our agents in the field and this, that, and the other thing. And it's total bullshit. They just want to control the narrative, in my opinion. And the only way to get the actual truth out there in its totality is to do so beyond the boundaries of that pathway. So I applaud Snowden for what he did despite breaking the law. It needed to be done.
Yeah, I'd call him a hero.
I agree with that term.
I would say that I'm almost neutral on this topic, actually, because I don't know what it would have looked like if he had gone through the traditional routes. I do tend to agree with you, EOD, on the statement you just made. They will justify in some way, or they'll try to spin it, or they'll keep what needs to be secret by their definition still secret. I can't tell you that. I would say it would have had far less effect if he went through the traditional routes in order to be a whistleblower. And there is a greater possibility that he still would have been charged and jailed, even if he did go through the traditional routes as a whistleblower. So I don't know that he's a hero, but I do know that he got the information out there, and it's better that we know than not know.
Yeah, and there'd be a good chance that if he did go within the system, it would have just been silenced. He would have been thrown in jail, and nobody would have known anything about it at the
Right.
same time, right?
That's absolutely a possibility that could have happened. And based on what we see from him, being labeled and run off and having to be in hiding, I think there's pretty good circumstantial evidence at the very least that he would have seen a court martial and or jailing or worse had he gone through the traditional routes. So
100%. And it's because of people like Edward Snowden and Julian Assange that were even aware of these types of programs here and elsewhere abroad. Because they're going through non-traditional channels in order to release this information and get it out in the world in order to avoid that lockdown and that shutdown that would normally happen. You think the British government wants it to get out what they did with the GHCP and wiretapping the transatlantic fucking communication line? Absolutely not. You think the NSA wants what Edward Snowden told everybody to get out? Absolutely fucking not. They'll do whatever they can to suppress that information. So
I always have like a weird thing internally too, where it's like there's so much you don't know, and how much of what you don't know to be the case is needed, justified, or important. And like down here in the normal everyday land, we can say, well, they shouldn't keep this thing or that thing a secret, but it could be some operation that's 40 years in the making, and there's some level of security that you don't even understand exists that needs to be upheld. And that's not to say that it just makes me trust everything. It just makes me go, geez, I don't know. That's hard to even tie together and understand what geopolitical stuff is happening that we don't even know exists,
Now, this just came to my mind as a crazy hypothetical, but I just wanted to know what other people would think of it. Would you sacrifice your right to privacy if you could turn it inside out and access all of the government's information? So every message that the government, all their information, would you give up your privacy to see their privacies?
Nope.
No? Just kind of a weird shell, I thought, that you could turn inside out,
that's an interesting, kind of philosophical question. But
So
I think
get to know all the secrets of the government, is what you're saying.
1,000%. So you'd get to know all their secrets,
Bro.
you'd get to see yours.
That's a tempting offer.
Nah, I don't think so. I think it's a lot more detrimental for the government to expose its secrets than it is for the people to expose theirs. But the people still have a right and still have a reasonable expectation for their private shit to remain fucking private. So to my mind, it's a Faustian bargain, right?
This is actually something that popped up in my chat during this whole discussion, and it was about the question of like, um, your rights. We call them God-given rights, right? Or rights in general, but there comes a certain level of like your reasonable expectation to having and keeping those rights relies heavily on the federal government. So long as society and the government are upheld and continue to function, you keep them. But the moment that you're not the preeminent power of the world and you don't have the power that we do as the United States, where do those liberties and rights go?
See, that's what you're bringing up is like something that Andrew highlights all the time, and this is what he means when he says that the rights is just like an illusion thing, because like we've grown up in a place and time with these what we call rights, right? Before this, though, the rights, tell that to the people that had their fucking faces peeled off, and fucking people that were, savagely burned to death and raped and all that, like society, it looks like it's civil and rights all because we have, like what you're saying, this government that protects those.
Absolutely, but the government,
rights was the direction.
we're also protected from the government too, which is another reason why we have these rights, why we have these privileges, is because of the Constitution, because of the restrictions the government has on its power.
Wait, no, we're protected from the government by the government.
We're protected from the government by the Constitution. Yeah.
Who enforces the Constitution?
The Supreme Court of the United States, primarily.
The government.
Yeah.
Right? So you're protected from the government by the government.
We're protected from the government by the outlines of the Constitution, which describe the limits of the government's power. Yes. I don't know why this is a problem for you.
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm saying the moment that the one thing that ensures those.
It's not one thing. It's thousands of people.
Obviously. Obviously. I'm saying that it's a funny conundrum to be in, that the very thing that is here to protect your civil liberties, your rights, your everything, is also the thing that protects you from itself.
But this is also why the right to bear arms was put into that Constitution, so that if
Just
the
in case they
government
started
does
ignoring it.
overstep their boundaries, now the people can go in and take back over that government, right?
That's very true.
True.
Again, that's
So
that's
those
another.
laws were put in place for that exact reason, but now
At least in part.
Who decides when the government has overstepped their boundaries? Like
primarily
Edward
the
Snowden
Supreme Court.
releasing the information that he did, a lot of people would say this is the government overstepping their boundaries.
Yeah.
So who makes that distinction?
Eventually, it just has to be the collective of the people, right? So
Well, okay, no. It doesn't have to be the collective of the people. The government is designed to balance itself. That's why there are three distinct branches that all have a different role, and they're self-balancing. Okay, the Supreme Court looks at it and says, does this align with the Constitution or not? If it does not, they strike it down. That no longer applies. You can no longer do that. This program is erroneous. It needs to be done away with. Okay, then it's up to the legislation to propose something to replace it with, or to do something differently, or whatever. The president is mainly there to execute the law. That's what he's supposed to do. These days, the president has been legislating a lot from the Oval Office. This is a huge misstep. It's a big problem. That's another problem that we need to solve. I don't know how, but that's a big one. So
what happens, EOD, if all three co-equal branches decide that they're going to supersede what does exist, and then what? Then who decides they vote?
that's what the Second Amendment is for, just like Wrath of Reason just said. Again, the Second Amendment itself is another restriction on the government. You can't take away people's guns, because guess what happens if you fuck up and you want to become a big tyrannical piece of shit? They're going to rise up against you. That's what that's for.
Canada used to have that right as well.
Used to. Yep, that's an important distinction. It's the very first thing tyrants always do. Get rid of the
That's
guns.
thing about them being amendments, right?
What do you mean? That they can be changed. Yeah, I mean, potentially, but good luck getting anybody to want to repeal any of the first 10 amendments. Nobody's going to be on board with that.
Constitutional convention is not quite so simple.
Yeah, it takes 2/3 states to
I'm not,
repeal an amendment.
No. In no way am I saying this is like some like easy process. I know, but it is something that can happen. We've seen it already, right?
True.
So.
Yeah, we repealed prohibition. That was an amendment, believe it or not.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
Just saying.
that's like the biggest example, right? Of like literally everyone just going back on it. Like, whoa, well, actually, yeah, no, fuck this.
Yeah, it turned out prohibiting it turned organized crime into the biggest fucking industry in the country. So it was a huge misstep.
Right. Yeah,
So
actually, that's the thing, right? Like, if you actually think about it, this is one of the things I've brought up about prohibition is like, not only like they did it in a wrong way, I would say, because like
it shouldn't be an amendment.
There's a cool thing that the UK wants to do with tobacco, which they want to grandfather it out. So everybody who's of age right now will never not be able to buy it. But they want to raise the age of being able to buy tobacco by a year every year. So like it starts like right now in Canada, you can buy it at 19. Next year would be you can buy it at 20. The year after that would be 21. Until at the point nobody actually lives that long, right? So like nobody's allowed to smoke, and nobody that did smoke ever has to like just quit. I think this is a really good way to do it. But not on top of that, this organized crime, all like going rampant with the bootlegging, wouldn't have been able to happen in today, right? Like that won't be able to happen today. It will on a different level.
Yeah, tiny scale.
Yeah, exactly, compared to what it was there.
Mm.
But yeah, I like the grandfathering out idea, especially for things like tobacco. Like, dude, you know how pissed I get that it's so hard to fucking like I have to fucking smoke a vape. So, like, if I don't smoke the vape, I gotta smoke a cigarette. Like, you know, it pisses me off. You know what I mean? Like, it actually,
I feel
if
that.
it wasn't there, it'd be good.
I feel that.
It pissed me off, you know, if it got completely abolished today. They just stopped selling all nicotine products. It pissed me off, but like I'd get over it because it wouldn't be there.
I might be wrong about this. I might be wrong about this. This might just be in Kentucky, but I'm pretty sure overnight the United States said you had to be 21 to smoke.
They did the same here in Montana.
Did they? I was wondering if that was a federal law or a state law. It might have been in several states that did that all around the same time.
But
so what was it before?
18.
18.
Yeah.
18 to smoke.
Yeah.
Oh,
same as voting.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, by a lot of people's reckoning, drinking should have been 18 too, because you had to be 18 to join the fucking military. You can go die for the country, but you can't have a fucking beer. Are you kidding?
In Canada, well, most of Canada except for like Quebec. Quebec's fucked. But in Canada, you can like like at 18 you can do like lottery. They let them buy fucking like corn magazines, these type of things, right? Little like you're an adult now type things, but like you can't go and buy alcohol, you can't go buy cigarette, not until you're 19. 19 is when you can do everything though. Like once you're 19 here, you can go everywhere that adults can go. There's no.
That seems like a minuscule difference to me, but.
Well, they actually changed the drinking age too, because it used to be 18 in the U.S. and that got jumped up to 21. And
yeah, but that was like the 70s, right? I mean, that was a long time ago.
I mean, it was a long time ago. But it used to be like one congruent age. Like at 18, you're an adult. Now you can choose to smoke, drink, vote, gamble, all of it. And then those are slowly getting parsed and changed. So it's no longer a singular static age. So.
You know what kills me? Like my parents have this this list of chores that kids used to have to do back in the 1800s, and it's like go milk the cows, go hoe the whole fucking field all by yourself, you know, roll up a whole fucking hay bale. And this is for like 12-year-olds. And I'm like, you couldn't ask a fucking 12-year-old to mow the grass if his fucking life depended on it today, man. They don't have the fucking attention span for it.
Welcome to the degradation.
That's right. 18 it's in Alberta, 18, and I think Manitoba as well. The thing with the reason I say like it's supposed to be 18 in Quebec too, but the reason I say it's so fucked is like they have like 16-year-olds allowed to go into the bars there. like in Quebec.
Oh,
That's how
man.
fucked up it is. Like that place is all types fucked.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'll say
Yeah.
this much: our modern era and the comfort that we have now is both a blessing and a curse, right? It's easier than ever to live in general, but it's also eroded everything. So like you're saying, you see these work lists from when your parents were kids, like that's not normal or acceptable anymore, and that's part of our degradation. The hard work aspects, the duty based lifestyle, like all of those things have slowly eroded over time due to comfort and ease of access to things. It's a really hard balance because it proves to us that like the good times make soft men, that whole allegory kind of proves true. And you see this even in ancient cultures, right? When something got big enough and successful enough, that everything starts crumbling because they've reached a point of comfort. Things are easier, things are smooth, and there's not really a fight for your life anymore, and purpose falls off and everything degrades.
Well, the same is true of the government, right? The more power that you grant to the government, the less it wants to let go of it, and the more habitual it becomes at wielding that power. To the point now where what should have been essentially a loose confederation of states that sort of define their own laws, and then some federal government sort of handles our international affairs and little more. Now the federal government is a bigger part of our lives than our local governments are. That was never intended to be the case.
I would say that that's human nature shining through. That's what I would say.
I don't know about that.
Because the same could be said for a man. You give a man his life, his empire, his goods, his comfort, and you try to take some of that away from him, you're going to have the same kind of reaction that you see from the government. I think human nature plays through. We have static laws. We have our Constitution. We have all these things written and steadfast because of that, because we know that human nature is flawed and we will degrade the system over time.
Absolutely. 100%, which is why I'm leaning really hard on the Fourth Amendment thing when it comes to the warrantless surveillance. It will be abused. It has been abused in the past. It will be abused in the future. We need to put a stop to it.
You had to have an opponent, okay? Calm down.
Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Well, it's been a really good night, man. I appreciate you hanging out and having us up here, Speakeasy. It's been good stuff.
Has been.
Oh man, my pleasure. It has been, and the debate was really good from both of you.
Thank you.
I was expecting it to be, but yeah, especially the opening statements. They came in hard. I was like, yeah, that's what because like that's my favorite part. I think.
That's what I spent the most time on. Is
Yeah,
sitting there
that's what
writing it and rewriting it.
Yeah, it's what I do. And I tend to again, a lot of my chat's gonna think it's repetitive, but I do what I call the 8 Mile. At the end of the 8 Mile movie, how he basically says everything the guy can say to him, and then he turns around and says the shit about him that's just as bad and worse. So what I do is I drop what they're probably going to say, and then my rebuttal to it in the opening statement. And then I like to use an analogy too, because an analogy, especially if you have a really good one, it hits them in a way that they everybody understands it, especially the opponent, especially if it's one that just smacks you in the face. So it's what I call the 8 Mile, and that's my favorite part of the debate is writing the opening statement.
Yeah, that's really the only part where you get a chance to prepare anything. And I had a little something together, but I shied away from actually writing it all out because I knew I was going second. I was certain of that. That's why I asked. I wanted to make sure, I'm going second, right? Because I haven't actually prepared an opening statement. So what I like to do is I listen to what the opening statement is, and then I try to rebut it as much as I can.
An opening statement, you killed that opening statement.
I
thought you were reading off shit. What the fuck?
Well, okay,
that's great. That's great.
I had some stuff. Okay, I had notes. I had it was a lot of grok. It was a lot of grok where I just asked it to outline some points for an argument, and I went through and I used those points, but I formulated my own words in order to do it. So, and then also I'm playing off of some of what Abe said at the same time. I like to do that. I want to make my opening statement exactly as you said, a direct rebuttal. You can't necessarily predict what somebody's going to say though, especially if it's fucking Abe fucking Dinkins over here. He might just repeal habeas corpus on your ass, and you don't know what's coming.
I thought about bringing it up, actually.
It's on my list of shit. I had it in there.
That's funny.
I didn't bring it up because I've argued with EOD enough times. I figured he was going to prepare for that too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I like writing down things I think they'll ask me to, and then my answer to it, because then I have a snappy answer, right? Like as soon as they're done asking it, I snap the answer, right?
Yeah.
Like a good example I can think of was with Planet Peterson when I had the abortion debate with him. I had predicted him asking, is there any other situation where we force someone to live in a situation that they could die because of someone else? Instantly, I said, yes, during the pandemic, we all didn't just take out these people that were infected and just blast them away, right? To make sure we didn't get sick. We took care of them, right? The old folks' home got infested. We didn't just take those people out and snap them. We helped them and took care of them. That's what we do as human beings. We take care of other human beings. I had that answer written out. So as soon as he asked me, I was like, yep. It's just like it. So he's like, oh, well. So yeah, that's what I like doing. And Emmett, welcome to the show.
Yo, hello. Hello, Speak. Hello, the debaters and Deriak.
What's up, Emmett? It's good to see you, man.
Over here, I'm just wondering, what would be wrong for the government to go on and just, surveillance your ass if you are have a specific characteristics, for example, coming from the Sand people.
Like one of the issues would be is like as soon as that government goes into government you don't like, so as soon as that government goes socialist or as soon as that government goes communist, then all of a sudden there's a main issue.
Yeah, but I mean that would be the issue, right? Because they do it all the time. So I don't understand what will be the problem if us as a nation of Christians decide. First of all, let's be honest, we shouldn't have any sand people over here anyway. So what would it be wrong if we accept to have a little bit of sand people, to have them so into surveillance that if they have a thought about I don't know, about a wrong thing, that we can just go ahead and send them back to their sand castles.
So like that's definitely kind of like one way to quote unquote handle it. But in terms of the aspect of like the government having that level of power, what?
Yeah. But they
like
have they have that level of power, right? They have the power to incarcerate you. They have the power to take your life. They have the power to send you to war. They have the power to look at you and be like, hey, you look a little bit like Sandy. How about we send you to the to Sandatistan?
Yeah, because like in terms of the like when you look at like the game that the Sand people like to play, like how Mandini's getting in office, like Takia, etc. Like in terms of like the surveillance, like once it's known that you're being mass surveillance, like they will do that act for decades long, and then as soon as they get into office, they pass Sharia law. So now not only do you have like an ultra authoritarian government, but now you have one that's completely opposed to your worldview.
And that's exactly what's happening with that fucking communist in New York City. He promised everybody free shit. Now he's saying, send me more money.
If you don't have the authoritarianism to that level, there's at least some sort of recourse for the citizens to act. If you have that authoritarianism, the only way to combat against that is war.
But wouldn't that be because we were not authoritarian enough? Like imagine if we were so authoritarian that we're just gonna be a Christian, and if you look a little bit sand, we send it to Sandivastan. Wouldn't it be like how exactly are they going to enact Sharia and
does
get
anyone
the
on
sand
panel?
people around?
Sorry, does anyone on panel happen to know Ferrer Wild?
Yes, I do. He's one of my buddies.
Oh, it's okay. Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure.
What's up, Ferrer?
Welcome.
Hello, Faria.
Yeah, so
My fanboys. That's my fan
It's
club.
just to reduce the government powers.
Sorry about that.
I had to mute the TV.
No worries.
How are you gonna reduce government powers when we have like supposed reduction in government powers, and we have a bunch of tiny hat people decided to have Mandani in power in New York, for example. Like where exactly is this idea of having You know, when the moment you have a communist in power,
Mhm.
he's gonna go completely wild. You know, completely wild with that whatever power he has, and
I
he's
think
gonna
we
try to
might
make it
still
as
hear
much.
your TV for real.
All right, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
fix it real quick. It's probably my wife's phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's good to see you though, for you.
I think
I got her to turn
I
it off.
think I think we're still gonna have the same kind of issue, right? We're gonna still have a bunch of sand people trying to be Sandy Stan here in the United States, and instead of us being like, no, we're not gonna fucking let you. It's like, no, you're telling us that we have to be
Well,
nice to them. Don't look
what
at them. Don't look at them wrong.
what
Because
you're
if you look at them too wrong, they're gonna feel
Emmett,
in their fifis that they're like surveillance and stuff.
what you're describing is the difference between an authoritarian country and a country that is attempting to be tolerant of multiple cultures. Okay. We can have that argument about whether or not the Constitution was justified in the first place, or whether or not, the one system that created the greatest country on the face of the fucking planet might just be a little bit better than all the kings and all the queens of all the monarchies of all the history of the entire world. But at the end of the day, what we're presented with is
It's called Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ did not have a political nation. Don't give me that bullshit. You know better. Okay.
All I'm saying, EOD, is that the King of Kings has the kingdom of God. It's a kingdom, so I don't know about you, but it's a little bit suspicious on your end to be saying that Jesus
Well, look,
Christ
man.
is not the greatest
If the
monarch.
Orthodox prophecy of America becoming an Orthodox monarchy comes true, then what you're describing would be perfectly fucking feasible. But at the present time, we are governed by a constitution which limits our government's powers on purpose in order to allow the pendulum to swing and both parties to have some control. That means the power you entrust with the government will inevitably end up in the hands of your political enemies. There's nothing you can do about it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Here comes the money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money.
Dollar.
Thank
The
you, Frankie,
dollar.
for the gifted membership.
Cheers,
Thank you for the grief. I agree with you, but it was, the whole point of this is that it was
Two of them.
entrusted
Sorry,
to-
Emmett. Two of them. Thank you, Frankie.
it was entrusted to a moral people, and the moral people had to be Christians because they all were Christians. And
But no,
the
but
fact that
because
we're
the Christians-
moving away from the fact that we're moving away from Christianity because you look at somebody and it's mean, it kind of rubs me the wrong way. I think we're kind of getting away from the actual thing that made this country great, which is the idea of we are beholding to God and we have to have God in before anything else. And in this case, it's not not it's not the sand people. It's the actual God from our forefathers, right?
Yeah, but if that's your-
Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, they were all super psyched about that till they found out it was a 1983 fucking Toyota Corolla.
the first time was so nice, he just had to do it twice.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Emma, to your point about the whole thing, like we want to worship God, we want to make sure that God's like the prior and all the shit. Like, would you not say that the small hat people, because they're God's chosen people, we should just bow down to them?
No, because the this thing about this person called Jesus Christ. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
heard of him. He was crucified and then he created a church, and then every single person inside of the church are the ones
But
that
no,
are in the
he didn't
covenant.
create the church.
In the yeah, he did. And in the
Grafting
covenant, he's
in.
still the highest priest in the church, by the way, because he lives. Anyway, the whole point of it is that the people that is
he is
part of the
God.
church are the ones that have the covenant, and it's the whole covenant. There's not like the old covenant and the new covenant. It's the whole covenant. They are the chosen people. So the tiny
Yeah,
hat,
but
and the ushers and all of those people that don't believe in their own Messiah, they can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
We're just gonna throw all of those people in jail. We don't have to worry about them anymore.
Because go fuck them.
I fuck up the mood.
They feel it, I get it. I'm really just spilling the juice out of my shoe. But fuck with the fam, the gunning is something I do. I don't need a crew. It's all on my own, and I got something to prove. I'm on the loose. The pity get gritty. I light up the city like Zeus. Fuck up the move. Not fucking these bitches is really just something to do. Loving these bitches is nothing I do. Chasing that money needs something to move. I fuck up the move. I ran out of place, so now I'm just much of your food. Haters said they want me dead, now I see them red.
Thank you for another gifted membership, Frankie. Absolutely.
Thank you for that,
amazing.
Frankie.
Yeah, so
I
like
don't
in
know.
terms of both dynamics, it's like the Jays are the God's chosen people, but then the Muslims they're also saying it's like no, like Jesus was a prophet and all the shit, but he's not the like, that's not the
You
end of
know?
the story. You know what I mean?
It's like the Gnostics. It's like when I go ahead and say like, oh yeah, Jesus Christ, this, but I have this special thing that is my own interpretation of it, and I'm a Gnostic. Oh, well, that's called heresy, and there's a heresy for a reason, and they can all go fuck themselves, right? It's a whole
Oh, you gotta turn yourself up a little bit there.
Red Pill Phil McGill. What's going on, brother?
Because like even if we just keep it inside Christianity, like there's so much different church authorities.
No,
When
there's
you're
only
saying it's like,
one.
okay, we want to do authoritarianism, but like, okay,
Yeah.
what church is going to have the authority?
I am willing to allow a little
Let's
bit
see
of
if I can
grace
do
when it comes to
this.
my Christian brothers and say, well, you know what?
Okay.
I'm gonna let you be not be completely within within the correct.
Well-
but if you at least believe in the Nicene Creed, if you at least know what it is, you are allowed to coexist. Okay. I'm gonna
So-
go ahead.
so real
and
quick,
be
Emmett.
part of it.
Bobby
go ahead.
Ballbags for $20 says Emmett won the debate tonight.
So Emmett, are you perfectly fine with Nala Ray being like the leader of America?
Oh, yeah.
Man, I mean, this is a fascinating fucking rabbit hole that we've gotten into about Christian authoritarianism. But do you guys have any thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, of course I'll be perfectly fine with Nala Ray.
I was being polite and just trying not to interrupt.
That way I can burn her and we can get rid of all of the crap that comes from her, you know? If you're the big witch and you're like going around being a big witch, we can just burn you and you become a symbol
So-
of what not
I
to
think
do. It's
Emmett
fine,
is
but me-
trying to say whoever's in power should be able to surveil whoever they want. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, it's like, what would be the problem if I just go ahead and say, I don't know, fucking Sam people, I don't like them. They tend to be very dangerous and very evil and they like to...
Okay, Emmett. Then let me propose a question to you. Okay, is there such a thing? Is there such a thing as a person who might have a goodwill, who happens to be one of these people that you're talking about, these sand people? Is that possible?
No, we don't.
Is that even? Hold on, no. Answer the Emmett question. Answer the Emmett question. What do you mean no?
No, thank you.
No. So no one who is a sand person is capable of being a good human being at all, and so they're all subject to absolute tyranny. And we should just stake them at the stake and put them on the entrance into the Transylvania Castaway.
One part of the morality of them, one part of the morality is I can go ahead and lie to you because I think you're lesser than me just because you're not part of Islam. Yes, I think they can all go fuck themselves. I don't understand what's the problem with that.
I second.
Yeah, 'cause, like, for example-
if at least they had the idea of you have to, you gotta be honest and you have to present yourself honestly. Around you and-
I get it. I get it. You don't have to justify it to me. I get it.
Example here, dude.
So
So would you say that like what the FBI done to Donald Trump was right?
that was not a Christian, right? That was a bunch of secularists.
Then we get to no true Scotsman fallacy.
Oh,
well,
they were
true
not
Christian.
secular people. They're not seculars.
Not if there's a
no. Okay. To be fair, several of the personnel of the FBI that conducted the investigation probably are Christians, to one degree or another.
You said probably, or you know that?
I would be surprised if there wasn't at least one.
Do you think? Okay, do you think Comey is a Christian?
I don't know. Probably not.
Let's go ahead and find out. How about we do that?
Okay, how about it doesn't fucking matter? At the end of the day, there is at least one Christian in the group of people that prosecuted Donald Trump. Therefore,
There's a lot of people.
it is or is not justified. How does this play into your argument? I don't understand. It's like anything that is like furthering the Christian agenda is all that you want to see. At the end of the day, you have to be able to play with others in order for the United States to become the country that it has become in the short amount of time that it has become it. So it's like you're you're completely downplaying the essence of my argument, which is that the Fourth Amendment is the most important thing to try to protect here. By saying that the Constitution is trash, we need to throw it out and create a constitutional monarchy that's run by Christians, and then we persecute everybody who isn't a Christian. Is that fair?
I haven't even said that we have to have a constitutional monarchy. That's because you know me and you think I'm just talking about monarchy. But I'm perfectly fine of having the same system we have right now. The only difference is we're gonna go ahead and put everybody that is not a Christian in surveillance, and we're gonna put them in camps if they do anything that we don't.
So
like.
it's yes. Yes is the answer to my question. Is yes. That's insane, Emmett. That doesn't work. What's up, Raging Homo Sapien? It's good to see you. Welcome in.
And all the other person, all the other person.
I can still hear you guys.
Recognize Emmett is a good person. Okay, he's a reasonable person. He's saying I can put as much options as possible, so long as we're getting rid of anybody who's not Christian. Yeah. Like there's a lot of different like varieties and ways we can do it. So like he's giving you choice. You know what I mean?
They can still be part of our system. They're just not going to have any kind of power to change our system. That's the point.
Didn't Comey do some kind of study under some like Margaret Sanger program and get like big awards for like feminist awards for his leadership in some theosophy place?
Yeah,
pretty sure that happened.
That sounds like a fucking secularist to me, right?
I'm just checking. I'm pretty sure that's
okay. Well, look, man, I'm gonna give some room to our new entrance into the fray here. We got Ferrier Wild and his lovely wife Marion is in the background there, and Red Pill Phil McGill. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
I think Red Pill and I are being a bit too polite sometimes.
I do too, honestly.
My apologies.
You don't need to be polite. Listen, if you need to say something, say, "Hey, shut up for a second so I can say something." You know why you do that?
Emmett, you use my argument, and there's a hole in it. It doesn't work until Jesus comes here. So,
what doesn't? Did you think Jesus is not here? Jesus is here. He's the head of the church. He's the King of Kings, and his kingdom is eternal.
But he's not the head of the government. So until he is, they can stay the hell out of my business.
He doesn't have to. If you have a king and the king is bowing and say to Jesus Christ, who is the head of the government?
Going with this, and he beat me to it.
If you think for 1 second, in the end, when that kingdom is established, that he will not be a dictator, you're wrong. You already know.
Red Pill, let me ask you this question, and once you answer that question, it's gonna be fine. Okay, you have a king. He has the whole authority. He bows his head to Jesus Christ because he is a righteous king. Who is the head of the country?
Okay, how do you dictate who is and who isn't Christians?
I told you already. You know, you start with Nicene. At least Nicene 1.
Fair
at
enough.
Least.
Okay. So people lie.
Let's start there.
They do.
Yeah. So if a person comes to me and he's like, "I believe in Jesus Christ," and I ask him, "Well, what's the Nicene Creed?" and they say, "The what?" I will be like, "Ha!
Okay.
Oh God.
Fair enough. That's all I
Oh my God.
Because you
do you know what the creed is?
You got to realize that people are gonna lie, especially secularists. So that's the end of it.
Christians, that's why the moment you find a secularist that secularist, you take away their right to vote. It's like,
but you can't see their heart, so they could lie to you. They could memorize everything that you know. They could act like they're you or one of you. That's the point. The point is you won't know.
Or you will know.
I mean, it's possible to know, but the point is this happens all the time. People seed their way into movements. They learn your ways. They learn your
and they get caught up in it.
Scriptures in your lessons, and they twist them and they use them.
I'm just gonna come out and flat and say it. I'm not a Christian man myself, so Emmett, what makes you any better than me?
Oh, stepped away for a second. So, but welcome to every cult that's ever existed. By the way,
did you say that Red Pill said the same thing you were gonna say?
Yeah,
I
he was
think.
starting to cover the same thing I was about to say, but he's I think
Sorry.
a little more educated on it than I am.
No,
Don't
I'm
be
not,
sorry,
brother.
buddy.
No, I'm not. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so this is my answer to your question. I don't care, okay? The moment that I have a system in which I have a Christian in power, I don't need to justify to you every single thing that I fucking do. I can just say, well, this is a Christian nation, and you can either
Can it be a
kick rocks
female
or
pastor?
you can go back. You can go back to Sandastania, okay? Whatever you
Can it
want.
be a
I'm
female
Sam
pastor?
Daniel.
Hell no.
So there you go. So I've been
No.
here probably in this
So
country.
only
longer than
certain,
you have.
so only certain
So
Christianity.
what is who are
No,
you
they're
trying
not.
to take my rights away?
You can't have a female preacher. That goes against the original teachings of the church. Those churches are violating the foundations of Christianity by allowing female preachers.
Let me ask this. It's a Christian nation, all this kind of stuff, but it's communism or it's socialism. We Gucci with that?
No,
No,
absolutely
so,
fucking
wait.
not.
absolutely not. See, that's the problem. That's why we're where we're at, is because bullshit like that got in. And people who are, I'm going to just go on and say it, secularists have gotten the levers of power and started pulling them. And you get the shit like the little bitch that Andrew was debating last night. So that kind of stuff right there is literally what's ruined this country. Everybody can say what they want. I hear repeal the 19th, repeal the 19th, repeal the 19th. Well, guess what? Pansy ass men are the ones who made the 19th possible. So
That's
it's
fair.
not just the 19th. It's all the weak men as far as that goes as well. We're never going to get anywhere if we've got people that, number one, don't believe in any damn thing, who are so gullible they'll fall for anything, leading shit. So
Regardless of whether or not you're a fan or not, I would challenge everyone to go read Rachel Wilson's book. It actually breaks down like this breakdown of the church in the United States, breaks down its travel across the U.S. and the changes and branches and schisming that happened. It actually details this out, and exactly what you just said, Phil, is blatantly shown there, where money, power, and occult beliefs slowly but surely eroded the church and eroded the nation until what we are right now. And almost all of the biggest functioning Christian religious organizations in the U.S. follow exactly the stuff that is talked about in her book. So,
And if you're, for you lazy people out there, there is audiobook version too.
yep, you can get it on Audible.
Wait, did Rachel Wilson narrate the audiobook or not?
No.
I'm just checking.
For it works, all right.
don't get me wrong. I agree with you, Emmett.
Yeah, well, what
I
is
just
all
think
right?
it's the wrong time.
I think you mean Wrath of Reason.
Yes.
But Rhea wasn't the one who said it.
Okay,
Oh, he's a
Reason,
non-Christian,
What
yeah.
is all right? Whoever said it.
I mean, I feel like I can argue this.
Right. I know where you're going to try and go with this, that the rights are. It was just part of this freaking debate that happened, what, 3 hours ago?
Yeah. But I mean,
Now,
you know what's
me,
the right, right? You said that I
myself-
was infringing on your rights, so I want to know what the right is.
You were literally said that you were going to take every single one of my rights away because I'm not a Christian man. I do have the same beliefs. I have the
Every
same
single
morals
one.
as
I
you.
tell you that you can live in our system. You're just not gonna have any political power to change it. And if you don't like it,
So
you
I
can even
can't
leave.
vote?
You can go to Sandastania if you want to. You can have. You can go
I'm
with
not
the
from
sand people.
Sandastania.
Or
And be like,
secular Standia.
you know, Sandastania también. Yeah, whatever.
You know,
Well, he lives in Canada already.
I do.
Oh,
live in
okay,
Canada,
okay.
yeah.
My apologies. You're not gonna have any problems. You already live with the Indians,
No,
right? You're gonna be there. You're gonna be there, and you can have it all the way. You're gonna have some fun. I'm sorry. I'm trying my Canadian accent.
Yeah, but
You have to say a
for
boot.
example, like if you, because like you're saying, it's like, so long as we have a Christian nation, we'll be Gucci boys. Explain the troubles in the north then, because that was Catholics versus Protestants.
Well,
north of your country, you
sometimes
mean?
Christians decide that somebody is a heretic, and they can fight within them who's supposed to have political power. But you know what? Even that wasn't as bad as what happens when you go to Sandastania and you look at them and the vast amounts of massive unalignments just because another person is not willing to say that Allah is the greatest. Okay?
Look, man,
Here we go. Money talk.
Uh-oh. What happened there?
Jared speaks for $10. Says Easy's wife bullied me into sending this. I was only gonna buy lunch tomorrow with it, so no loss.
Well
The
played,
wife, the
Alicia.
wife is grifting well. She's,
He played the
she's grifting
universe.
well.
I mean,
He
I
played the
very
universe
much.
on the guilt trip. You know what I'm saying?
Abe got out of his chair. I thought it was just love for his chair.
There you go.
Shit. Thank you very much.
My poor worn out chair.
Oh, and we got a holy W street shitnadian accent, Emmett.
Drifting for them.
Thank you very much, Bobby.
I'm here to help you with your problems with the IT. Have you restarted your computer yet? Yeah, I'm here.
I don't think it'll start anymore. I put a couple holes in it after it didn't turn on.
Oh my god. Don't worry about it. The problem will solve itself in Canada in a couple of months when you have to give up your guns.
Makes sense.
I don't know, man.
EOD.
I-
What are rights?
What are rights? Rights are guarantees of.
Yeah, if we're talking about rights, is privacy a basic human right, or is this just
Yes,
like
it
some
is.
social luxury? Like this is what we're getting down to, right?
This is another thing that I meant to come on during the debate, and I fucking forgot. Is that Justice Brandeis, who the law school over at my university is named after, back in the 70s. He was a Supreme Court justice from Louisville, Kentucky. He read into the Fourth Amendment that there is a baked-in right to privacy within that amendment. He was reading between the lines. He was interpreting the Fourth Amendment, not precisely what it said, but what it implied. And it implied that every citizen has a right to not have the government pry into their personal affairs. And this has been violated time and time and time again, and I think it's a terrible violation of our tradition, a terrible violation of our principles as a country whenever it happens. And as much as I would, in the short term, I would embrace and adore some sort of Christian supremacy over it, where we just get to persecute everybody around us who isn't like us. I think that also violates the premises and traditions upon which our country was founded. I have to point back towards the history and the historical record of the United States as it stands, as it was built, as a secular melting pot with Christian values. That is the way that we became as wonderful and great and amazing and powerful and influential as we are today. And the more that we step back from that and embrace tyranny or ethno-nationalism and any sort of way, even if it's to say Christo-nationalism, I think is dangerous. Now, should we lean on and embrace and try to give forth Christian principles into the system as it exists? Absolutely. I think that's what it was built for, and we should press for that 100%. But you can't reinvent the wheel and expect things to be just as successful. I fear the tyrannical outcome of some of what Emmett is describing. So.
But what Emmett is saying is Emmett's making a prediction, not a prescription. Emmett's not saying this is what should happen. He's saying this is what will happen. And anybody who's been looking at the shit that's going on, like America is on its way to become a Christian nationalist.
Well,
I would also.
I would say that if it's not Christian nationalist, it's going to become Sharia law.
Yep, one or the other.
Right?
And damn that.
Yeah, Islamic communism or National Socialism or Christian nationalism.
Well, I would definitely have the Christian variety, and if those are the only two options, for sure.
Yeah, this is what I talk about in terms of Kronos versus Zeus. It's like I'm picking Zeus, and like I know Zeus is a fucked up guy, but Kronos is literally eating his fucking children. You know what I mean? Like the left is literally eating their children. They're literally taking children, castrating themselves, cutting off their genitals, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? They're literally eating their own children, and they need to go. And I don't give a fuck who's gonna if who has an issue with Zeus. Okay, then you're just consider you're on Kronos' side. You know what I mean?
I would also hearken every Christian to ask yourself whose law is more important, the nation's or your God's.
Obviously, God's.
or I'd even say which is more important, an idea or truth.
But only the individual can answer that. So, I mean,
That would be truth, right?
It
Would
is
be-
truth.
100%.
Absolutely truth.
That's why Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, the life.
Yeah. In fact, it's like one of the ways that you are enticed by
So,
the devil. It's like an idea.
one of the questions that come up a lot with this topic is like, and I just want to know where everyone stands with this one. Like, if you have nothing to hide, why should you be worried about your privacy and being being surveilled?
Yeah, so like that's why I said like earlier where I don't really have a thing for me personally because I don't really give a fuck. But it's like in terms of principle, it's like if that's allowed or that's like okay, like that's accepted by society, it will inevitably will be used by a nefarious character to, for example, what we see in the FBI do to Donald Trump.
Yep. That's how a slide works, right?
Well, this is why I said.
Mhm.
This is why. Yeah, this is why I said social control. The moment that everything is known about you, what you like, what you don't like, what you want, what you do, what you are, everything about you is now compiled. They can socially control you in any way, shape, or form that they want. They can utilize whatever they need to against you, or empower you, or entice you, whichever direction, which is a danger when the system does not inherently carry the same values that you do.
The framers were smart. They knew this was a slippery slope. If it were the fact that it was a staircase and you could take one step and it'd be fine, then fair enough. But it's not a staircase; it's a slide, and it goes to, I mean, hell, pretty much. If you want to know the truth.
Well, what I think is that it's that the government is a reflection of the people who are empowered to run the government, and what we're looking at is a corruption of the system in and of itself. And the reason why it's being corrupted is because you have different ideologies that are fighting against each other between the system, and they're gonna go ahead and break it apart all the way to the point in which you're gonna have these kind of problems.
I don't
And
think
you have two options.
I don't-
You have the option. Let me finish real quick, and then I'll let you. Don't worry. You can tell me I'm wrong. It's fine. Okay. So these ideologies are gonna be pulling until someone pull up to the point in which they have the power to be in control of the government. And I've seen these enough during history that I can make the prediction that it's gonna happen. Yeah. And I'm willing to listen to how I'm wrong, EOD.
Okay. Well, you don't need the government to hold your hands through every moral decision that you ever make, right? The government doesn't tell you who to marry, right? The government doesn't tell you whether or not you're you're justified in trying to defend your family. You know whether or not you are, and the government doesn't tell you what's right and what's wrong for you in your life. The government is there to facilitate, to grease the wheels between individuals as they encounter one another in society. That is what government is for. God is to tell you what's right and what's wrong. The government's to tell you, how do we all get along, even though we may not necessarily agree on everything. And as great as it would be if every single human being in the United States was a Christian, they're not. That's just the reality of the situation. And that number is growing day after day. And so the closer that we get to instituting some sort of tyrannical control over people who disagree with Christianity for one reason or another, the closer we become the exact tyrants that we were attempting to flee when we created our country in the first place. It was about religious persecution is why the United States was created.
Yeah, well, as I said, there's no problem.
To some extent.
We're not going to prosecute you. We just don't want you in power. It's a different idea, right? This is what yeah, we can just go ahead and put you in a camp if you don't like it.
No.
We can even do it, in Arizona so that you don't meet the sand.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Once you are there, you can
You're just making a mockery of it.
Be able to change the that was built for the people that were, fleeing the persecution. Because at the end of the day, what I'm saying is there's going to be authoritarianism and they will be prosecuted if we don't do anything about it. Because the power is being fought over by different groups inside the government itself. And we can see it. Mamdani is one of them. By the
If
way,
you
shout out to my people, the tiny hats, the 33% of them voted for this fucker. Okay, just wanna shout out them. Oh yeah, da 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 da. Yeah.
Well, after
fuck
the
you
fucking
guys.
after the Shotzies, okay, a lot of Jews went commie. Okay, what are you gonna do?
so
I don't know, but 33% that are like, yeah, I want to vote for the guy that says that he wants to keep in power the guys that want us dead. I just want to say to these to those people that they deserve a prize award for the dumbest people on all earth. Okay, I just want to say
percentage
that.
of those came over here and pretended to assimilate too, and invaded
Mhm.
NASA and schools and universities, and that's why we're in another
Yeah,
portion of the reason we're in the boat that we're in.
yeah, that's why we need
well,
to get rid of all of every single dollar from the government. I don't care if it's local, state, federal, all of it needs to get.
You can't do that. Like, what are you talking about? You're just gonna usurp all federal funding across the entire country. That's insane.
We're not gonna give them any fucking money. You're not gonna get any federal loans for go to
I
university.
swear, it's hard to take you seriously when you talk like this.
By the universities, yeah. Why? What is the problem with that?
30,000 foot view. There's conglomerations of power setting up their foundations to try to take control. And when you look at the whole of the picture, you're only going to have a few choices in the end.
Now, do you really want the whole population, especially like blue collar workers that will never have the option to actually go to college, to pay for a bunch of rich kids in fucking Los Angeles to go to UCLA? Really, EOD? You really want fucking federal student loans?
This actually
Jesus.
reminds me of JS's. with
No,
Pat the other night. Like,
that's a
free
whole
college
different
is
fucking
just like-
argument. Like to talk about student loans. I don't think the federal government should be subsidizing education. No, and in fact, it used to be a lot cheaper when they didn't. So
Mhm.
that's I think we should go back to that.
Me when I said that we should take every single dollar from the government.
You don't know why I'm fighting you. I'm fighting you because you're saying that we should not fund anything. You're not saying that we shouldn't fund student loans.
No, I'm saying we should not fund anything when it comes to the universities.
Isn't that a huge part of our national burden is the student loan debt right now? Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a
By
mad
the
chunk
way-
of it.
it's a pretty big one. I'm pretty sure. Our personal debt is definitely mainly ate up by student loans and mortgages for sure.
Well, like
Big
the
W
thing I
for
want to
Abby.
point out, EOD, is that like what Emmett's saying is like it will come to fruition, and like he's saying it's like it's either going to be Sharia law or it's going to be Christian law.
I don't see it that way. I think if that's true, then it's incumbent on us to oppose the tyranny by all means, by any means, whatever we have to do, whatever we have to vote in order to stop that fucking tyranny from happening. That would be the call to action.
Nationalism.
That would be the call to action, not instituting a king, Christian or otherwise.
Thank you very much, Abby, for the gifted 10 memberships and becoming a member. Thank
Cheers,
you
Abby.
very much. I
You're just-
appreciate that big time.
Yeah,
Oh,
we don't need to
Vincent
have
got
a king. We
one.
can have
He's
the same
actually been
system.
unblocked here for mad time, I'm pretty sure. That's funny. Sorry, go ahead.
We don't even need to change the system. We can have the same system we have right now. We just need to vote whoever we need in power to oppose this. Thank you, EOD. Welcome to Christian nationalism. You're a real one.
Welcome to the dark side.
I guess. Yeah, I definitely support Christians being in office in the current system. Absolutely.
Mhm.
But beyond that, no. It's half of what's come out of your mouth has been way fucking beyond that. You're talking about persecuting people simply because they're not Christian. You're talking about warrantlessly surveilling people simply because they're not Christian. You're talking about throwing all rights out simply because someone's not Christian. You're talking about removing all federal funding from colleges overall. None of these things are things that I'm necessarily supporting.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and go to one of my favorite commentators ever. Not all, but most. Okay, not all rights. That's not what I said, and not for all people. Just for the Sandys. Sandys are ones of them. Okay.
That's not something which is compatible with our system, Emmett. That is incompatible with the system as it is.
Like they're toddlers. You go to a toddler and you tell him, "Oh, what do you want to vote for? Do you want to touch the stuff, or you don't want to touch the stuff?" And 33% of them want to touch the stuff. So you can't do it. You cannot let them vote. Right? And we have to have a little bit of probably we're gonna put in some place or other restrictions so you don't have a certain kind of people that are extremely bad. And then if the persons decide to go to church every Sunday, act as if they were Christians, even if they're lying, I don't care. If they're willing to act it all the way through, then fine, they can vote. But they have to live the life, right? You have to live the life at least.
I mean, I reckon, man.
That's what that is.
Robot.
Robo Abe.
Robo Abe attacks again.
I love you.
I'm telling you, his microphone turned into a mimic.
That's what happened.
I just wanna know if everything is okay. Robo Abe. 1011001.
That's how we survived so
Oh,
many
shit,
years.
man.
He's like half AI or some shit. He's like Terminator.
Damn it. Why do you always tell my secrets, people?
The Dalek.
Always telling my secrets.
Little
I
bitty
love you.
Dalek under the hat, controlling him.
So these are logical extremes. He's obviously using inflamed rhetoric, but the truth of the matter is that if somebody intends to destroy and corrupt the system you have built in order to care for your people, you should be pushing those things away from the system and not into power.
I mean, okay, I hear that, and I think, yes, it is inflammatory. Yes, it is extreme. But I also hear a lot of genuine passion and a lot of genuine support for these types of policies from different folks from around the Crucible community for a lot.
Danny was the president. You will be like, yeah, we voted Daddy.
Do I want them to have that power? No. If I'm saying that I don't want Christians to have that power, why the fuck would I want the Muslims to have it? What kind of stupid fucking question is that?
So who do you want to have the power?
I don't want anybody to have that type of power. I don't want the federal government to have as much power as it has. It needs to have less power. What we should be pushing for is to try to bring more power back to the states and make more microcosms where more Christian communities can flourish and make real fucking change in their local communities instead of trying to impose some type of tyrannical romantic Christian kingdom onto the United States.
Why is a king inherently tyrannical?
Because it's one man making decisions for an entire country.
Yeah, that's not what tyrannical means.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
then autocratic?
Can somebody tell me the nation?
Excuse me.
Unfair use of power.
Can somebody tell me the nation where Christianity and Islam function peacefully together and are co-ruled in their government? Can somebody tell me that nation?
England.
You mean the Caliphate of Londonia?
I don't think that's going very well for him right now.
Because that's not going very well. That's what I was going to say.
There are problems. There are problems when different cultures ride up against one another. That's absolutely true. But there's also a lot of great innovation and a lot of great unity that comes out of it, as has been presented by these United States over these past 250 fucking years.
But what about
the case for monarchy is that the monarch that family is supposed to represent the values of the nation. So when people say what is an American or like what is a British person, what's an English person, they can just say the royal family, they represent us. You know what I mean? So in terms of this whole thing of like just because you're a monarch does not inherently mean you're a tyrant. Tyrant is like oppressive, like fucking like just exercising power for the sake of power kind of thing.
And most of the time, those people would either assimilate or move on. And I kind of say, I've said it assimilate or evacuate if that's the case, because there's not
Well,
going to be any Sharia law down here where I live. There's too
the
many
next
rednecks that'll make sure that shit doesn't happen.
the next thing I would ask is like, what are the precepts beneath these belief systems, and what do they tell their populace to do over time? Because if the precepts of your belief system state that you are to conquer and govern and rule over every place you go, maybe you should take them seriously for what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Especially when Islam literally means submission. They want to submit the world to Allah.
And we see examples of people that, get stabbed every few days in the UK. And why is that? Because they managed to make sure that none of the citizens had pew-pews. I don't know if we can say the other.
Maybe I heard Abe say something different than you guys did, but I'm pretty sure what he's saying is that's a tenet of Christianity. That Christianity should go and conquer.
Let's put it this way. Let's say that I am
No. What the hell am I hearing?
Sultan. Let's say that I'm the Sultan of the Caliphate of Londonia, and instead of allowing all of my people, the Sandys, to be running around there with knives because they don't know anything else to do, instead of doing that, I send them all to one of my vassal nations in the Sandlands, and then the whole place, instead of having a huge epidemic with knives like they have right now, are like 10 years ago when you could walk in London at night and nothing would happen. Which do you think that what I did was wrong for the population of Londonia?
If you're genociding an entire race of people in order to secure the security of your own
Send
people,
them to the sand castle where they are making like little sand castles themselves.
Send them home.
Send them
I
home.
said assimilate or evacuate. Definitely not genocide.
Well, that used to be a precept in the United States. If you're going to come here, you have to assimilate.
I agree with that. That should be part of our immigration process.
But there's almost no prerequisite for it
Never
now.
used, and no one ever forces it. Is what it's really the truth. It's never forced. How many different languages are shit right now?
Well,
You
as
call
the state,
any health
would that
tech,
be-
you're gonna get Latino first. Let's just be honest.
Well, look, okay, so here's a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, we're coming up with legislation that says you have to be able to speak English in order to drive semi trucks. That's helpful because most road signs are in English. So in order to get a driver's license, you should probably have to be able to speak English.
Yeah, or cars, or buy a house, or get a job, or
See, there's certain nationalist ideals that I definitely fucking agree with, but forcing people to abide by one religion or another is just not there.
What do you say to people that would say, like, just to give you the other side here, that there's no actual national language, like English isn't the national?
I think that's bullshit. Of course, English is the national language. That's complete hogwash. All that is kowtowing and catering to people who are of Hispanic descent. And in border states, you'll find that there are a lot of dual language signage, a lot of dual language stuff going on because of the prevalence of Spanish-speaking people in those places. But by and large, get beyond Texas and New Mexico and Nevada, you're going to find there's nothing but English on any of the signs. There's nothing but English on any of the stores. So
America's also one of the only nations that doesn't have some Arabic dialect as its second most spoken language.
Oh God, tell me that's not true of most of Europe by now. Are you kidding?
Bro.
Dude, that is an
Habibi.
experiment that has been failed for a long time that some reason continues to keep running.
It is what it is.
They speak a lot of They speak a lot of Spanish in America.
Yeah,
'Cause,
that's
if I
our
call
number
somewhere-
two.
If I call somewhere while I'm in America, they'll say push 1 for English, push 2
Right.
for Spanish, as if Spanish is the second national language.
is.
Like here in Canada, it's English and French. There, it's English and Spanish. So you'd have to say Spanish is also
So number two, most spoken language in the U.S. is Spanish. Yes, but
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we cannot say, "Hey, you're gonna have to speak English to have any kind
no,
of
no, that's not what I'm saying at
anything."
all. I'm saying that almost everywhere else, the second language is Arabic because
No, but
that
what-
is the populace that is.
What I
has
was
the
pointing
greatest
out is like
influence.
some people from the other side, like EOD was saying, like they'll speak for like the Hispanic population, saying like, wait a minute, there's people that like they can call anywhere and get spoken to in Spanish,
Yeah.
while they're in America. So like, why can't they speak nothing but Spanish?
That's not what I was
say to those people.
trying to get at.
There's a little country that's called Mexico that they can always go to if they want to have some Mexican, some Spanish stuff going on for them. But if they want to be in the United States and they want to have a driver's license or any kind of government thing going on for them,
Well,
they
and
have to learn English.
to pull back on one of the things Abe said, that was an is, not an ought, speakeasy. I wasn't saying that should happen. I was just saying that it does happen with border states in particular. But when you get beyond the border states out into the rest of the country, it doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to accuse you of saying it should. I was just wondering what you guys think of that. Like,
Yeah.
because some people would say that
I think-
English isn't the national language, and I don't think we should have to only speak English. I think Spanish is also good enough to get by because you could. A lot of things will be like written twice, one in Spanish, or when you call in, they'll ask if you want to hear it in Spanish, stuff like that. That's all I was trying to.
I don't want to prohibit people.
Do you
Kat
want me
says-
to read this?
What's that?
Do you want me to read this? I was going to ask. To read the super chat.
If you want to, sure.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Kissy Cat for $10 says, some group will always have the power. If there's going to be an imbalance of power, we want to tip it to our side. Yeah.
Oh, that's very true. But what was I going to say is I don't want to prohibit people from speaking Spanish. What I would say is that if you want to be a citizen of the country, you should understand English. But in order to appropriately accept the responsibilities that go with the rights of being an American citizen, you need to understand English. That's what I was trying to
I would
say.
say that I want almost anything to have. You need to have English, right? If you want to take a driver's license,
So-
you need to know English. If you wanna,
So like someone that wants to come in from Spain or Mexico,
Sure.
they don't understand a lick of English. You're like, no.
That's correct. They need to go through a naturalization process where they learn English, at least insofar as they can at least read it, right? You don't necessarily have to be fluent in speaking it, but you have to be able to read it. Because
I don't have a problem with any nationality or any country or anything as long as you assimilate. If you assimilate, we're good.
speaking the language is assimilating. That's part of assimilation.
It confuses me. So like, the reason I'm saying is like, because I'm dual citizen, and while I'm in America, everywhere it reminds me of how it is in Canada, and French is considered the second national language. That anywhere you call, right, it'll say push 1 for English, push 2 for Spanish, or it'll say it in Spanish, and then
Sure.
like you everywhere, like I'm pretty sure you can actually, like, if you go get a driver's license, I'm pretty sure they even offer like, do you want it in Spanish, and you can just have the whole thing, the whole written test given to you in Spanish. I'm pretty sure with
I think that's fucked
like
up.
when you
That probably
open your
shouldn't happen.
bank accounts, they cater to you in Spanish.
I can't say I
if
see
you
that in
need
Montana,
it, right?
but-
Yeah, like this is what I'm thinking. Like, I think someone that doesn't understand any English but fully understands Spanish could get by the way America is built right now.
In some places.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'll give you an example of something that happened to me. Okay, I was working as a security guard at an old folks home. There's this big closed community, and this guy comes through our gate. Our gate is like split into 2 lanes. There's an outgoing lane and an incoming lane. Okay, and like he comes up over the railroad tracks and goes into the outgoing lane and starts coming at oncoming traffic. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? No, what are you doing? Stop! No. And he turns into oncoming traffic. I had to stop him and fucking flag his car. And I was like, no, you go this way, around this way. And he found his way around to wherever the fuck he was going. And then come maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, I get a call from somebody on a ward saying, there's this weird guy trying to get into the building. We don't know who the fuck he is. So I was like, okay, great. I got to go down there and figure out who that is. Turns out it's this guy who came in on the wrong lane of the fucking road, who didn't know how to fucking drive. This guy has a driver's license. He's driving a car. He's apparently afforded some sort of citizenship here. I flag him down. I get him out of the car, and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do here? What is your purpose? I'm kind of standoffish because I don't know if he's a fucking dude trying to kill somebody or whatever. I find out he doesn't speak a word of fucking English. He speaks about 5 words of English. And he tells me, I here for a daughter. And he points at the ward. And I'm like, you're picking your daughter up from work? And he's like, yes. See, I'm like, okay, get in the car. Stay in the car. You stay in the fucking car. She will come out when she's ready. You're not allowed in this building. That's basically what I told him. I don't know how much of that actually got through, but this goes to show you how detrimental it can be to have that language barrier. I understand that people exist and people have lives and they have souls and like, I get it. I have sympathy for them. But in order to operate in the system, we're in Kentucky. We don't print Spanish on our fucking road signs. We don't instruct. We don't instruct the DMV to give people their driver's license in fucking Spanish. So like,
no, I know that it's not on the road signs and stuff. I'm just saying I think even there you still can. It's not instructed, but they can request it, if I'm not mistaken.
It should not be possible. I mean, those people become ineffective members of society because they're unable to communicate effectively. That's a problem. Part of assimilation ought to be speaking the language. We should have a national language.
Tolerance and catering.
Yeah, well, it backfires, that's for sure. There's definitely a point at which it goes too far. But you have to admit, Abe, that what has set America apart from the ethno-nationalist countries in Europe that have been primarily fucking focused on their own little way of life and their own little languages and their own little cultures, is the idea that we're some kind of melting pot, and yet we turned into this gigantic fucking superpower. The first to wield a nuclear weapon, the first to wield the most powerful military the world has ever seen, and the first to wield the economic prowess that anybody's ever seen.
Do you know why that is?
Is it because
it's the beautiful, beautiful timeline that we live in? See, America became a nation after all those nations had been nations for 1,000 years. We built 200 plus years ago in this nation, the new nation, out of the blue, something brand new. And we started fresh in the modern era in comparison to every other nation that already played these experiments out and possibly even forgot they played them out already once. And that's why we see a resurgence, because Britain's already gone through what it's going through right now in the past. So did most of Southern Europe. So we're just seeing the second wave of something that's already happened the first time. And we had a perfect prime position in history. When America started was the perfect timing. The Industrial Revolution was not far off. There were some big wars. We had tons and tons of natural resources and space and freedom to do as we wished. That's why we did what we did and how we got to where we're at. And now we're reaching the tipping of the balance of the system that we created. Every great civilization you've ever seen lasted about 250 years before it fell off and had to reform into something new.
And the question is, what is that going to be? And if you're not willing to...
Humbug, the Romans lasted longer than that.
Yeah, but I mean, the Republic lasted about 350 years, and then they tipped up the palace, and then you have the emperors, right? Yep. That is the point what they're making. Oh my God.
I'm just saying what I've witnessed, what I've looked at, what I've seen, and it seems that we are at a tipping point, and almost every nation has some kind of shift after that 250-ish years, 300 years. When you look at Rome, they went through their Republic era, that fell off, and they become an imperial era. So,
but the pushback's already happened. All right, you look at they're saying Gen Z's like one of the most conservative generations that we've had since the boomers, right? Or am I reading that wrong?
No, you're fine. I mean, but
Chunk of Gen Z and most of Gen Alpha.
And
because
Gen Alpha. All right. Why? Because they see the bullshit that's going on. All right. My generation and the one before have kind of ruined it. And I keep hearing this same old bullshit. I won't repeat it here because somebody's going to go crazy in the comments. But we need a change. Like, I don't think we're at that, apex of going over the edge or anything like that, but we're damn close. New York is he's just the mayor. He can't really change the law despite what everybody thinks he can. All these videos talking about Sharia. Well, how is a mayor going to do that? He leads the police, and that's about it. He doesn't make laws. That's the governor. That's the
Well, you make city policy that can support
city
Islam.
policy. Yes,
Yeah.
but I mean that only goes so far. That's not the
It
entire.
goes far
state of New
enough to
York.
support Islam, though, and to make it a
Fair
strong
enough.
power
And I
player.
in Dearborn for sure.
I get that.
I was about to say Dearborn as well.
Well, any large
There's
city,
enough
to be
going
fair.
on throughout the country that it's enough for everybody to start getting on alert rather, and because that's my deal. I'm kind of worried about the Sharia shit. I've got daughter, wife, sisters. Don't get me wrong. I want the 19th repealed just as much as the next guy, but I mean, if it's repeal the 19th or battle the incoming tiger or lion or whatever that's coming that's pretending to be damn sheep, yeah, let's deal with the Trojan horse.
It's not, and I get where you're coming from too, EOD. I'm not saying like every person that's associated with Islam is a terrible human being and they deserve terrible things. I'm saying it is incongruent with our culture. It is incongruent with Christianity. It does not mesh well at all. The more foothold you give it, the worse it will be.
Yep.
I say at all, not.
Then eventually you wake up and your country's like London is, or the UK is right now.
Yep.
Where they're on the edge of civil war.
Well, good luck taking my fucking guns away. That's all I'll say about that.
They'll have guns too.
I agree. But where's the problem? The problem is a people problem because they're not up. I don't know what I can say. They're not self-deleting their children. A bunch of our women are. So we're not replenishing our ranks. They don't do that.
Newsflash, highest birth rates are in Islamic nations.
Thank you. So people better start thinking about that. And there's, I'm not going to name them, but there's only 2 sects of women in America that really do that. With a real Slim Shady, please stand up, I guess is all I can say. I mean, it's a big deal for real. I mean, we all know it. We see it all the time. Depending on whoever's videos we watch or whatever. I mean, that's not something any of us are really proud of, especially as a dad. We have no rights. We can't stop it, even if our own wives decided to do it. What can we do? Now, I live in a state that basically said if it's not for the life of the mother, you get your ass to another state. So I'm grateful for that. But what prevents, it's 2 hours either way, left or right, and then about 4 or 5 north or south to get to the next state. So,
and become so socially accepted that it's not even that big of a deal to even people who go to church in this country. Think about that. At what point did it become completely socially acceptable for a Christian woman to say, yeah, I think maybe it's okay?
I don't know.
Whoa, dude. At that point, you have to ask yourself, what is going on? Like, fundamental precepts of your belief system are being broken, and that's okay. Millstone around your neck, remember?
It obviously demonstrates that they don't understand the fundamental precepts that they supposedly believe in. But I don't know what else to say, but other than that.
Well, the problem is we don't have enough that actually...
Women.
Oh, shit. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okay. If you want to understand why this is happening, once again, like I said, Rachel's book actually explains this movement of degraded belief in your Christian values. It's all a part of the, like, it was systematic, man, across the board.
I agree.
Yep.
I love how these so there's who's let me just get a feel. Who up here is all on the for side and who was on the against side? So like who was on like Abe's argument side and who's on
I'm on Abe's side.
I would have been on EOD's.
For which?
For the main
current one or what
topic.
they were just talking about?
The main topic.
Oh, I was with EOD on this one.
Me too. Sorry, Abe. You're my buddy.
It's fine. He conceded the debate not long into it, so it doesn't matter. Like,
If
That was
you called
most
him out on it,
I
I'd
just
agree with you.
Abe's
You
side.
gave him a few passes there, though.
I believe to an extent Abe's side, right? So it's kind of in the middle of both.
I mean, ultimately, you can't even do what EOD was arguing for without having some sort of surveillance on the person to begin with.
I mean, there are nuance for sure, but as a whole,
I think it needs to be restructured, right? That's my belief.
I think a more moral people would make a more moral government, and a more moral government won't be so attested to when it comes to surveillance.
Okay, what I'll tell you is that I was making the argument that the NSA and the DEA should not have unfettered fucking access to everybody's fucking personal social information. That was primarily what I was arguing against. But then Abe breaks it down into something like, oh well, when they're doing preliminary investigations in order to determine whether a warrant is declared or not, isn't that warrantless surveillance? Like, well, technically, I guess. Me walking behind you in the fucking mall is warrantless surveillance too, but that's not. It's obviously not what the prompt is about. So I don't know.
EOD, are you telling on yourself? Are you a Fed? Are you glowing?
No, I'm not. I'm not a glowy. Shut up. Nobody's talking to me.
I want my Fed sweat, by the way.
I'll see you next week when we have the meeting. Don't worry.
Oh, we're going to the small hat federal operatives meeting. Yeah, I'll see you there.
Get my name right now.
We're going there. We're going there.
I swear. Oh goodness
That was
sakes.
fun. I appreciate it. And it
Oh,
was
yeah.
a good debate. You both had good points. I just, I'm for stay the hell out of my business.
I'm with you on that. Cheers, Red Pill. Or Red Real Deal, not Red Pill.
Yeah, I changed my name because everybody was confusing me with the Myron Gaines crowd. I was talking about the Matrix shit, wake up and seek the truth, and then everybody's like, so you just want to bang random chicks, huh?
Well, wait a minute now. When did that happen? Yeah.
Hey, dude, I got kids. No, I'm not.
Okay, Bill.
So I
what is
realized
the
how
truth?
old I was when that shit come out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna
this is
Yeah,
a
when I
test.
first started streaming, I actually realized this really quickly too, because like that was the idea of the red pill. And like I used to, like one of my photos used to be me holding my hand out with a red pill in my hand, right? That was
So
one
I'm
of
not
my like
alone.
thumbnail photos, like when I first started streaming. And then I realized like a lot of people just confuse it with like the dating type
Big
shit.
time.
Yeah.
And like the whole idea of red pill is just like revealing the truth. Obviously, it's just a reference to the Matrix movie, but yeah, I realized that too quickly, that you just get like lumped in with like the pickup artists and
Yep.
Myron Gaines and those types, right?
What is the truth, Bill? You know what is the truth?
Shit, I don't
The
know. I'm
truth
still
is
trying to
what
wake
is.
up.
Jesus
The truth.
Christ
Trying
is
to
the
wake up.
truth.
It's
What
Jesus
is
Christ.
I'm still trying to wake up.
Damn
Oh,
it,
what is
Dave.
is it?
That was that
Yeah,
was,
is
that
is
was
truth.
a, that was a
They're
trick
both synonymous.
question, and you got it. Damn.
Yeah.
I failed it on purpose. I know it's Jesus. Jesus is the truth, the way, and the life. And I keep seeing these videos about multiple ways to the mountaintop. Bullshit. There's one. Period. So, we'll leave it at that.
It's a narrow
Appreciate it,
path for
Speak
sure.
Easy. You guys do good.
Thank you.
As they say,
Thank you.
Irish
You
goodbye,
taking
guys.
off?
Yeah, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, brother.
Cheers,
Nice
Phil.
seeing you again, Phil.
You as well, brother. Thanks.
It was well spirited, though.
Yeah, I like Phil. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Talked to him a few times.
You should stop yelling at me so much, EOD. You're so mean all the time. Yelling at
Only
me.
it's only when we're having debates. Okay? I'm very nice otherwise.
Yeah, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I came up earlier with something to say, but so much went on, I forgot what the hell it was entirely. That being said, my wife would kick my ass if I didn't bring this up. She is disappointed in you, Abe, that you are not wearing your suit. Did you have to throw it away because of a mimic?
Yes. Yes, my suit turned out to be a mimic. I had to fight it beforehand, and then I had to find spare clothing.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember part of it, though. So when EOD actually brought up the point about shipping letters and boxes and all that, I was losing it in his chat because I was saying this stuff almost the exact same time he was, and I thought it was pretty hilarious listening to you guys go back and forth over the change of hands of ownership of mail. So that one was pretty interesting too.
Well, what's in the box is still your property, right? So
That's fair.
By federal
That's fair.
law.
The reason I can say that it's incongruent is this, okay? You send a packet, a digital packet from your PC, wherever that thing is going through, whatever transmission, right?
So you're talking about, like, for example, the towers, or if you have a satellite connection.
That and the database collection for every single cell phone company, for every single tech company that runs a social media platform. All of that is still stored there as well. So yes, you sent it. Yes, it was your message. And yes, the person you sent it to received it. However, there is now it in multitude, all these different places. So it's no longer just the thing you sent. It's the thing you sent, plus the thing that company now owns, plus the thing that's data trail is everywhere that it's been. So it's not the same in the way that, yes, you sent that thing and it was yours in the box until whoever received it, but it's still that one thing. It is not multiple things in multiple places all at the same time. And so there's a disconnect there because that information is still also with whoever transmitted that message. And so when you send the package, that one single item went to the packaging place, and yes, there was a note written about it, but it's not still the item. It's just a note that the item had been there. Whereas with the digital information, there's a copy of that digital information that also still resides wherever it passed through.
that doesn't give the government a right to look at that information without a warrant.
Oh, yeah. So here's my point here. Have you ever sent anybody presents on Christmas?
Yeah.
All right. When you send presents on Christmas, do you put it all in one box or do you send it in multiple boxes?
It depends on. Well, if I'm just sending them all to one house, then it would be one box for sure.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, have you ever shopped on something like Amazon or anything like that?
Yes.
Do they always send it in a singular box?
Often.
No, quite a few times. For example, like when I went and ordered the food dryer that's sitting about 3 feet away from me right here, and I also ordered the extra attachments for it. They came in 3 separate boxes. So technically, I was ordering one package, but they actually sent it to me in 3 separate packages, and they all arrived to my house without anybody screwing with them. Not to mention, and this is the other point I was going to make here, when you actually send out mail, it doesn't just go straight to who you're sending it to. It goes through a processing center where they sort it, and then it gets sent out to different transporting agencies. For example, a truck, could be train, it could be air mail. And then from there, it actually gets sent to another processing facility where they redo that process. And then from there, it goes into a mail truck and so on and so forth. I'm sure you don't want to hear me prattle on. You're smart enough to already know all this crap. But the point is there's a lot of times where we need to send, for example, just one simple thing, and it can come in multiple pieces and still arrive there. And that's no different than having a copy of your data on multiple servers. You're just talking about a digital package versus a physical one.
Except for there's an exact replica of it still at that data collection center and at the end result spot.
Is there a receipt of an exact copy of what you purchased, no matter where you purchased it from?
at the place of purchase, but not at every individual place along the way.
Well, that I do agree with, and that's something that's also been brought up numerous times about us having issues with the government. I mean, data can get out through third parties, and that's why a lot of people use encrypted servers or encrypted services to send those things. And those can be encrypted from your carrier to where they don't have that information. And the only way somebody can get a hold of that data is if they either A, steal it, or B, have a warrant for it, and then they have to decrypt it or have the encryption key required to decrypt it to obtain it. But if the government's doing that without your permission or the permission of those people, how does that warrant it is okay?
Well, I'm of two minds on this topic, actually. So there's two base parts to the thought that I have on
Sorry,
this.
real quick, Abe, right before you answer, I just noticed it hit one. Chat, I was sick today, so I'm going to put in a goal. This is just the last stretch goal. If you want to help support the channel, keep bringing you this content. But if we hit this goal in this next hour, we'll end it on a hot seat. I'll do a hot seat at the end. If not, we're just going to wrap it up in the hour. So hit the goal.
I do
Sorry, go
apologize
ahead,
if
Abe.
my questions and explanations
This is
are
good.
also a little long. Sorry.
I
about
love
that.
this. I love this. This is good. So the two base parts that I see this as is there's two ways you convey messages, right? One is you could send a letter, in which case it'd be like a DM, right? You're sending something that is enclosed and unseeable by anybody except for those who open the envelope, the package,
No, I wouldn't
whatever
necessarily
it
say
is.
it's like a DM because you can steam the letter open, right? And
You
DMs
could.
aren't exactly encrypted either.
Well, you could hack into somebody's account and check their DMs too, right? Same idea. You're still getting into it by some other means. The other way is you speak, and your speech comes out of you. Now, your speech is not protected in some
Well, see,
way. I
Hold
mean,
on, I don't mean to cut
what
you
you
off.
say is
I know it's not that I disagree with you. It's that I think we're missing something here, right? So a private letter being sent to an individual and a DM being sent to an individual is being sent to the individual, where what you're referencing is, for example, a public space, which would be like me talking in your open general chat on your Discord versus me having a private conversation one-on-one with you.
sure. And that's what I'm
100%.
saying.
I made that distinction too between something that you said in public, just out on X, versus a DM or shit like that.
Like I said
Right.
in your chat earlier, buddy, it felt like you were grabbing crap out of my brain.
Still owned by the company.
And so
Still doing it on a company's platform.
That
where they
was-
can do whatever they want to.
Oh no,
That's
I
it.
don't disagree. I was just
That's
making
exactly
sure
where
that
I
we
was
get that
going.
part clear during this section of this debate. That's all.
That's
I was trying to do.
exactly where I was going next. There is an agreement that you sign, or that you digitally sign, however you want to call it.
You tacitly agreed to
somebody
it.
earlier in his chat.
Right, that you have agreed to upon using said app, or even your phone company.
Hold
you
on,
have
wait a
an
second. We're
agreement with.
assuming that we agreed to it. A lot of people, while I will agree with you, don't read all their user end terms, license agreements, as the privacy policy, so on and so forth. There are weirdos like myself who actually do.
Okay.
And if I don't like it, I definitely won't sign it.
Are you most people?
No, that's why I said I'm not
Okay.
disagreeing. Most people, I started by stating that. Most
Right, and-
people won't pay any attention to it. I
Right,
don't
and
disagree
so
with you there at all.
say you're sending messages through an app or a DM program, and it's clearly defined in their own paperwork that you've agreed to in order to utilize that app or that transmission of some kind, and it states that they own any data that passes through. At what point do you now have any reasonable expectation of privacy when using any of those apps or devices? You don't, because they've already stated they own whatever data passes through them.
He's out in Arkansas.
Yeah.
He's got bad internet. He disconnected.
Okay.
Yeah, Marion says Furrier's having technical difficulties.
That's okay.
I just want to say this real quick. Eclipse.
Hey, hold up.
NYSB.
Sorry, Emmett.
It's a good song. Thank you for coming up for here, man. I really do appreciate you. I think I'm gonna get out of here pretty soon, though.
Thank you very much for the big 50 eclipse. Now one step back. Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is God.
Christ is God.
Christ is God.
And Are You Crazy says, if you don't pay, you have no say. Pay up. Bitches. I added on the bitches, but.
For the record, my internet is great, thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I dropped my phone.
Well, stop dropping your phone. What the hell's the matter with you?
So, I don't know if you heard me or not.
I did not. I apologize about that.
If the use agreement stated that any data that passes through their particular platform is now owned by them, do you have any reasonable expectation of privacy when
No,
transmitting
not at all.
information
Did
through
you
them?
sign that contract?
Okay,
But here's
and
my
so
question in response to. Oh, sorry, you weren't done. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so at that point, what warrant is needed other than a warrant to that company?
Well, that would be the warrant. The warrant you're providing to said company, and that said company, if the company is agreeing to keep your data private, which we both know there is a privacy statement, and that privacy statement does exclude certain things like your identity, that they have to have a warrant for them to at least release that person's identity, stating this exact person, so and so and so and so, is who we need this information for. Now, if you've done something to warrant that, then yes, they can collect that fully and legally. But my biggest concern there is, see here, Facebook, for example, right? They were just willing to hand it over without a warrant. There's other organizations that has done this as well. It's not just Facebook.
Does that count as warrantless surveillance?
For which?
If they willingly give up your information to the federal government without a warrant.
Was there a warrant or not? Apparently, yes.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Getting confused
If
here.
there's no warrant, it's warrantless surveillance. If there is a warrant, it's not warrantless surveillance. That's it.
Right.
Okay.
So if they give it up without a warrant, that's warrantless surveillance.
Because the company can't turn it over because they would have to relinquish your identity if they did that. They would
Well, they
have
can't.
to
They
have
just
a
have to
warrant
break
for
the
your
agreements
actual
they make
identity
with
to
you.
be relinquished. Doesn't matter if the company owns your data. They don't own your identity, and they make that clear in their own policies.
All right.
So I do want to add in a little bit into this as well, Abe. So you guys are talking about only the data that's transmitted, but another thing you were talking about earlier was the locked iPhone and the fact that they couldn't unlock it, right? Well, they're unlocking that. That doesn't just give them anything that's been transmitted. It also grants them access to what hasn't been transmitted on that phone.
Yep.
So you're foregoing all privacy that is in that phone, and you should have reasonable privacy to things you weren't transmitted, didn't go through any other servers. You just put a document on your phone.
Sure.
That's fair.
Or a photograph, right, of somewhere that you had
wanting
been.
to give
Sure.
them access to all of that,
Yeah.
which may
That's what it
not
would
have
do.
anything wrong, but they can utilize it for to imply nefarious intent.
Exactly.
It's no different than an interview where they're saying, no, we don't want to know anything. We just want to ask how you're doing and let you know that your grandpa's in the hospital.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, they're questioning you about all that, and now they're going to give you a ticket because you accidentally admitted that you left your kid in the car. I'm not
Exactly.
saying any of that's right. It's just the point.
That's fucking
Yeah,
entrapment. 100%.
It literally
it
is
is.
pre-crime.
But they do it all the time and get away with it. So
Yeah. All right, fellas, I gotta get out of here. It's fucking 10 after 1. So I appreciate you, Speakeasy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abe, for the debate. It was a great debate. And thank you, Wrath of Reason.
Tell everybody where they find you, EOD.
All right, y'all find me at EOD696 on YouTube, EOD696 on Kick, EOD696 on Rumble, on X. I hang out. I do debates. I do some political commentary. I hang out with Avarice, and he gives me a bunch of shit about having my fucking blockbuster porno section back here. It's my kitchen. So you see this? This is the evidence for everybody right now. It is my kitchen. Okay, so there's that. Also, I'm going to be in DebateCon this coming weekend. So if you're going to be in Nashville, come see me. I'll buy you a beer. We'll hang out. We'll have a good time. And on December 2nd, I'll be back here on Speakeasies doing a debate about Nerds of Reason for the best Zelda game or the most epitome of the series. I think I forget how we worded that prompt. It wasn't really important to either of us, so we're just trying to have a good time. It's gonna be fun. Come out December 2nd. We'll have a good time again. So thank you so much, you guys.
Yes,
Awesome.
sir.
Thanks.
And thank you for coming. You did great tonight.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you coming out.
I appreciate Fairy Eric coming up and hanging out with us and supporting me, and Red Pill Phil McGill as well as, and it's good seeing Emmett and Teriyaki. You guys are assholes sometimes, but whatever. All right, cheers.
Take care, bro. God bless.
Many cheers.
May Christ, who is King, take you into account and have you in his kingdom. The best kingdom ever, by the way.
Thank you, Emmett. God bless you as well. All right. God bless chat, and God bless Speakeasy, and God bless everybody on the panel. So cheers.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah, man.
Cheers, man.
Oh shit, I'm still streaming, aren't I? I was about to get up and just fucking leave. I gotta go to the store for a little bit. But I'm gonna be hanging out in my cozy fire room for a little bit. Y'all chill and speak easy. And definitely, like I say, I'll probably stream something this coming weekend. I'm not sure what. All I'm gonna have is my little laptop. It's a piece of shit. It's gonna sound like trash. It's gonna look like trash, but I'll try to stream something. It'll either be that or on my phone. I think Grid's looking for a cameraman. For something, maybe I'll try to fill in on that. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Friday is Grid's event, so we're gonna be doing that on Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday is the MDD event, DebateCon, which is mostly religious debates. I don't care a whole lot about. And then, like I say, December 2nd, we're doing the Zelda debate with Spiro, so that'll be fun. I should meet Spiro this weekend, as well as Rob Knorr and maybe Andrew Wilson and maybe Jake Rattlesnake. I don't know. It depends on whether or not they have time. But you can hang out with the fans for game night when you don't have DMD. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to do D&D this weekend. I need to tell the group that. I don't know if they're aware yet or not. But we're not going to be doing D&D this weekend, unfortunately. Because I'm going to be in Nashville on my little shitty laptop. But I really gotta have the multiple screens in order to stream it, in the very least. I guess I could run the session privately. Maybe we could record it or something. I don't know. I'd be recording the DM screen though. Like you guys, you can't look at the DM screen. You're not supposed to see that. But all right. Anyway, I love you guys a lot, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. I gotta get out of here, but keep an eye out for me. I'll be back tomorrow, maybe in the afternoon. I'll try to catch Rob's raid, perhaps. And you know, we'll see what happens in the future. I still got a lot of Zelda games to get through before December 2nd. So, to be honest, I'm gonna give my fair assessment of the debate. I think I put up a valiant effort, but I think as usual, Abe is better at the technicality of debate than I am. So, I don't know. Maybe if I was more of a fucking dickhead, I'd have a better chance. But anyway, I love you guys. Many cheers. I'll see you around. I don't know. I'll leave you with a Happy Nate song, and then I'm gonna send you over to. I guess I'll send you to the Speakeasies. That's where we ought to go. Y'all head over to Speakeasies, finish out the night, and have a good time. So, yeah. Let's do that. I gotta find the link. I'm sorry.